Welcome to SQL Complete course on our Blismos Academy's YouTube channel. We hope this content helps you elevate your skills and advance your career to the next level. There are multiple topics covered as a part of this course. Some of the important topics are types of SQL commands, data definition language, data manipulation language, data control language and transaction control language, data query language, different classes in SQL, SQL operators, aggregate functions, subqueries, joins, set operators, and string functions. We have covered all these topics in detail conceptually along with the right hands-on examples. Then you may be wondering, where do I need to do the hands-on? We have used MySQL to show the hands-on examples throughout this course. So in order to practice the SQL hands-on, you can install the MySQL. Installation video is available in installation playlist of Blismos Academy. Please do watch the complete course to enjoy the benefits of the course. Thank you for choosing us. We are really excited to guide you through the SQL complete course journey.
To understand SQL, let us understand why do we really store the data? Can you just pause a video and think about it? We store the data to derive insights, right? If you remember, to derive insights. We store the data to derive patterns. We store the data for future use. In order to derive patterns, in order to derive insights, we need to access it, right? Or we need to retrieve it first, then subject that for further analysis to derive patterns. So how do we retrieve it? Any thoughts how do we retrieve it? Very simple. We can retrieve it or access the data stored in a database through SQL, or we can also call it as a SQL. So what is SQL? What is SQL? SQL is a structured query language designed for storing, retrieval, and management of the data in relational databases. So as we discussed, we want to store the data so that we can retrieve and subject that for the further analysis to derive patterns and insights. In order to retrieve and management of the data stored in relational databases, we use structured query language. What are the different features of a structured query language or SQL? First thing is high performance. Whenever you have a heavy workload and high usage of the databases for any highly transactional purposes, SQL provides high performance programming capability to retrieve and subject the data for analysis. It has high availability. What do you mean by that? As we know, RDBMS are different vendors like MySQL, PostgreSQL, Oracle, and all those things. SQL is compatible with all of them. It's in a way available in most of the RDBMS systems. SQL is highly scalable and flexible. If you want to create the table, yeah, go ahead and create it. If you want to delete the tables, yeah, you can delete it. Or if you want to delete a particular row, go ahead and delete it. So it is very much scalable. If you want to add something, you can add. If you want to delete something, you can delete. It is very much flexible in terms of storing the data, retrieving the data, or subjecting the data for any analysis. As we understood, in any organizations, it is not advisable for everybody to look at all the kinds of the data, right? Even including the startups to big organizations. Everybody need not see everything. So in that case, there is a necessary for having the users have access to a particular set of data. That is provided by having high security, by providing a permission on tables, procedures, views, depending upon the team in which team members are working. It is helpful for comprehensive application development. So we can use SQL to program application to access the database. We can also have a robust transaction support. So SQL can handle large records and manage numerous transactions. What is SQL? It can also be pronounced as SQL. So SQL is structured query language to access or retrieve the data from a data stored in a table. But where is the table? We know that in a relational model, we have RDBMS based on relational model. RDBMS will have a database and database will have table, and we need to retrieve or access the data which is there in the table. When you are trying to access the data or retrieve the data, do you think there'll be only one way of doing it? Not really. There are different ways of accessing or retrieving the data. We can see those ways of accessing or updating as a part of the types of SQL commands. We do have different types of SQL commands to access, retrieve, update. Let us look at them one by one. First and foremost is DDL. Am I talking about DDLJ movie? Not really. I'm talking about DDL here. DDL is data definition language. It has some of the commands like create, alter, truncate, and drop. Next type of the SQL command is DML. That is data manipulation language. We have insert, update, delete as a part of DML. Next type of SQL commands are DCL. That is data control language, and it has grant and revoke. Next one is TCL. TCL is transaction control language. It has save point, commit, rollback, and all those things. We have the last one, but not the least, DQL. DQL is data query language, which has select, which is the most important for accessing the data. What exactly is a DDL? DDL is a data definition language. It is one of the very important SQL type. So what exactly it is? DDL is a command used to create and modify the schema of the database and its objects. It's not only database, it's objects as well. What do you mean by objects? We already know objects are tables, synonyms, views, and sequences. As we have different SQL types like DDL, DML, DCL, we do have different DDL types. That is data definition language types. Means which are the different commands which come as a part of the DDL. So what are they? We have create, alter, drop, truncate, comment, rename as part of the DDL types. So these commands help us to create and modify the either a database or tables. Let us look at them one by one. First one being create. What exactly create does? Create is used to create the databases, tables, triggers, and other database objects. So how do we use it? We have already seen the create in earlier videos. Let us revisit that again. So how do you create a database? Very simple. Say create, provide a database, and this is the database name. Then how do you create a table? Say create table and provide the name of the table and provide the columns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and respective data types. Let's take a real example. Here you can see we are creating a database named university, and we are creating a tables as a part of this university with different columns like roll number, name, age, branch, and city. Once we create a student's table, if we describe that, we'll get to know schema of a table where you will see what are the fields, what are the types, whether it can allow null and other details. The next important command in a DDL is alter. What exactly alter does? Alter is used for changing or modifying the existing structure of the database. What happens is when you create a table, will you always save the table externally without making any modifications? Definitely you would do some modifications, right? That is where alter command comes into picture. It is used for changing or modifying the existing structure of the database or tables. Alter is also used for changing the schema of the database objects. If you want to change the schema of the database object, you can definitely use the alter command. It is also used to add or drop constraints. Let us look at how it works. In terms of syntax, we can say alter and provide the name of the table, and say in this case we are adding a column with a particular data type. Let us take this example here. We have 4 columns here: roll number, name, age, and branch. If I want to add a one column to this, I can go ahead and use alter table. Name of the table which I am planning to alter is students. In that, I want to add a column named date of birth, and its data type is date. It will add a column. Awesome. We'll see these commands in action. I have logged into MySQL, which is installed in a Ubuntu. If you haven't, please install MySQL and practice. We understood DDL statements, create and alter. Let us look at them one by one. Let's go ahead and create a database. So I'm saying create database university. This is the name of the database. Okay, I created it. Now if you say show databases, you have university as one of the database. How do we get into this? Say use university. Done. We are into the university database. Do we have any tables here? We say show tables. No tables here. Let us go ahead and create one table here called students. We would have already created multiple tables so far. This we are doing it as a part of the DDL statement. So we are saying create table students, and these are the different columns. Let me create a table. If I say show tables students, we have a table called students. Let me insert couple of rows into this. If I see if there is any data in this, we do have a data in students table. Yeah, we do have a data students table. So we understood how to create a database, how to create a table by using a create statement. How do we alter this? Very, very simple. The way you alter is by using a alter command. If you see in this particular table, we have around 5 columns. If you want to add one more column to this, all you have to do is you can see alter table students. That is the name of the table. Then add, we want to alter this table by adding a column name date of birth of data type date. Let me go ahead and add this. If you go and see the students table now, you have a one more column named date of birth. Okay. After adding a column, you can go ahead and insert the data. For some reason, you want to drop a particular column, you can go ahead and do that. Let us go ahead and drop a column which we just added. Let me go ahead and drop this. I'll say alter table. Name of the table is students, and the drop, we are trying to drop a column date of birth which we just added. Okay, done. Let me go ahead and check the table now. There you go. This particular column is dropped now. What exactly is rename? Are you planning to rename your doggy? Are you planning to rename your kitten? No, we are not talking about that. We're talking about renaming the database objects. So if I ask you a question, will you always keep the same name for your tables? Not necessarily. There may be a situation where you may have to change the name of the tables. You may have to change the name of your columns. That is where rename comes into picture. A rename can be considered as a part of the alter state. So by using a rename, we can change the name of the table or database object. How do we do it? What is the syntax for that? All we have to do is say alter table, provide the table name you want to rename and mention the name to which you want to change the name. So look at the example here. This is the syntax and this is the example. Example here is we are trying to rename the student table as student details by using a alter table and rename. The next thing is if you want to rename the column, very simple. All you got to do is provide the alter and the table in which the column is there and provide rename. The name of the column you want to change, that is name, you want to change the name column to first name. You have to provide this. That will change the name of the column. So technically you may feel what is there in a rename, but you use it very often. Please practice it. Let us look at the rename as a part of the hands-on. Let us see what are the tables in our database. Database happens to be Blismos Academy. These are the different tables. Let us see what is the data in student details. Students underscore details, right? We have roll number, name, date of birth, course type. We have Subhash, Chetan, computer science, electronics. So much of data is there, right? If I want to rename this particular table, how do I do it? Very, very simple. The way I will do it is say alter table and which is the table I'm trying to rename? Student details. Okay, I'll paste this guy here. Then I'll say rename to, I'll say just students. The student details is a very long name, right? And I'll say done. If I see tables, we have students. Students details has been renamed into students. Let us look at the data. The data is there properly or not? Yeah, it is proper. It is just the name of the table has been changed. Now let us try to rename a column. How do I do it? Very simple. Let me see if I can repurpose my earlier alter table student. Hence, I'll say rename. I'll say column roll underscore num to just a roll r number. Okay, that should be fine. Let me remove this particular thing. It's done. If you go and check, your roll number would have been changed into r number. Excellent. We understood how do we rename a table or a column. When you have created the databases or tables, do you always use them? Do you always keep them for a lifetime? Not necessarily. Sometimes you may, sometimes you may not. You may encounter a situation or you may face a situation where you may have to delete the database or table. That is when we can use the drop. Drop. Are you talking about a drop of a water? Nah. We are talking about a drop, which is a part of DDL statements. So what does drop do? Drop command is used to delete or remove the database objects from the SQL database, including the database itself. See, it is a command used to delete or remove the database objects from the SQL database. All it is doing is deleting the either a table or a view or any database object. How does it work? What is the syntax for that? Very, very simple. Say drop, and if you want to drop a table, say table and provide the name of the table you want to drop. Like drop table students. I'm trying to drop a table named students. And what exactly happens? This whole table will be removed after dropping it. Next, we'll understand what is truncate. What exactly is a truncate? Truncate command deletes or removes all the records from the table. Pay attention here. It deletes or removes all the records from the table. Then what exactly is the difference between the delete and truncate, which is the most often asked question in most of the interviews? So let me iterate here. Truncate command deletes or removes all the records from the table. Means in case of drop, both the structure and data is deleted. But in case of truncate, only the data is deleted. Structure remains intact here. When I say structure, I'm talking about a table structure or a schema. So truncate command deletes or removes all the records from the table. Like this, if we have a table, after truncate, it will have a empty table without any data. So what is the syntax for this? Very simple. Say truncate and provide the table name. If you are trying to truncate a table, then let us look at the example. When you say truncate students, let us say this is our students table, and after truncate, it deletes all the data and the table is empty. So remember, drop deletes structure and data. Truncate deletes only the data. Awesome. Let us look at the hands-on for this. I hope you have logged into MySQL. So what I will do is I will go ahead and use a database which I have created. So use Blismos Academy. Okay, let me see what are the tables here. Say show tables, and in this case we have some tables like person, student, all those. Okay, so let me go ahead and see what is the data in persons one. Looks like there is no data. Let me look at the table where we have a data. Let's say select star from persons. Okay, we do have a data. So if we want to delete this table, all you have to do is drop table and persons. If you look at the tables now, persons is gone. Try to access the data from that. I know it will not work. Okay, person doesn't exist. This is how you delete the table, by dropping it. When you drop a table, both the structure and the data is gone. Let us look at how the truncate works. As we discussed, truncate keeps the structure and schema intact. It deletes only the data. Let us look at any of the tables and say select star from results. I just want to see, we have a data here. We have some Ramana, Alia, Kriti. Okay, so if I say truncate table results and say show tables, still the results table exists, but will we have a data within this? Let us check that. Select star from results. There is no data because we truncated it. As I said, truncate deletes the data but keeps the structure intact. How do I check that? Say results. We do have a schema or structure intact. Comment is there in all the programming languages. That is a Python, Java, C, C++. Obviously, comments are also there as a part of the SQL or SQL. Why do we use comments? Comments are used for various purposes. Like comments are used to write something which programmer doesn't want to execute. When you are writing a code, some part of the statement programmer doesn't want to execute, then he or she can comment that. Comments are also used to make the code more understandable. What happens is some of the application development will run for years. In that case, if any developer or a programmer doesn't comment properly what is that code about, he or she themselves may get confused in the future. So it is better to comment to understand what is that code about. And comments are also used to prevent the execution. Whenever you have it many parts of the code, part 1, part 2, and part 3, assuming that these two are working fine, this is not working fine, then you can comment these two and test only this one. Comments are also used to make the code more readable, easy to read. These are the different purposes for which comments are used. So in SQL, obviously we are trying to comment the SQL code. There are different comment types. One is single line comment. The second one is multi-line comment. The third one being inline comment. Let us look at them one by one. In a single line comment, comments are starting and ending on the same line. How do you represent that? By using a two hyphens. You can see here, these two are single line comments. Then we have a multi-line comment. How does the multi-line comment work? Comments which start in one line but end in a different line. For example, here you can see it is starting in this first line, ending in the second line. This is how we can use the multi-line comments. So how does the inline comment work? If you have observed, in the earlier two types of comments, multi-line and single line, the comments are outside the block of the code. But when you say inline comment, as the name says, comments are between the statements. If you see here, these comments are between the statements. This is a statement and this is also a statement. The comments are between the statements. Awesome. Let us look at these as a part of the hands-on. I have logged into MySQL. If you haven't, please log into MySQL. Let us use single line command. See here, I have already typed for you. What is happening here is I am going to copy and paste all these lines of code between 67 to 74, which includes one single line comment. What did we say? When you say comment, that line wouldn't get executed. As a part of this, we are supposed to create a table. Let us see how it works. Awesome. It got created, but this nothing happened because it is a comment. Okay. Let us see whether the students table got created or not. Yes, it has been created. So first line is comment, which is a single line comment. We were able to run the rest of the lines of code. Then let us see how the multi-line comment works. If you see here, we are starting the multi-line comment from line number 81 and it goes up to line number 83, inserting values into table. Students have inserted something we are trying to say. Okay, we're trying to insert here. Okay, see, but a code is actually starting from line number 84 to 88. Let me go ahead and copy this and paste it in the MySQL terminal and see how it works. So usually what happens is we'll be writing the code in project either as a part of the SQL developer or this one. Then in that case, you can comment then and there only. I am going to copy the multi-line comment. Shall I go ahead and execute? Let me execute this. Yes, it did work. If you see, these three lines are not bothering us. The next inserting worked beautifully. Let us see whether the data is inserted properly in students or not. Students, yes, it is inserted. Now the last one, let us look at how the inline comment works. What is inline? The comment embedded in the code itself, that is inline comment. Let me show you. If you see the code between line number 98 to 105, the creating third students, this comment is embedded within the code. Let us see what happens now. We are trying to create a one more table with the inline comment. It did work. Has it created the table? Show tables. Yes, it has created the table. Wonderful. We understood what is comment, why do we use the comments, and what are the different types of the comments. First and foremost thing is, what is DML? DML is data manipulation language. And why exactly we need to manipulate the data, and what exactly is a manipulation of the data? As a part of the data definition language, we learned how do you create the table, right? Now, when you create a table, is it the table is going to be always constant? No, not really. There are situations you may have to modify the table. You may have to update the table. You may have to delete something. That is where DML comes into picture. DML is data manipulation language. DML statements are the SQL statements that manipulate the data. When I say manipulate, what exactly am I talking? Manipulate the data means either you update the data, delete the data, do some changes to the data. That is nothing but a manipulation of the data. Here on, if somebody mentions manipulating the data, please bear in mind that manipulating the data means changing the data, subjecting the data for analysis. Please bear that in mind. We do have different DML types. They are insert, update, and delete. Let us look at them one by one. As a part of our earlier videos, you have already inserted the records. So whatever the records you inserted to the table, that comes as a part of the DML, that is data manipulation language. Insert command is used to insert the data into the table. You have already created a table. To the table, if you want to insert the data, that is when we use a insert command. How do we insert? You say insert into and provide the name of the table and provide the values according to the schema of a table. Either you can insert a one record or you can insert multiple records like this. More or less the same thing, except that we are inserting multiple records as a part of this insert statement. After inserting, the table looks like this. Okay, so insert table, insert statement as a part of the DML is one of the very important command to insert the data into the table. Assuming that you have inserted the data and your table is ready and you are using the table for your analysis purposes. Again, the data which is inserted for the first time, do you think that data is going to be permanent? No, we may have to change some aspect of the data. That is where update command comes into picture. What exactly update command does? Update commands will update or modify the existing data in the database tables. We can take an example and understand this. Okay, let us say in this particular table we have roll number, name, age, branch, and city. So there is a situation that the name Raman is changed to something else. In that case, we have to update this name. How do we do it? We can use a update command. What is the syntax for that? Use the update and provide the name of the table and say set, and whatever the column you want to set and to which column you want to set. And you can also use a where condition to update. You can update based on particular condition. So in this case, if I want to update Raman, what we can do is we'll say update. This is the table name, and we'll say set name to Ramanasri and city to Bangalore. And obviously you need to provide which record you want to update. That can be done by specifying the primary key. So after running this command, we'll get this particular record updated. Raman has been changed to Ramanasri and the city has been changed to Bangalore. There are situations where you may don't want to keep a specific record. That is when you can use a delete command, which is a part of the DML. What does delete do? Very simple. Delete deletes the records from a table in a database. Take an example. What is the syntax for this? Delete from name of the table and provide the condition. In this case, if I want to delete a record with the name as Pawan, maybe you are not liking the Pawan, we can go ahead and delete this record by using this particular statement. Like I can say delete from, this is the name of the table, and I can specify where name is Pawan. After executing this command, we'll delete that record having a name Pawan. Awesome. Then we understood all the important DML commands. Let us see the hands-on, get a hang of DML commands. What are the DML commands? We have insert, update, and delete. So let me get into a database called Blismos Academy. I am there. What are the tables in this database? Let me check. Okay, I have some different tables. I will go ahead and drop a student's table. In order to experience the insert, we'll create a table first. We have already created a table and inserted the data, but we are doing this as a part of the DML commands. We created a table now. So after creating a table, one of the DML command is insert. What does insert do? Inserting a data into this table. If I check the contents of this table, there is no data. Let us insert a couple of records into this. How do I do it? Very simple. I will say insert into students, and I'll provide all the column names into which I want to insert the data. I will say values, and I will provide all the values. I'm inserting multiple records in a same statement here. You can also insert only one record, which we have already shown in earlier videos. Done. We inserted some 4 records. Let us go ahead and see if the data is inserted or not. I'll say select star from students. Yes, we inserted the data. We completed one of the DML command. So as we already discussed, don't we need to update it? Yes, sometimes we need to update it. So what we will do now is we'll update the data for a record having a roll number 10,002. How do I do it? Very simple. So just observe before I do it. The record with the roll number 10,002 has a name as Raman and city as Delhi. We'll update that. The way I update that name is by using a update command. So I will say update students and set the name to Ramanashri, city to Bangalore. And we need to provide the roll number as well. Let me go ahead and run this particular command. Done. It is updated. You can see rows matched 1. That is the roll number is having a 10,002 and change is 1. Let me go ahead and check whether the data is updated or not. Select star from students. There you go. Raman has been updated to Ramanashri. City has been updated to Bangalore from Delhi. This is how we update, which is a part of the DML command. The last one of the DML is delete. It is not necessary that you always keep your data intact, right? You may have to delete some of the records. How do we delete? Very, very simple. What I am trying to do here is I am trying to delete a record where the name is Pawan. I'm saying delete from students where name is equal to Pawan. There you go. It is saying it is deleted. One row is affected. Let me run select star. You can see this record has been deleted. Excellent. We have seen the hands-on examples for insert, update, and delete. As a part of the data manipulation language, we understood how to insert the data. As a part of the DML, when we inserted the data into a table, we inserted that from a terminal. We provided the values to be inserted in a terminal and we inserted the data into a table. But if I ask you a question, in the project, assuming that you are deployed into a live project, do you think you will start inserting the data on a terminal 3 rows, 4 rows? Not really. Then how do you insert the data in project? We'll look at the different ways of inserting the data into a table. The first and foremost way of inserting the data into a table is in a standalone mode. Second way is inserting from files. The third way is we can insert the data into a table from other tables. Let us look at them one by one. We have already seen how to insert the data in a standalone mode. Let us try to understand a bit more. So when we say we are inserting the data in a standalone mode, we are inserting the data into the table either from a terminal or from any other interface. Here we are specifying the values on a terminal. Those values will be inserted into the table. Within standalone, we can consider a couple of options. One of the option is you can specify the column names and values to be inserted. Another option is we can only specify the values to be inserted. Let us look at them one by one. In case of where you have to specify the column names and values to be inserted, this is the syntax where we say insert into, will provide the table name and we specify all the columns which are there in a table and we specify the values. Taking an example here, if you see here, we are inserting the data into dancers table and we are specifying the column names. Number is a column name, a name is a column name, age is a column name, and country is a column name. And we are providing which are the values to be inserted into these columns. This is one way. Another way is you need not specify the column names. You just say insert into table and specify the values. As long as you are specifying all the values pertinent to all the columns, it gets inserted. Let us look at the example. Here, if you see insert into dancers, we are saying values and we are providing the values directly. No need to mention the columns. So these are the two different ways you can insert the data in a standalone mode. After inserting the data, we'll see the dancers table would have the data for all the columns. Moving on. Now, the next very important way or mode of inserting the data into a table is from a file. In most of the projects, we have to insert the data from different kinds of files. This is one of the most important use case while inserting the data into a table. We can insert the data by using a command load data local in file. If I ask you a question whether inserting the data into a table in a standalone mode is same as that of inserting the data from a file, there is a difference. While inserting the data from a file, you got to be more attentive. We have come out of the workflow which you have to follow while inserting the data from a file into a table. Let us look at the steps in a workflow. Whenever you are inserting the data from a file, first and foremost thing what you have to do is get hold of the file from which you want to insert the data into a table. Open that file first. I know this step looks very trivial, but you got to open a file. After opening a file, you have to scan the file. What and all you are scanning? You are scanning different aspects. You are scanning the fields in a file. You are scanning the separators. Okay. You are scanning, is there any new line? So you'll be scanning the file to check what kind of a fields are there, what kind of a separators are there, do we have a new line or not. After scanning the file, you got to identify the data types based on your analysis earlier. After identifying the data types and observing other aspects like separators and new line, considering all those things, we have to create the table. After creating the table, you can load the data from a file into a table. Isn't it awesome? Please follow these steps. Let us look at the syntax here. The syntax to load a data from a file in MySQL is, we'll say load data. This is local in file, means we are loading the data from a local operating system, and this is the name of the file. Here either you can directly give the name of the file or you can also specify the path in which the file is there, and we are specifying into table name of the table, fields terminated by, as I said, you have to pay attention to this while scanning the file, analyzing the file. So in this case, we are saying comma is a separator, and also we have to specify lines terminated by new line. And this is also one of the important option. Whenever you have a column headings in a file, you got to ignore them because you already created a schema for that, right? Got to ignore them. These are the few options in a syntax to load data from a file into a table. Just extending on the syntax, we are taking an example here. We are saying load data local in file. The name of the file is dancers.txt. Into table dancers2. This is the name of the table into which we are loading the data. And in this case, we have the fields terminated by comma and there is a new line. We are ignoring the first row because there are column headings. After running this, dancers2 table populated with the data. One more variation here is, it is not that always you want to load all the fields into the table, right? There may be a situation where you have to load only few columns from a file into the table. That also can be done. All you have to do is more or less the same options. You have to specify the fields you want to load into the table. Then what happens is only those fields which you have specified in the SQL query will be loaded. Other values will be updated as a null. Awesome. We understood how to insert the data from a file. The last option is inserting the data from another table. Why do we really need to do that? We can easily load the data from a file into the table, right? Let us take a scenario here. Assuming that you are in a project, in your project, you have to load a file having some 100 fields and create a table out of it. Now, subsequently for your analysis, you may have to use only some 20 fields from this particular file. In this scenario, what is the best option? You may have two ways here. One way is take this file, only take out the 20 fields which you are interested in, create a table and load that. Or you create a table from these 100 fields and load the data into a table. Always this option is preferred, where we will load the data into a table from one or other tables. This is also one of the important use case. Whenever you are loading the data from a table, you have various options. One of the option here is we can load all the data from one table to another table. In other case, we can only select the important columns which you are interested in from a source table and load that into a target table. Mostly this option is more prevalent in the project. Let us take example here. So in this case, if you see, we have a table called dancers. What we are doing is we have created a one more table called dancers 4, and we are choosing some of the records from dancers and loading into the dancers 4 based on this condition. So we are loading all the columns from the source table into target table based on a condition. The condition here is salary should be greater than or equal to 50,000. You can see only these two records have qualified those conditions and they are inserted into dancers 4. Here we have loaded all the columns. One more use case is we don't want to load all the columns. We just want to load only few columns. In that case, what we can do is we'll say insert into dancers 5. This is the dancers 5. We are saying only load num, name, age from dancers. Only we are interested in these three columns to be loaded into the dancer 5. So because we are only interested in this is how you load the data by selecting only few columns from a source table and load that into a target table. Awesome. We understood all the three important ways of loading the data into a table. Let us understand all these ways by doing a hands-on. Let's get started. I have logged into MySQL and let us see what are the databases here. Show databases. Okay, I have different databases. I will go ahead and use university. We are in a Blismos University, right? So university. Now, what I'll do is first I will go ahead and demonstrate how do you insert the data in a standalone mode. First and foremost thing is let us go ahead and create the table. You would have created a table multiple times. Let us create a table again. In this table, we have 5 attributes: num, name, age, salary, and country. The name of the table is dancers. So into this table, if you want to insert the data in a standalone mode, we have to type in the values to insert into this particular table. There are a couple of ways to insert in a standalone mode. One of the mode is, if you observe here, I am specifying insert into dancers. This is the name of the table, and I'm specifying all the attributes, num up to country. Then I'll say values, and I'll specify what are the values I want to insert into the columns of this particular table. Let's go ahead and hit an enter button. Awesome. We inserted these two records. Let us see the records are there or not. Yes, we inserted that rows successfully. Now, the one more way of inserting in a standalone mode is you say insert into dancers values. You are not specifying the columns here. Let me explain that here. If you see here, Earlier, when we inserted the data, we specified the column names as well. Let me show that to you. We specified the column names as well. If in this case, we are not specifying the column names, we'll say insert into dancers values, and I go ahead and specify the values. Done. Let us see how the data looks like in the table. There you go. Awesome. One more approach is you want to insert the data for only few columns. We can do that as well. If you observe here, we are inserting the data to only 3 columns, and we are specifying which are the columns into which we want to insert the data. So if you observe in the table dancers, we have 5 columns. In those 5 columns, we are inserting the data to only 3 columns. Done. Let us see how the table looks like. Select star from dancers. It inserted the data into num, name and country, but in other 2 columns, since we are not specifying any values, it inserted the null values. Wonderful. These are the 3 ways of inserting the data in a standalone mode. What is the next one? We need to insert the data from a file, which is a very, very important use case. In order to insert the data from a file, what you need to do is you need to have a permissions. Okay, the permissions mostly as a part of the project, you should already have a permission. If you don't have a permission, check with your admin to get a permission to insert the data into the tables. So what we have to do is, I'll show you, like, let me log out from this. Okay, then while logging into the MySQL, what you have to do is go ahead and say MySQL local in file is equal to 1 -u root -p. Okay, so and provide the password. Let me get into the university and also specify that you are setting the global local in file is equal to 1, where I can insert the data from local files, where you can insert the data from local files. Yes, we are all set. What we'll do is we'll create a table now. The name of the table is dancers1. All we have done is we have changed the name of the table. That's it. All other things remains intact. Do we have it data in this table? No, we don't have. We never know. Sometimes aliens are there. Let us check. No, there is no data. Let us insert the data into this table from a file. In order to insert the data from a file into a table, we have to follow some of the steps. What are the steps? First and foremost thing is you have go ahead and scan the file. Let me open this file. This is the file I want to use to insert the data into a table. So this file has how many fields? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And what is the delimiter here? Comma is the delimiter, right? So we have 5 fields and comma is the delimiter. So we did scan through the file. Accordingly, we have to create the table. So by considering the fields, by considering different aspects mentioned in a file, we created a table now. So after that, while inserting the data, by considering how many fields are there, what is the delimiter, by considering that, we went ahead and created a table, right? So if I want to insert the data into this table, what I need to do is I have to specify some of the options, which I'll show you now. So pay attention here. What I did is I said load data local in file. Okay, in file means from the file. Local means from the local operating system. And we got to provide the path where the file is there and also the file as well. And I'm saying into table dancers1. That is the name of the table. I'm specifying fields terminated by comma because if you cut the file, fields are separated by a comma. Okay. Then next thing is lines terminated by new line, because if you enter here, it is new line. Okay, so you have to specify that as well. Ignore one row. Why are we ignoring one row? Because the first row of the file is the column heading. Since we have already created the schema according to this particular file, we want to insert this first row. Okay, after that you run this and let us see whether the data is inserted or not. Yes, successfully we have inserted the data from a file into a table. So we do have different variations while inserting the data from a file. You can explore that on your own. The next important way we insert the data into a table is from tables. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and create a table called dancers 4 with the same number of attributes. Now, what we have to do is we want to insert the data from dancers table. So we have some 4 records here. In this use case, what we are trying is I want to insert the data from the dancers table which satisfies a particular criteria. Here if you see, insert into dancers 4, select star from dancers where salary is greater than 50,000. So we are inserting the data from one table to another table by specifying a condition. Let me hit enter button and see how does the data look like in dancers. Yeah, if you see, only those 2 records which is satisfying these conditions are inserted into this table. What if I want to insert the data into only few columns? Then you have to determine which are the columns you want from the original table. In this case, we are interested in only 3 columns out of 5 columns in dancers table. So we are creating a table called dancers 5 with these 3 columns. How do we insert the data from dancers? Very, very simple. So what I will do now is I'll say insert into dancers 5 and specifying the columns, and I'm selecting these 3 num, name and age, and I'll specify from dancers. See, we're inserting the data from one table, that is dancers table, into dancers 5 by selecting only few columns. Let's go ahead and do this. Now if I go and say select star from dancers 5, you have 3 columns selected from dancers 5. You may be wondering, can I combine both the earlier use cases? Yes, you can. So in the next use case, what I want to do is I want to select only 3 columns from dancers table and select only those records which are having a salary greater than 50,000. Let me create a table here. Then pay attention here. Insert into dancer 6. I'm selecting these 3 columns from dancers and I'm specifying a condition here where salary is greater than 50,000. So done. Let us go ahead and check the data. These 2 records satisfy this condition of salary is greater than 50,000. Awesome. We understood all the 3 ways of inserting the data into a table. DCL, as we understood, is a data control language. But the question is, what are we controlling here? We're saying data control. If you take a step back, we are using the DCL as a part of one of the types of a SQL statements. In the RDBMS, we have database. In database, we'll have tables. Now, if I ask you a question, if we have a database in any organization, does everybody need to have access to all the databases and all the tables? Answer is no. In that case, if you have a database or tables as a part of any database in any of the organizations, we need to control the access to the tables or databases. So DCL is used to control the user access in a database. It is concerned with the rights of a particular user. It is concerned with the permissions. It is concerned with the controls of the database system. All in all, DCL is very important to control the access of tables and databases to particular users in an organization. There are different types of DCL. They are, one is grant, another one being the revoke. These are the 2 DCL types, that is data control language types. What exactly is a grant? Very, very simple. Through the grant, we will grant a privilege to a user. When we talk about a privilege, we are talking about whether a particular user can access a database or not. Can he create a table or not? So those are the privileges we are talking about. So grant allows the specified users to perform specified tasks. We cannot allow all the users in an organization to do all the tasks, right? So that is where using a grant, we can give a privilege to a specific user to do specific tasks. So how do we use the grant? There are so many variations of granting the permissions, but we'll show a couple of them to get a hang of it. In this case, if you see, we are saying grant all privileges on star dot star. What is star dot star? Star is a database. It represents database. This represents tables. And test is a user. And that user is in this particular host. So we can say grant all means give all the permissions. All the permissions means to select, to create, to delete, all the permissions on all the databases in that RDBMS system. And star means all the tables in all those databases to the this particular user. So this particular user, after running this command, would have all the privileges. As we already discussed, it is not necessary that all the users should have all the permissions. So we can restrict for this particular test user, we can only grant a select on all the databases, all the tables. This is how you use the grant. Sometimes you would have granted the privileges to a particular user. He or she may change the team. He or she may change the organization itself. In that case, we may have to revoke. Revoke means whatever the permissions you already granted for a particular user, you are revoking that. You are removing that particular privileges to that user. So it is employed to remove a privilege from a user. Privilege can be again to select, to create, to any tasks on a table or on a database. How do we use it? Very simple. Instead of grant, you say revoke, and all other things remain same. All means all privileges on all the databases and all the tables from the test user, which is on a local host. In this case, we are only revoking the create. All other permissions will be left intact. Wonderful. We understood what is DCL and the different types of the DCL, like grant and revoke. We'll see how grant and revoke works as a part of the hands-on. To understand the DCL, what we'll do is we'll look at what are the different users currently existing in our MySQL RDBMS. So how do I do that? Very, very simple. The way I do it is I'll say select user from MySQL.user. If I execute this, you'll get to know who are the different users in this RDBMS. So we have root, test, test1, and all these users are there as a part of this RDBMS. In order to demonstrate the data control language, we'll go ahead and create a user. Now I'll create a user named user test. I am able to do that because I have a root permissions here. I am creating a user called user test. Wonderful. If I go and execute this command again, you have one more user created. So, and also while creating the user, we are saying the password for the user is Blismos at 123. And in one more terminal, we log into this user. How do I do that? Say MySQL -u, and what was by our username? It is user test. Let me copy that so that I will not make mistake. To ask me a password, I have to give the password which I provided while creating the user. Awesome. We are able to log in with this user, right? So let me work with this user. I'll say show databases. It has only one database. Now, if you see in this RDBMS, we had multiple databases, isn't it? If I go back and check the databases here, if I say show databases, I'm toggling between a root user and a test user. You can see there are so many databases here, isn't it? So what it means is, even though we created the user, this user do not have a access to the databases. Let us try to access one database. Okay, I'll say use university. Can you see this? Access denied for user test at localhost to database university means this particular user do not have an access to this database. Let us grant all the permissions to this particular user. How do I do that? Again, a simple one. To grant the permissions, I will come back here and I will say grant all privileges on star. Star means all the databases, dot star means all the tables within those databases. To which user? To user test. Let me go ahead and execute this. Now we granted all the permissions to this user and all the databases and all the tables in those databases in this RDBMS. Let us go back and check whether we have a permission or not now. Okay, so we got to exit this and come back. Okay, let me log in now. Now I have provided all the permissions to all the databases and all the tables in those databases. Let us say show databases now. Remember, have logged into MySQL using a user test user. The name of the user is user test. So if I say it lists all the databases now. If I say use university, earlier it denied because we didn't have permissions. Yeah, we are able to use it. Let's try to create some table into that. Let us say show tables and see what are the tables. We have the table name is students. Let us try to create one more table into this. Okay, I'll create a table called pets. You have done it multiple times. I'm trying to create a table with the name pets. Remember, with the user name user test. Done. Let me insert couple of records into this. Okay, let me see what are the records in this. Yes, we have couple of records like Pinky Bangalore, Dolly Mangalore. Nice one, right? Pinky from Bangalore, Dolly from Bangalore. These are the doggies. Okay, so now what we will do is we'll go back to our root user and revoke all the permissions. Revoke means remove all the permissions for the user test and see if we are able to update any records here. Okay, so or rather let me update one record here. I'll say update pets, set city to Chennai where name is Pinky. So I will do that. It got updated. Let me check. So essentially for user named user test, since we granted all the permissions by logging into a MySQL through user test, we are able to work on all the databases, all the tables, and we can do all the operations like select, update, create, everything. We will go ahead and revoke all the permissions for user test and see what happens. Okay, instead of grant, I will say revoke. Revoke means remove all the permissions, like revoke all the permissions. Yes, for the user test, I revoked all the permissions. Means I removed all the permissions for this user in this RDBMS. In this RDBMS, this user cannot work on any of the databases, on any of the tables, and this user will not be able to do any of the activities. Okay, let me exit this now. Okay, and come back and log in again. Okay, 1 minute. Maybe I'm giving a different password. I'm able to log into this. Let us see if I want to update, if I say show databases, it is showing only one database here. Let me see if I can use university. No, it is not allowing. So since we removed all the permission for this user, we are not able to access even the databases also. Let us look at the last thing and wrap up this hands-on. So what I will do now is I will only provide the select permission for this particular user and see what happens there. I'll say instead of grant all, I'll say grant select. Means you will not be able to update, you will not be able to create. You'll be able to only select. Let me give a select permission to this user saying grant select permission. Yes, I provided only select permission to user test on all the databases, all the tables. Let us go ahead and test this out. I'll say exit and log in back again. Okay, I logged in. And will I be able to see the databases now? Yes, I'm able to. Now let me go ahead and use university database. Yes, show tables. Let me say select star from pets. I'm able to select. Let us go ahead and try to update now and see if it works. How do I do it? Let me go ahead and say update. I'll update Chennai back to Bangalore. As of now, Pinky City is Chennai. Let us update it to Bangalore. What I will do is I'll say Bangalore, Bengaluru, and see if it works. So, no, it says update command is denied to this user. You got to know, right? We can provide the activity specific, command specific privileges to the different users by using a DCL commands, that is data control language commands. Wonderful. We do have various variations of this. We can provide access to only one database. We can provide access to only few tables. We can provide the permissions only for one activity like select. Like that, we can do all the permutations and combinations depending upon the requirement in a project. Wonderful. We understood how the DCL commands work through hands-on examples. What is a transaction? Transaction is a single logical unit of work which accesses and possibly modifies the contents of a database. So see, it may have multiple steps, but those multiple steps will form a single logical unit of work. Okay, it may or may not modify the contents of a database. Another way of looking at a transaction is it is nothing but a set of SQL statements that are executed on the data stored in a RDBMS. So what exactly is a TCL? TCL is transaction control language used to manage and control the transactions in a database. So why do we really need to control and manage the transactions? If you don't do that, whenever you perform a transaction, that may not be saved when it need to be saved. Whenever you want to roll back, that may not happen. All those options are provided by TCL, that is transaction control language. So we do have important TCL types. They are commit, then comes rollback, then comes save point. What exactly they are? Commit is a TCL type which commits a transaction, and we have rollback which rollbacks a transaction in case of any errors or if you want to roll back to certain point. Save point is a TCL type where you can roll back the transaction to a particular point. You can save to which point you want to roll back the transaction. Awesome. So in order to start a transaction, you need to use a start transaction. Very, very simple. The syntax for that is start and transaction. Let us look at all these three things one by one. First one being the commit. What exactly commit does? Let us say you have performed DDL commands like insert, delete, or update, right? When you perform the DDL commands, these can roll back if the data is not stored permanently. So commit helps us to save the data permanently. Let us take an example here. In this example, if you see, we have a table with three attributes, roll number, name, and marks, and we have a couple of records here. What we'll do is we'll update one of the record where we are changing the name Raman to C Raman. After running this update command, we will have this particular table updated from Raman to C Raman. In case if you don't commit after this update, it will roll back to the previous state. But if you want to save this data permanently, go ahead and run the commit. When you run the commit, this data will be stored permanently. That is how commit works. How exactly rollback works? Rollback gets the data or restores the data to the last save point or last committed state. One of those things. Here, if you see, the way we are doing it is, in this case, this particular table is updated into this. When you roll back, this comes back to this particular state. Let us take an example. In this example, if you see, we have same three attributes and couple of records. I will update the name of Bose to SN Bose. After this updating, we'll have this table updated to SN Bose. Now, for some reason, you want to get back to this previous state, you can use a rollback. After rollback, it will get back to the previous state. Awesome. Let us look at the save point. What exactly save point does? Save point saves the data at a particular point temporarily. Temporarily means until it is committed, the data is saved at that particular point temporarily. So why do we need to save the data to the save point? So whenever we need, we can roll back to that particular point. Why do we need to have this save point? There may be various use cases for this. Let us say you are performing the transaction. All of a sudden, there may be a power outage. So in that case, save point is needed, right? So save point is used to save the data at a particular point temporarily. Let us take some examples here. Okay. If you see here, we have a table with around 3 attributes and couple of records. For this, I will update the Bose to SN Bose with the update command. After the update, what we can do is we can save this state to save point A. Now, this is a save point A where we have updated the Bose to SN Bose. After that, let us say you have inserted one more record. Then this can be saved as a one more save point, that is save point B. And then you may have one more update done here. You can insert a value where the name of the person is Einstein. You can save this to save point C. You are creating a multiple save points because whenever you want, you can roll back to that particular save point. Let us take an example here. If you say roll back to B, it will roll back to the state at which you have saved the save point B. And if you roll back to A, it will go back to the state at which save point A is created. Isn't it awesome? Let us see all these things as a part of the hands-on. In MySQL, I do have different databases. I'll see which are the databases, and I will use university. Okay, let us check what are the tables in this. Show tables. I do have pets. Let us create one table before we start the TCL hands-on. So it done this multiple times. I am creating a table called students with 3 attributes: roll number, name, and marks. Okay, so these are the things. Let us go ahead and insert couple of records into this. So let us see whether the records are there here or not. Select star from students. We do have couple of records. Now what we'll do is we will set the auto commit to 0. The reason we are doing it is in MySQL, the commit is enabled by default. Since we are trying to see how the commit works, we are trying to set the auto commit to 0 now. We'll do that. Then we'll start a transaction. Very, very simple. We are starting a transaction because we want to do the commit. Now, what we will do is we'll go ahead and update one of the record. For example, now if I say select star from students, I want to update Raman as C Raman. Okay, it's done. So if I go ahead and say select star from students, it is updated as C Raman. When we say update, this is not saved permanently, right? To save it permanently, what you have to do is you have to say commit. Okay, commit, then say it will get commit. So even though you roll back, it will roll back to this particular point. Commit saves the updates permanently, right? That is what is happening. Wonderful. We understood how the commit works. Okay, let us move on and understand a rollback. Even though you say rollback, C Raman is there, which is the value which is there after update and commit is done. Means even though you are rolling back, it is not going back to this state because after update we committed it. Since we committed, it is saved permanently. Even though you say rollback, it is going back to the last committed state. Awesome. We'll see how the rollback works now. In a way, okay, I will set the auto commit to 0 again because we did a commit now. So what I will do is now I will go ahead and update the name. Let us say select star from students here. What am I updating? I'm updating the name of the boss as SN boss. Okay, this is done. Now I am not committing this time. We'll see how the update has been reflected. After update, we'll see how the data looks like. I will go ahead. After update, boss has been updated to SN boss, right? And not committed here. Okay, so if I say rollback and if I run, this gets rolled back to boss. A rollback takes the data to the last save point or committed state. This was the committed state, right? So commit saves the data permanently. We understood how the commit works, how the rollback works. Let us see how the save point works. I will go ahead, I'll update to SN boss because I rolled it back. Then I can save this to save point. Okay, I'll say save point A. These particular changes are updated to save point A. If you go and check this, select now, this is a update. This is a save point A. Now I will do couple of other things and I will say I will insert one more record. If I say select star from students, see one more record is updated. So I will say save point B. This record which we updated is the save point B. I will go ahead and inserting one more record. And what is this? Select star from students. Okay, I will save this as a save point C. Now we have 3 save points. So we are temporarily saving the update to that particular save point A, save point B, save point C. Now, if I want to get back to the B, in the B, we have only 3 records. What I will do is I will say roll back to B. Okay. Now, if you see, look at the records, we have 4 records. If I say roll back to B, then it will go back to this state. If I say roll back to B, go back to this. Okay. If I say select star from students C, it has gone back to the save point B. At save point B, we had 3 records. If I do the same thing with say roll back to A, it will get back to the original state where we had only 2 records. This is how we can use the save point to temporarily save the state of the updates or DDL commands, so that whenever you want, you can roll back to that particular state. Awesome. We understood how the commit works, how the rollback works, and how the save point works as a part of the TCL. Please do practice with different examples. DQL is data query language. This is one of the SQL types, as we have already understood other SQL types like DDL, DML, DCL, and TCL. DQL is also one of the SQL types. But why do we really need DQL when you have DML, DDL, DCL, TCL? Data query language is required to perform the queries on the data within the schema object. As we have already indicated earlier, when we have a data in a table, do we just store the data? No, we want to retrieve and use the data, right? So by using data query language, we access the data within the schema object. What do you mean by schema object? Any object which has a schema. What does it mean? For example, here we have a table. This is one of the database objects. Does it have a schema? Yes, it does, because we are specifying the columns and what are the column types and all other aspects. So main purpose of the DQL is to get some schema relation based on the query passed to it. Other way of saying, performing queries on the data or running queries on the data within the schema objects. So we understood we needed DQL to perform the queries, to run the queries on the data within the schema objects. But how do you run the query? How do you perform the queries? We do that by using a select statement. You will be using extensively across the different RDBMSs. So a select statement is used to perform the queries or run the queries. Either we use a select statement to select or retrieve the data from a database. What exactly is the syntax of a select statement? Very simple. All you have to do is say select. As you say, we are talking about a select statement. We can choose the columns which we want to retrieve, and you have to specify the table name. When you are trying to choose few columns, you can use the syntax, or if you want to choose all the columns, you can use the syntax. Isn't it? Syntax is very simple. Yes, it is. You may be wondering, there may be various ways of retrieving the data from a table in a database, right? Yes, they are. Let us look at what are the different ways. We do have different ways, like we can retrieve or select all the columns and all the rows from any database object. We can retrieve all columns and specific rows from a table. We can retrieve specific columns and all rows from a table. We can retrieve specific columns and specific rows from a table. Maybe by providing conditions. All these may happen as a part of the one table. You can also combine all these things as a part of two or more tables as well. Let us look at few of them as a part of this lecture. How do you select all the columns and all the rows? Let us consider this employee table with this data. We have employee ID, employee name, age, location, and salary as the attributes. Within this, there are 5 records. And if you clearly observe, these are the names of the singers: Alisha, Sunidhi, Shan, Falguni, Shreya. Of course, Indian singers. Now, in this, we have 5 records with different values. Okay. Now, let us see various ways of selecting columns and rows on this table. First and foremost thing is, how do you select all columns and all rows? Very, very simple. All you got to do is select star from employee. Employee is a table. Star indicates get me all the columns and all the rows. What is the result? This is the result. Then if you want to select all the columns and specific rows, how do you do it? Very simple. Here you can say select star from employee and limit the number of rows to 3. You can also use various other conditions by using a where class, but we are showing one of these cases. When you say select star from employee, limit to 3, it will fetch us only 3 records out of 5 records from a table. How do you choose specific columns and all rows? Very, very simple. If you want to choose a specific columns, you got to indicate those columns as a part of your select statement. Then it will choose only those two columns and all the 5 records. You can see only employee name and age is selected from a table containing 5 attributes. Then how do you choose specific columns and specific rows? All you got to do is indicate the columns which you want and also specify the condition which will filter and provide you how many records need to be part of your result. Awesome. We understood what is DQL and importance of select in DQL. And we also understood various ways of retrieving the columns and rows from a table. I have logged into MySQL. Let me see what are the databases here. Yes, I do have some databases. Let me use the university database here. Say use university. Yes. Let me see what are the tables here. Have a couple of tables. That's okay. We will be using the same table which we showed you guys in conceptual video. So let me go ahead and create a table named employee. How am I doing it? I'm saying create table employee and I'm specifying different attributes like employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary, along with the data types. Let me hit the enter button. Done. Do we have a data in this? No, we don't have a data in this. We have to load the data. Let's go ahead and insert the data into this. The way I inserted the data is I said insert into employee and I'm providing all the attributes into which I want to insert the data. I'm specifying the values in the braces. Okay. Remember, in the end, I have to provide the semicolon. Awesome. We have inserted the data into employee table. If I want to retrieve all the rows and all the columns from this table, all I have to do is employee. There you go. If I say select star from employee, it is retrieving all the columns and all the rows from a table. This is one way of using a select statement. The second way is if you want to limit, if you want to provide a condition where I want to retrieve all the columns but only few records, can say limit. It is limiting to only 3 rows. I have retrieved all the columns but only few specific rows. Okay. The next way of retrieving the columns is we can retrieve only few columns. How do I do it? Again is simple. If you see, out of 5 columns, I'm retrieving only 2 columns, employee name and age. In order to retrieve only few columns, I have to specify them. Select the name of the column, comma, another column. If you want to retrieve one more column, you can just specify comma and that particular column. So we are able to retrieve only 2 columns out of 5 columns and all the records in this table. So next one is you have to retrieve few of the columns in a table and few records. How do I do it? For that, you have to specify the name of the columns you want to retrieve and the table and specify the condition. This condition will filter the rows. Look at this. It retrieved 2 columns because we wanted to retrieve only these 2 columns and 2 rows based on this condition. As I indicated in the conceptual class also, these conditions can be specified in various ways with the different classes like where class. We'll see that writing the SQL statements, we got to remember or consider few of the points. They are, first and foremost thing is, SQL statements are not case sensitive. We can write the SQL statements in one or more lines. And we cannot abbreviate the keywords in SQL statements. And we can place the SQL statements in separate lines. In the end, indents are used to enhance the readability in SQL statements. Let us understand them in a bit more detail. So SQL statements or SQL statements are not case sensitive. What am I talking about? Am I talking about a capital letter, small letter? Yes, I am talking about capital letter and small letter. Hey Mahanta, you may be thinking this presenter taking me to the nurseries. Not really. We got to remember the case sensitivity in most of the programming languages, and SQL is also another important language. So when I say not case sensitive, whenever you write any SQL statements or SQL statements, either you can write them in a uppercase or lowercase. For the query to work, it doesn't matter you are writing in a uppercase or a lowercase. Can we mix and match them? Yes, you are free to do so. So SQL statements are not case sensitive. Can use either capital letters or small letters while writing the SQL statements. Let us take an example here. Assume we are trying to work on a table named employee. In order to fetch all the records from a employee table, I can say select star from employee. So in this case, if you see select and from are in uppercase or capital letters. This also works. Or you are feeling I really don't like the capital letters or uppercase letters, you can go ahead and write the same statement in a lowercase. This also works. But pay attention here. I went ahead and if you critically notice, I have typed the select statement in lowercase, but I have kept the name of the table in the uppercase only. So one more point you got to remember is SQL statements can be written in uppercase or lowercase, but the same rule will not apply for database objects. When I say database objects, I'm talking about the table name, view name, sequence name, and all those things. Whatever the case you have used while creating a table, the same case need to be used while using that also. You cannot write this capital employee table as a small employee table and expect it to work. It won't work because while creating a table, you have created that with the capital letters. Just to summarize, SQL statements can be either in uppercase or lowercase, and they are not case sensitive, but database object names are case sensitive. The next important thing is we have a flexibility of writing SQL statements either in a single line or in a multiple lines. It is entirely up to you. Taking an example here, I am trying to get the customer ID column from orders table. So this is in a single line. The same statement can be written in a multiple lines. So depending upon your need and your preference, you can write the SQL statements in a single line or multiple line. Both of them work. We are in an era of WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook Messenger, so on and so forth. We tend to abbreviate multiple. Instead of saying hello, we'll say HLO. Instead of saying I love you, we'll say ELU. While we are so habituated to abbreviate everything what we are doing, we cannot abbreviate the keywords in a SQL statements. Keywords must be specified properly. We are sorry, that is what SQL makes it mandatory. You have to specify the keywords properly. No scope of abbreviation. If you abbreviate the keywords and SQL statements, they won't work. For example, here we are saying select columns from table where condition we are giving. Okay. If you give this, it works. Instead of this, if you try to abbreviate select as a SEL, where as a WHR, it won't work. So be careful while using the keywords in SQL statements because abbreviation is not permitted in SQL. One more very important aspect is usually, even though we said either we can write the SQL statements in a single line or multiple lines, whenever clauses comes into picture, clauses like where class, we tend to place them on a separate lines because they are in a way indicating the condition, right? To make that condition explicit, we tend to place the clauses in a separate line to make it more explicit. The last one which we need to remember is, though SQL do not mandate the indentation, let me repeat, though indentation is not mandatory in SQL, we recommend indentation to be taken care to enhance the readability. So whenever you indent a SQL code, it is very easy to follow and it looks visually structured. Both of them are complementary to each other. If it is visually structured, it is easy to follow and understand. For example, here we can write this whole code in a 3 lines with a proper indentation so that it is structured visually and also it is easy to follow. Awesome. We understood some of the important aspects to be remembered while writing the SQL statements. Please do remember them. Bengaluru or BLR? I'm just wondering, is Bengaluru correct or BLR correct? Aren't both of them same? They are. Do we call this as alias? In a way, yes. What exactly is alias then? Alias is used to indicate that a named person is also known with another name. For example, Bengaluru also is known with BLR or Bangalore. What exactly alias is doing in SQL? Let us find out that. And why do we really need alias? When you are working with multiple tables as a part of your RDBMS, there are situations where your table names are long and column names may be very long. Whenever the column names are really long, readability is a problem. Either the table name or column names may not be very readable in some of the situations. That is when we can take a help of alias. One more time when we need a aliasing is whenever you are trying to join the tables, whenever you are having a subquery. In those cases, using the same table name may land you into some problem. To avoid that, we prefer aliasing when there are more than one table involved in a query. And obviously, whenever you are writing the SQL queries, column aliases are used to rename the table's column. Renaming the table's column for that particular SQL query. So how does the aliasing work? When we say aliasing in SQL, that is not a permanent name. Aliasing or alias would give a temporary name to a table or a column only while that particular query is running. It is a temporary name. So whenever you want to use a aliasing on the table, you are renaming a table only in that particular SQL statement. As we already indicated, renaming is temporary. It is not permanent. The actual table name does not change in the database. It is effective only in the context of that SQL query. Awesome. We understood what is alias, why do we need alias, and also how does alias work. Let us understand that with an example here. In this, we have an employee table with some 5 attributes, around 5 records. If you want to go for a aliasing on a table name, there are different ways of doing it. One of the ways, if you look at this, we have a employee, right? In a way, we are aliasing the employee table into A. And we are using that in doing some other activities like either retrieving a column or using that as a part of the condition. When we do this, This is what we will get. Okay, so we are trying to say get all the employee name and location wherever the location is Bangalore. So this is one of the way how the table name aliasing works. How does the column name aliasing work? That is also very simple. All we are doing is, if you see here, in our original table, we have the name of the column is employee ID, employee underscore name. So when we are trying to alias here, what we are doing is we are aliasing the employee ID as just ID, employee name as just name, and the result will have employee ID as a ID, employee name as a name. Awesome. We understood how the aliasing works. Let us look at a couple of hands-on examples. I have already logged into MySQL. Let us see what are the databases here. Show databases. Okay, let me use a database named University. Okay, do we have tables here? Yeah, we do have a tables. Okay, employee. Let me use one of these table which I have already created earlier. If you have not created a table, please go ahead and create this particular table. So I will go ahead and show you how the data looks like in a table named employee. This is how the data looks like. Okay, we have 5 columns: employee underscore ID, employee underscore name, age, location, and salary. So if you see here, the name of the table is employee. Within that we have 5 columns. Couple of columns have some underscore as a part of their name. Let us first go ahead and see how the aliasing works in terms of renaming a table. The way we can rename a table, this is one of the way. There are multiple ways. We are just showing one of the way. Is we just observe this query. I am saying select a dot emp underscore name a dot location from employee. You may be wondering, where is this a coming from, right? So what we have done is we have aliased employee as a here and using that everywhere. Okay. Now that we have used the employee as a, from there we are trying to get a employee name, location from a employee table. So once we alias a table as a particular name, that can be used as a part of the query. This is only temporary. Okay, if I say this, will get the details of this. In a way, we have aliased a table name employee as a. We are using that as a part of the query. How does the column aliasing works? Very, very simple. If you look at this query, what we are doing is we are aliasing emp underscore id as id, emp underscore name as name. When you execute this query, this is what we get. In the original table, the name of this particular column is employee underscore ID. Name of this particular column is employee underscore name. Resulting table, we are getting the column name as a ID and name. Wonderful. We understood how the table and column aliasing works as a part of the SQL. If I ask a question to you, are they similar or they different? More or less they're similar, right? When we talk about a data in a table, we may have a same data or we may have a same record or similar record, similar values. In some situation, even though we have a same record, similar values, we may have to find the unique values. Whenever we have to find the unique values, we can take a use of distinct. As the name itself explains, distinct is useful whenever we have to avoid the duplicate values in either a column or a table. So we use distinct to find the unique values. We use the distinct to avoid the duplicate values. Let us take an example here. So we do have a table called employee. We have employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary. Let us say I want to go ahead and get the age of the employees in this table. How do I do it? Very simple. I'll say select age from employees. Then it will return this particular column. If you observe, we have a duplicate record here, 22. But our requirement is what are the different age ranges in this particular column. What do we do then? We can go ahead and use a distinct, we'll say select distinct age. This is the name of the column and the employee table. That is how we find the distinct values in a particular column. Let us see how it works as a part of the hands-on. I have logged into MySQL. We have a table named employee. I will use a university and I'll say show tables. Yeah, we have so many employee tables which we have created as a part of our previous classes. Let me check the data in the employee table. Okay, we have employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary. Let us go ahead and use this table to see how the distinct works. In case if you have not created this table, please go ahead and create this table and insert these 5 records, which is very easy. Now that we have a table, let us go ahead and say select age from employee. We got age. What is our requirement? We want to get the distinct values. How do I do it? Very simple. There you go. Isn't it simple? We said select distinct age from employee. We got only the distinct values of this particular column. This is how we go about using the distinct. Before we really get into operators, let us ask some fundamental questions. Where do we store the data? We do store the data in a database in different tables, table 1, table 2, table 3. What do we do with the data? We store the data and we subject the data for analysis. And how do you do analysis? You can do analysis in multiple ways. One of the way is you do some operations on the data. How do you do operations? By using operators. Let us understand what are operators. Operators are the reserved word or a character. They are used in SQL statements, specifically in where classes. Why do we use them? To perform operations such as comparisons and arithmetic operations. So operators are the reserved word or a character used in a SQL statements like where class to perform operations like comparisons and arithmetic operations. We do have different operator types. They are arithmetic operators, logical operators, comparison operators, and bitwise operators. Let us look at them at a very high level as a part of this video and drill down in the subsequent videos. What are the arithmetic operators? Can you pause the video and just check? Arithmetic operators are addition, we have a subtraction, and we have multiplication, and we have division, and we do have a modulo. As I said, we'll understand them in detail in the subsequent videos. In the comparison operators, we have equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to. In bitwise operators, we have bitwise and bitwise or, and also bitwise exclusive or. In logical operators, we have lot of operators like all, and, any, between, exists, in, like, not, or some. Let us understand them in the subsequent videos. Wonderful. We understood what are operators and what are the different types of the operators as a part of this video. By the way, what are arithmetic operators? Whenever you are performing the analysis, you do operations. And most of the times when you have a data would have a numerical values, right? And what do you do with the numerical values? You perform mathematical operations on the numerical values which are stored in a database table, right? So arithmetic operators are used to perform mathematical operations on the numerical values stored in a table of a database. What are the arithmetic operators? We do have addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulo. Before we really start experiencing how this works as a part of the SQL, we got to discuss about the operator precedence. What do you mean by operator precedence? When I say operator precedence, we do have operators: addition, subtraction, multiplication. When you are performing the arithmetic operations, which operator has to be given preference, which has to be operated on first? That is what is called as a operator precedence. Operator precedence is more or less similar in SQL as compared to the generic operator precedence, whatever we have learned as a part of the arithmetic operations outside the SQL. Let us understand the operator precedence. Here, whenever you have a set of operations which involves multiple arithmetic operations like multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, all those things, out of all those operations, multiplication and division are given the first preference. Then we'll have addition given the next preference. Then we'll have a subtraction. So before subtraction, addition to be preceded. Before addition, multiplication to be preceded. So whenever you have a set of arithmetic operations, multiplication or division will be done first, addition will be done next, after subtraction will be done. What if you want to override the precedence? All you have to do is you have to put a parenthesis where you want to override the operator precedence. So that way, wherever we have a parenthesis, operations within the parenthesis are evaluated and performed first. That is also another very important aspect to be remembered. So we do have, as we discussed, multiplication and division takes the priority over addition and subtraction. If you have a operators of the same priority, in that case, it is evaluated from left to right. Let us say you have plus, plus, plus 2, 3, 4, 5. So these two are done first, then these two, then these two. It is from left to right. Let's take an example here. We do have an employee table with some 5 attributes: employee ID, name, age, location, and salary. Let us use this table and understand the arithmetic operators. So assuming that you want to add an increment of $300 to the existing salary, then what you can do is you can say salary plus 300. That will add the $300 to all the values of a salary, and it will create a one more column. So if you understand here, all the arithmetic operations are going by row wise. So salary is a column. For each of the values of the salary, 300 is added, and the result is written into one more column. We are only performing addition operation here. So what will happen here? What are the different operations here? We do have multiplication. Star is nothing but a multiplication. We have a addition. Can you think of what may happen here? First, the multiplication will be performed. Then for the output coming from this multiplication, for that 100 is added. For example, here 2000. 2000 into 12, that is 24,000. Then plus 100, that makes 24,100. I hope you got the clarity now. When we use the parenthesis will override the precedence. Here what happens is we'll have $100 added to the salary first, then that value will be multiplied with the 12. If you see here, it will be 2000 plus 100, that will be 2100, then into 12 would be 25,200. Awesome. We understood what are the arithmetic operators and how to use them in a SQL query, and how the operator precedence work. We'll see them in a hands-on. I have logged into MySQL. Now let me see which are the databases here. Okay, let me use university database. Okay, so I will check what are the tables in this database. I do have lot of tables here. I am planning to use a employee table. Since I already have a employee table, I will drop that down. So I'm all set. What I will do is I will go ahead and create a table named employee. Okay, you would have created the table multiple times by this time. I'm creating a table with the 5 attributes: employee ID, employee name, age, location, and salary. Let us insert some data into this. I am going a bit fast here because we would have done this multiple times. Awesome. So we have employee table and we have some 6 records inserted into the employee table. Let us scan through the data here. There you go. So we have employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary. And we do have some 6 records. Alisha, Sunidhi, all these guys happen to be singers. Let us do some arithmetic operations on one of the column. So can we do arithmetic operations on the columns which are string type or char type? No, you cannot. It doesn't make sense. So if I say describe employee, we have varchar, int. Okay. So it doesn't make sense to do any arithmetic operations on employee name and location. On the other hand, we can definitely go ahead and do arithmetic operations on employee ID, age, and salary. Let us pick up salary because all of us want a lot of salary, right? Let us do something on salary. In the first statement, what I'm doing is I'm doing a simple arithmetic operation. So for the salary column, I'm adding $300 or 300 rupees, whichever you want to count. For the salary column, I'm adding 300. Let us see what happens here. So here, if you see, out of the 5 attributes, we are selecting only 2 attributes, employee name and salary. For salary, we are adding 300. So what happens is, as a part of the SQL statements, we can use the arithmetic operations on each of the values in a column. For example, here salary 20,000 is there. For that, we have added it 300, that becomes 20,300. The same thing is repeated for all the values in that particular column, and one more column is created for the result. This is a simple one. Let us look at a couple of more things. In this case, if you see, we are also going ahead with the multiplication along with the addition. So if I go ahead and say these are the results. If you remember, the operator precedence is first multiplication will be done, then addition will be done. So multiplication, division first, then addition, then subtraction. So here 12 into salary, that is going to be 20,000 into 12. Then we are adding 100 to that. So this is how the operator precedence work. Now let us add one more thing to this. I will say minus 50. Let us see how it works. So even though I have given salary minus 50, that is not getting calculated or computed first. The way it is working is first multiplication will be done, then addition will be done, then the subtraction will be done. That is the reason you can see. So the final result is 2,40,050. Awesome. Let us look at how we can override this operator precedence. How can we do that? By using a parenthesis. If you recollect, just now when we used the multiplication was done first. But now we are overriding that with a parenthesis here. So ideally in this case, addition should happen first because it is mentioned within the parenthesis, then the multiplication should happen. Yes. So we have 20,000 plus 100 is 20,100 into 12 happens to be 2,41,200. The last one is a modulo operator. What exactly is a modulo operator? Modulo operator is one of the important operators as a part of the arithmetic operators. What does it do? Modulo operator will give us the remainder after a division. In this case, salary is divided by 2000, and we want to know when you divide the salary values by 2000, what would be the remainder? This would be used in multiple places for various purposes. Here we are trying to demonstrate how it works. Based on the requirement, you can use the modulus operator. Now 20,000 is obviously divided by 2000. The remainder is 0. 28,000 is also divided by 2000. Remainder is 0. But on the other hand, 39,999 is not divided by 2000. So the remainder here is 1999. So this is how the modulus operator works. This is the modulus operator symbol, but also you can use a function. How does the function work? Very simple. So the same thing, what you can do is you can say mod salary comma 2000. This is a function here. Okay. The same thing, instead of using a operator, we use a function here. One more very important use of a modulus operator is whenever we want to find a particular number is a odd or even, we can use this. How do we do that? Let us say I want to check whether a salary is a odd or even. Okay, all I have to do is divide that number with the 2. Wherever we are getting a 0 as output of a modulus as a remainder, then that particular number is a even number. Wherever we're getting 1, that number is a odd number. So we can use this also between the columns. So you can combine the modulus with other operations. Awesome. We understood all the arithmetic operations with a hands-on. Do practice. What are comparison operators and why do we need them? When you are trying to do analysis, you always try to compare between the two values. You compare between the two companies, you compare between the two products, you compare between different parameters. So comparison is one of the important part of the analysis. That is where we need to do a comparison by the comparison operators. Comparison operators are used to compare the values of two columns in the database table. As we know, we are storing the data in form of tables. In order to compare the data between the two columns, we use the comparison operators. What are the different comparison operators? We have different comparison operators available in SQL. They are equal to, greater than, we have less than, we have greater than or equal to, we have less than or equal to, and in the end we have not equal to. We'll look at them one by one. So what we will do is, before we look into the comparison operators, we'll look at the data. We'll look at the table which we are using to understand the comparison operators. We have a table called employee table. Within that we have 5 attributes: employee ID, name, age, location, and salary. We have some 5 records in this. So what exactly equal to operator is doing? Equals to operator compare the values and returns the value of the attribute equal to the given value. Whenever you are comparing the two columns, column 1, column 2, if the column 1 and column 2 are having equal values, then it will return a Boolean value, either it is true or false. That is one way of using the comparison operators. One more way is, we can take an example here. If you say select star from employee where employee ID is 2. In that case, it will only return where the employee ID is 2. This is how the equal to operator works. Then how does the greater than operator work? In the similar way, whenever you use the greater than operator, it returns the value which is greater than the given value. Take an example here. When you say select star from employee where salary is greater than 3,900, it will return only those records where salary is greater than 3,900. In this case, we have Falguni and Shreya having a salary greater than 3,900. What does the lesser than operator do? Just opposite of a greater than operator. In this case, it returns the value lesser than the given value. So taking an example here, in the earlier example, we selected the employees where salary was greater than 3,900. Let us do the opposite here. We'll select the employees where salary is less than 3,900. In this case, it will return these two records, the salary which is less than 3,900. What does greater than equal to operator do? It returns the value which is greater than or equal to compared to the given values. So taking an example here, we say if you want to get an employee where age is greater than or equal to 24, then it will give 24 and also any age which is greater than 24. In our data, we don't have any employees which are having a age greater than 24. That is the reason it is returning only one record. How does the lesser than equal to operator work? It returns the value which is lesser than or equal to the given values. In this case, we are saying select all the employees where age is lesser than or equal to 23. So here it is returning all the records where age is less than or equal to 23. In this case, you can see 23 is also there, 22 is also there. What exactly not equal to operator do? Whenever you have a situation where you want to filter the values which are not equal to particular value, in that case you can use the not equal to operator. It returns the value which is not equal to the given values. For example, here if I want to filter all the employees who doesn't have the employee ID as 2, I can say employee ID is not equal to 2, and this returns all the employees who doesn't have the employee ID as 2. Awesome. We understood what are comparison operators and different comparison operators available in SQL. I have already created a table called employee when I did a hands-on for arithmetic operators. Shall we go ahead and use the same table? If you haven't created the employee table, please go ahead and create and insert the data into that. So let me see what are the tables here. Show tables. I have so many tables, and within that I am going to use a table called employee. There you go. We have 5 attributes. Within that we have 6 records. So how do we experience the comparison operators now? Let's go one by one. Let us experience the equal to. So what I am trying to do as a part of this query, where I'm saying select star from employee where EMP underscore ID is 2, means I want to get only a record where employee ID is 2. So it will go through all the records and checks where the employee ID is equal to 2. It will fetch the record which is having a employee ID as 2. This is how equal to works. So let me iterate again. So when I said employee underscore ID is equal to 2, employee ID is a column. Each of the values of the columns is compared with the value provided here. Whichever matches this value, those records will be shown in the results. Let us experience others. So now we have another comparison operator, which is very, very simple, called greater than. Here the column what we have chosen is a salary. And we are saying wherever the salary is greater than 3,900, please fetch those records. Here we see all the records have more than 3,900. Let us try to give one more 0 here, and then we'll fetch the records only which are having a salary more than 39,000. So this is how the greater than comparison operator works. Let us experience the other way around, where we are saying give me all the records which are less than 3,900. Nothing is there. Let us say increase it. We do have a couple of records which are having less than 39,000, which are 20,000 and 28,000 salary. So it is going through all the records in this table, and it will give us only those records where the salary is less than 39,000. So other operators are greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. How do we test them? We'll say greater than or equal to. See, in different languages where you place this greater than and equal is very important. So in this case, we are placing a greater than first, then equal to next. Okay. We are trying to get wherever the employee have age more than 24, only those employees are needed for us. In this case, we have only 2 employees called Shreya and Sonu who are having an age greater than or equal to 24. And how about repurposing the same query for less than or equal to? It will give all the records which are having age less than or equal to 24. Either it is 24 or it should be less than 24. How about repurposing this query for not equal to? Okay, here we are trying to say please give me all the records where age is not equal to 24. That means it will filter the records where the age is not equal to 24. Awesome. We experienced the comparison operators as a part of the hands-on. What are logical operators and why do we really need them? Logical operators come into picture whenever you want to combine two or more relation statements. So you already have a arithmetic operators. You already have the comparison operators. If you want to combine the two or more relations to do some complex analysis by creating the complex query conditions, that is when logical operators come into picture. We do have multiple logical operators, but we'll cover few of them as a part of this course. We have and, we have between, we have in, we have like, we have not, we have or, we do have all, any, exists, and some. We'll learn how and between logical operators work as a part of this video. To understand how the operators work, we'll use a table named employee with these 6 attributes or 6 columns and with some 5 records. What does AND operator do? How does it work? AND operator is used to combine the two conditions. It displays only those records where both the conditions are true. I'll take an example. So here, this is our table. I know it is a little bit small, but it is visible. So in this, what if we want to get all the employees where their age is equal to 25? Here, their age is equal to 25 and their location should be Mysore. That is where we can use the AND operator. Means it will only include those records which satisfy both of these conditions, where age also should be 25 and location also should be Mysore. This will only include those records as a part of the result set where both the conditions are satisfied. So the answer would be Bhargav. If you see here, this guy is meeting both the conditions. His age is also 25 and location is also Mysore. How does the between operator work? Between operator is used to select values within a given range. You may encounter multiple instances where you want to get some data that is within a particular range. That is when we can use the between. Let us look at the example. So here, if you want to get all the employees who are of age from 22 to 25, that is when we can use a between. So here it will get all the employees who are having a age between 22 and 25. Isn't it intuitively named operator? Yes, it is. So with this, we'll get all the records which are having a age between 22 to 25. We'll see both of them as a part of hands-on. I have logged into MySQL. If you haven't, please go ahead and log into MySQL. Let me see what are the databases here. Okay, I have university. Let me use university. Let us see which are the tables. Do we have a table called employee2 here? That is what we are trying to use. We don't have a table called employee2. Let's go ahead and create that. Okay, so I'm creating a table to demonstrate the logical operators. Okay, so here I'm creating a employee table with employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary, and department ID, wherein employee ID is the primary key. Let me go ahead and insert few records into this. Let us see how the data looks like. Okay, I'll say select star from employee 2. This is how our data looks like. So what is it we want? We want to get a name of the employee who is of the age 25 and he should be from Mysore. How do I do that? By using a AND operator. Very, very simple. If you look at the way I have constructed the queries, select EMP name from employee to where. We are using a where class. Then age is 25. We are using a AND Mysore. It is giving the Bhargav who is having an age of 25 and Mysore. If you want to try something else, you can always try. For example, now if I say age 29, it is giving a empty set. As I said, if any one of the condition is met, then those records will not be included as a part of the resultant set. In order to include the records into resultant set, both the conditions should be met. Okay. Now what we can do is we can say instead of Mysore, if I say Pune, it should give us the record. Chandra is of age 29 and he resides in Pune. Let us look at how the between works. Very, very simple. This is our table. Let us say here I want all the employees who are aged between 22 and 25. That is the reason I'm using a between logical operator to get all the employees whose age is between 22 and 25. There you go. All the records where the age is between 22 to 25 are included in the resultant data set. Wonderful. We understood how the and between logical operators. What exactly in operator is doing? In operator tests if the expression matches any value in the list of values. So if you have a multiple values in a list like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whether you want to see if 2 from your side is matching the 2 in the list of values, that can be done by in. So one important thing here is in allows to specify multiple values as a part of the where class. It's kind of a shorthand for multiple or conditions. Let us look at an example. So here in this table, I want to fetch all the records with the employee ID 2, 4, and 5. All I have to do is select star from employee where employee ID in these things means in employee ID column, if you find 2, 4, 5, give me those records. So the result will be this. If you see, as I described, it's in a way multiple R conditions. Okay. And also you can specify multiple values as a part of the where class. What exactly not in operator? Not in operator is just the opposite of in operator. What is happening here? It will restrict the number of records written by the select statement. If you don't want a particular record to be part of the result, then you can use a not in. Let us look at an example. Here, if you see, again, we have a table called employee. If you want to exclude employee with employee ID 2, employee with employee ID 4, then we can say select star from employee where employee ID is not in 2 and 4 means we don't want these values to be as a part of our results. You can see except 2 and 4, all other employees are there as a part of the result. Let us look at them as a part of the hands-on. I am logging into Ubuntu, have logged into MySQL. I am going to use a database named University. So let me see what are the tables here. I do have multiple tables. I'm going to use a table called employee 2. I made a mistake. Let me correct that now. I'll say select star. There you go. This is my table. If you have not created the table, please go ahead and create it and insert these records. So in this, if I want to use in operator, the way I do it is very simple. I'm saying select star. I want to select all the columns from employee 2 is the table, where is a class, and I want to say employee underscore ID, that is the column. Only fetch those records where employee ID is 2, 4, 5. Okay, so it fetches me these records. Isn't it simple? It is very simple. We are giving a multiple options as a part of the where class here. Awesome. Then let us look at the not in. As we already discussed, not in a way filters the values which you don't want to be there. I don't want records which are having employee ID as 2 and 4. That's the reason I'm saying where employee ID not in. Okay, so then it gives me these results where employee ID 2 and 4 are not. There are other ways of getting the same results. Okay, what are those ways? I'll tell you. Okay, here instead of saying not in, I am saying where not. You can also say not department ID is equal to 1. Okay, so here if you see wherever the department ID is equal to 1, those records are not included as a part of the results. Now, one more way of doing it is by using a symbol. This is one more way of getting the same result by using a symbol. Here, if you say here, I'm saying department ID is not equal to 1 by using a symbol. One more way is by using one more symbol. Okay, I'm saying not equal to, this is a symbol. Awesome. And there is one more variation where we can include not and also between. The way I do it is I will say, you can see here, not between 22 and 25. We are combining two operators here, not and between. Can also do that way. Awesome. Then we understood how in and not in works. What exactly like operator is doing? Like operator searches for a specified pattern in a column using a wildcard characters. So assuming that you have a column where you have a character, you have some strings, you have some even the numbers. If you are trying to search for a specific pattern as a part of the columns, that is when you can use the like operator. So while using the like operator, you got to take a help of the wildcard characters. Two of them are percentage symbol and underscore symbol. You got to use the percentage symbol whenever you want to match with the pattern that represents 0, 1 or multiple characters. Underscore symbol is used whenever we want to match a pattern with the single character. Let us take an example here. So here we have a employee table. Within that, if I want to know all the names which are ending with H, I can use like and percentage. Percentage means I'm bothered about H. Whatever the characters preceding that, I don't mind. So by executing this, we'll get wherever the names are ending with H. How do we use the underscore? Underscore, as I said, it will match only one character. For example, this is one character and before that there is only one character. Whenever only one character need to be matched, then you can use like with underscore. For example, here I want 2 and whatever the before 2, I got to have only one character. Let us transition ourselves to R operator. R operator is used to check and retrieve the records when any one of the condition is true when two conditions are given. So it displays the records if condition 1 is true or condition 2 is true. It is not necessary that both condition 1 and condition 2 need to be true. If any one of them is true, those records will be fetched as a part of the results. For example, here I want to know where the employee ID is 2 or location is Mumbai. It can be employee ID can be 2 or location can be Mumbai. So that means that it will give you the 2 records. Here employee ID is 2. That is the reason this record is included as a part of the result. Here employee ID is 4. Why is it included as a part of the result? That is because one more condition called location is equal to Mumbai. That is the reason this record is also included as a part of the results. Let us see them as a part of the hands-on. Logging into Ubuntu. I've already logged into MySQL and I'll be using a employee2 table which I have already created. If you have not created this table, please go ahead and create. So this is the table I'll be using. So let us go ahead and check like operator. In this case, select all the columns from employee to table where employee name, this particular column, like percentage H. Percentage H means 1 or 2 or more characters can be matched along with this. It doesn't matter how many characters are before the H. Wherever H is there in the end, that particular name is chosen and all the records belonging to that are included as a part of the results. Let us vary couple of combination here. Okay. See here H is given in the end. That means preceding to that this can be any character. Let us give another one here. Okay. So here what I'm giving is B percentage, means it should start with B, but after that it can be any characters. So here it will give only Bhargav, right? Percentage means one or more characters, but in case of underscore it is only one character. So in this case I executed the query where it says select star from employee to where age is like underscore 2. Underscore 2 means I want to select all the records where it is ending with 2, but before that we need to have only one character. In this case we have 22 and 32. Okay, so if you reverse it, it will give all the records where it is starting with 2, ending can be with any character or number. Let us see how the R works here. As we already indicated, in R, any one of the conditions should be true to include the records as a part of the results. Here, either employee ID can be 2 or location can be Mumbai. If any one of them is true, those records are included as a part of the results. Since you have a first, in case employee ID is 2, this particular record is included. Look, oh, employee ID is 4. Why is it included? Because it is matching the second condition, that is where location is Mumbai. Awesome. We understood how like and are logical operators work. What exactly exist operator do? Whenever you want to test for the existence of a particular record in a subquery, then we can use a exists operator. It returns true if the subquery contains the rows matching the condition. Otherwise, it will return the false. Let us take an example here. We have a table called employee. Let us have one more table called department. So in department, we have department 1, department 2, department 1 is finance, department 2 is HR. Now in this case, exists here, fetch me the records from employee 2 where exists, wherever department ID of department table is equal to department ID of employee 2, only those records I would like to have. That is how exist works. For example, here all these records are having a department ID in employee is equal to department ID in department table. The next one is not exist operator. It is just the opposite of the exist. All we are trying to do here is whatever the results which are there in the subquery, those records I don't want. We want the records or results which are apart from this. That is when we can use a not exist. It will be a bit more clearer when we take an example. I have logged into MySQL. Let me use a database. Okay, so I have already created a table called employee2 in the database. If you have not, please create one and insert the records. But we do require a one more table called department. Let us go ahead and create that. I am going to create a table called department. So after creating the department, let me insert the data into this particular table. We have two records, department 1 and department 2. So my requirement now is I want to get all the records from the employee 2 where department ID of employee 2 should be there in the department ID of department table. How do we do it? Let's go ahead and do this. See, I'm saying select EMP name salary. I'm trying to select only the two columns. From where? From employee. I'm saying where is a class exists. So fetch me only those records. Rather, we'll do one more thing. Rather, we'll include department underscore ID as well, and it will be okay. So fetch me only those records where department ID in employee 2 table should be there in the department ID of department table. If I select, say, select star from department, you can see we have 1 and 2. Only those records which are having 1 and 2 are included as a part of the results. It says where exists. Okay. Then if I just go ahead and say this not exist, it will be opposite. It will be opposite. So here if you see department ID is 3, that is not there in the department table. That is the reason this record is included as a part of the result, and because we are saying not exist. Awesome. We understood how the exist and not exist work. By the way, what is an aggregation? Aggregation is nothing but an act of collecting something together. Someone wants to aggregate wealth. Someone wants to aggregate stamps. Someone wants to aggregate coins. Different people have an habit or want to collect something based on their interest. So what are we collecting here as a part of the SQL? We are collecting, we are aggregating a data. Aggregate functions perform the calculations on the multiple rows of a single column. So in a table, we'll have multiple records. What we do is, if you see here in this is a row, this is a row, this is a row, this is a row. If I want to aggregate, if you want to do a sum of all these things, I will say aggregate this guy. Okay, average customer balance, sum customer balance. That way it will perform a calculation like sum, average, count, max or minimum on the multiple rows, row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, and a single column. After performing the calculation, it will return a single value. Sum, obviously it will give a single value, average also same. Usually aggregate functions ignore null values, and a function named count will behave differently with the null values. We'll see that as a part of the count function. What are the different types of the aggregate function? We have count, we have sum, we have average, we have max, we have min. These are the important aggregate functions in SQL. Let us look at them one by one. Before we do that, we will be using a employee table with 6 columns and few records. What is that count? Look at the wonderfully flying parachutes here, right? But what is count? Count function, which is an aggregate function, counts the number of rows in a database table. If we have a table which has multiple columns, and within that columns will have multiple rows, it will count how many values are there in the different rows of a particular column. It doesn't matter whether the column is of a numeric type or column is of a non-numeric type. It counts both numeric and non-numeric data types. Even though there may be a duplicate values. For example, in a table, you say 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. While counting, it will not worry whether it is a duplicate value or a distinct value. It will count all of them. When you are counting on a whole table, it considers the null values also. But when you count on a specific column, it ignores the null values, especially in MySQL. So what is the syntax for the count? Whenever you want to use any aggregation function, this is the common syntax. We'll say select, and this is the aggregate function. There is a count function. Then we are providing a name of the column and from which table. We can also use the aggregation functions along with the other conditions. Even along with the group by and order by. Simple syntax. All I am trying to do here is I am trying to count the records in the whole of a table. So how many records are there? We have 5 records. It doesn't matter the null value is there when you are counting the whole table. So the count is 5. But when you are counting a particular column, which you can do here in this case, I'm counting a salary. How many records are there with values in the employee table? In that case, it will ignore the null values. Answer is 4 because null is there here. So you can count the whole table or you can count a specific column. You can also count by using a condition and by using a group by. So in this case, what happens is, since we are saying group by department ID, all the departments with the same ID will be grouped together first. These two is one, this is group 1, this is group 2, and this is group 3. So these are grouped, and then within that it will go ahead and find the count. Okay, we can also use the count with the condition. This is a condition. Okay, first this condition will be applied and that results will be funneled to the group by. Okay, then that will be counted. That is how it works. We can also combine the different functions. For example, I am saying count only the distinct salaries. This is the name of the column. I can also combine that. In this case, the distinct salary is 3. For example, 30,000 and 30,000 are duplicates. Null is ignored, so we'll have only 3 values here. How about the sum? Can we have any analysis without doing the sum of the data? At least in one or the other cases, we need to do a summation. How does it work? So sum calculates the sum of all the selected columns. Whichever the column you are selecting, it will calculate the sum. And sum makes sense only with the numeric fields. It doesn't make sense with the string or char data type columns. How do we use it? Very simple. As I already indicated, for all the aggregation functions, mention the aggregation function, that is sum here, and mention the column. And then if you mention the column, it will go ahead, add all the values in this particular column and display the results. Then we can also use sum with group by and order by. So here we can say department ID, sum salary from employee, and he'll say group by and order by. We are applying both of them here. Okay, in that case, we have 3 groups because 3 distinct department IDs are there. This is one group, this is one group, and this is one group. So this is here, and this is here. So within that, it will sum. For example, in the group 1, where the department ID is there, 30,000 and 75,000 are added, and that result is 1,05,000. This is how it works. You can also have a condition. If you see earlier, there wasn't any condition. Now we can also have a condition before we group the data. What happens here is this condition is executed first, and those results are funneled into group by and order by, and we'll get the result as 1 and 3 because the department 2 is not satisfying this particular condition. If you see, we want all the records which are having more than 25 years of age. We'll go with the average. What exactly average does? It will calculate the average value of the numeric types. It doesn't make sense to calculate the average of the character types. So after computing the average, it returns the single value, and the average is done for only non-null values. Because if you do an average along with the null, for example, here we'll have 1, 2, 3 and null value. See, this is 6 by 4. This value is different from 6 by 3, right? This is the actual average considering only these 3 values. So average differs. While computing the average, it will consider only non-null values. How do we use the average? As usual, the way we did with the sum and count. Here we'll say average and provide the name of the column in which we want to average the values and specify the from and specify the table name. For the employee table, what we want to do is we want to compute the average of salary. It will go ahead and compute the average of salary of only non-null values and give us the average of that salary. We can also use average function with the group by and order by. As I already indicated, first the grouping will be done. Within that, whatever the values are there, average will be done for this. In this case, there are two values in group 1, 30,000 and 75,000. Average of these two will be done and that will be displayed as a part of the result. What exactly maximum does? It finds the maximum value of a particular column. And how can we use that? Pretty simple. Max is a aggregate function. Name the column in which you want to find the maximum value from which table. In this case, we want to find the maximum salary in a employee table. So within this particular column, whichever is the maximum is chosen, that will be displayed as a part of the result. So we can also use the maximum with the condition. Remember, we can use all the aggregate functions with the conditions. So in this case, I want to compute the maximum of salary where age is less than 30. In this case, this will not be qualified. This will be filtered out. Only out of these records, the maximum will be computed. That happens to be 30,000. Minimum, just opposite of the maximum. It finds the minimum value of a certain column. What is the syntax? Instead of using maximum, use the minimum and provide the column name. In this case, we are trying to find the minimum in the salary column. Okay. We can also use the minimum with the condition. We want to find the minimum of the salary where age is less than 30. So again, this record will not be qualified because the age is greater than 32. Within these 4 records, the minimum will be found and that will be displayed as a part of the result. Awesome. We understood the important aggregate functions in SQL. We'll see them in action as a part of the hands-on. I have logged into Ubuntu. Within Ubuntu, I have logged into MySQL. So let me use a database named University. Yes, there you go. So within that, let me go ahead and create a table called employee 4. Again, you would have created the table multiple times. Here, I'm creating a table named employee 4 with employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary, and department ID are the column names. And we have provided the appropriate data types like int, varchar, int, and int. I created a table. Let us insert some data into this. You have already seen how to insert the data in our previous classes. So please follow the same thing and insert the data into this table. Let us check how the data looks like. I'll say employee 4. Okay, we have this data. Now let us get started with the count. If we want to count all the records in a table, what we can do is we can say select count star. That will count all the records in a table. So that happens to be records. We're taking a very small table so that you understand the function. So one of the first aggregate function is count. We have done a count star. That means here it is counting all the records from all the columns in a table. What if I want to count a specific column? I can do that. Before we do that, if you remember, we did tell when we say count star, it doesn't matter the null values are there. It will go ahead and count that particular record as well. But when we go ahead and count on a particular column, in that case, null is ignored. For example, here salary we have 4 records and we have null is ignored. we have a count of only 4 values here. That is how the difference is there. When you are counting the whole table, null is considered. When you are counting the particular column, null is ignored. We can also combine the count with the condition and also group by. How do we do it? Very simple. In this case, if you see, I am saying select department ID and I'm saying count star from employee 4 where age is less than 25. Group by department ID. How it works is, first it will go ahead and run this condition. Whichever the records qualify this condition, those records will be funneled into group by, and group by, it is grouping by a department ID. Within each group, count will be done. Let us go ahead and execute this. You see here, we have two groups, department 1 and department 2. Department 3 is not included because the age here is not less than 25. This record is not qualified because the age is greater than 25. This record is not qualified because age is greater than 25. This record is also not qualified because the age is 25, because our condition is age is less than 25. Only these two records are qualified. Within that, department 1 is only one record, and department 2 there is only one record. So this is how we can combine the count along with the condition and also group by. Let us see other functions. Next function being sum. So as I already indicated, most of the aggregate functions are used in the same way. I am saying select, then sum is the aggregation function. I am specifying column on which we are using this aggregate function. So this is going to give a sum of the all the values of a salary column. That happens to be 1,63,000. We can also combine sum with the group by and order by. So let us look at the data first. Select star from employee 4. This is our data. We have 5 records. You can see 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2. These are the departments, and we have a salary 30,000, 30,000 in a couple of places, 28,000, 75,000. So let us go ahead and perform a sum on a salary by using group by and order by. So what essentially happens is, first the group by happens. The group by is according to the department ID. So department ID 1, department ID 1, these two will be put into one group. This department ID 2, department ID 2, these two records will be put into one group, and 3 that will be put into one group. So then it will sum salary. So 30,000 plus 75,000, it will be added, and that will be displayed as a result in the result. You can see department ID 1, sum of these two records, 30,000 and 75,000. Then department ID 2, this is the sum of this record and this record, because this record happens to be null, 28,000. Then department 3, we have 30,000 because there is only one record here. That is how we can use a sum aggregation function along with the group by and order by. Then we can also provide the condition. It is not necessary that we can use aggregate function only with group by and order by. We can also add in a condition. So here, if I specify a select department ID sum salary from employee 4, I'm specifying a condition called where age is greater than 25. Then we'll say group by, then department. We are again grouping by department ID. Then we'll say order by department ID. We are using the same way as we did in an earlier example, except that we are adding a condition here where age is greater than 25. In this case, first this part is executed, then the result of that will be funneled into group by. After group by, sum will be executed. After sum, order by will be executed. Okay, here out of these 5 records, our condition is age is less than 25. This record and this record, only these 2 records qualify the condition. So here we have a department ID 1, department ID 2. Within that, we have 75,000 and 30,000. Let's understand how the average works. All the aggregation functions works in the same way. So we can average on a particular column. Here we are averaging on a salary. So all these 4 values are added and they'll be divided by a 4, because as we understood, null values will be ignored whenever the aggregate functions are executed except the count. So 40,750 is an average of these four values. So while taking an average, null value will be ignored. And in this case, all these four values will be added and it will be divided by 4 only. That gives us a result of 40,750. We can also combine the average with the group by and order by the way we did with the sum. I already explained how the group by and order by works. Here the syntax is select department ID, average, salary. We are taking average salary. So here, since we are grouping by department ID and ordering by department ID, so within the group, average will be taken. For example, the first group will have a two values, 30,000 and 75,000. That happens to be 1,05,000 divided by 2 will be 52,500. So we'll group by the department ID, and within that, whatever the values come, those values will be added and divided by the count of those values. That is how it works. We can also combine the functions with other functions. Like in this case, we are saying average, but we are saying average of distinct salary. Means if you see, distinct is also another function. So we want to find the distinct values in a salary column and want to find an average of. In that case, the distinct values will be taken, the average will be taken out of those distinct values. So let us say select star from employee 4. Can see here salary has 30,000, 28,000, 30,000, 75,000. So 30,000 is duplicate. So only one of this value will be considered. 30,000, 28,000, 75,000. Those three values will be added and average will be calculated out of those three values. We will see maximum and minimum. Very, very simple but important function, because in any of the data analysis, we got to use these functions. We have select and maximum. We are trying to select a maximum of the salary from the table. So that happens to be 75,000. If you see, out of these, 75,000 is the maximum salary. We can also combine the maximum function with the condition. I'm saying find a maximum from a table where age should be less than 30. In that case, only these four values will be considered. These three and these three. Out of these four, 30,000 is the maximum. Let us see how the minimum works. What we will do is we'll just repurpose this. Instead of max, I will say min. We'll get a minimum value from a salary column. Here it happens to be 28,000. We can also use the minimum along with the condition. I will say min salary where age is less than 30. That happens to be 28,000. Because we are saying where age is less than 30. Min salary for the whole table is also same. Min salary with the condition where age is less than 30 is also same. Excellent. We understood how important aggregate functions work by looking at the hands-on examples. What are SQL classes? Are we talking about a class of students? No, not really. We are talking about a classes in SQL. If you take a step back and recollect, why do we store the data? To perform analysis. While performing analysis, we encounter different kind of requirements, isn't it? You may want to analyze based on the age or within the region how the data is behaving. Like that, we have to analyze the data on various dimensions, right? SQL classes help us to do that. SQL classes help us to restrict and manage the data using valid constraints on the data in our databases. As indicated, it can be age, it can be region, it can be any valid dimension on which you are trying to analyze the data. So SQL classes help us to restrict and manage the data. So why do we need SQL classes? What are the use of the SQL classes? Let us try to understand that in a bit more detail. SQL classes allow us to apply constraints on the data. What kind of a constraints? It all depends on the project. Can be depending upon like how the buying pattern of all the people less than 20 years old. That can be a constraint. So they allow us to apply constraints on the data. They also help us to reduce the complexity of the query. Means by using the SQL classes, we'll be able to achieve what we want to achieve by reducing the complexity. With the help of the classes, we can filter the data according to our requirements. As I said, filter the data. Filter the data is nothing but we want to restrict the number of outputs we need for our analysis. We can use the SQL classes for that as well. SQL classes will help us to write the user-friendly queries which are easy to read and also read and understand. I hope you got what are SQL classes and why do we need them. We do have different types of SQL classes. What are they? We have where class. If you are writing a SQL query without using a where class, mostly your query is not complete. Where class is an integral part of any SQL query which allow us to apply the constraints on the query. We have order by class. So whenever we are analyzing, we want to see the results either in ascending or descending or some order you want. Order by class will explicitly decide the order of the output of our query. And we do have group by class. So within the group, you may have different regions, you may have different ages. So if you want to group the data and see how it is behaving, then we can use the group by class. What happens is we will not be able to use the where class as a part of the aggregate functions. That is when we use the having class. Excellent. We understood what are SQL classes and what are the different types of the SQL classes. What is where class? We already understood what is class, right? Now let us understand the where class with the 3 steps. Where class is used to specify a condition. Condition can be anything. Age greater than 18 or state is equal to Karnataka. So condition can be anything. So where class is used to specify a condition. After specifying condition, in case the condition is satisfied, those records will be returned. Where class is used to specify a condition. After those condition is satisfied, the records satisfying the condition would be returned. Awesome. Let us try to reiterate few more points in where class. Couple of more points. Where class will help us to filter the rows according to the criteria. That is what we are maintaining. Criteria can be a condition as well. Okay, and it limits the number of rows returned because we are specifying a condition. Only those rows which satisfy the conditions are returned. That way it is limiting the number of rows returned, and it works only when the mentioned condition is true. So how do we use the where class? We can use the where class with the select, update and delete statements. In all the cases, where class follows the from class, means whenever you want to use the where class, you have to ensure that select star from or from is used before you use the where class. Let us understand what is the syntax of the where class. Okay, so here if you see, we are saying we can use a where class is the select statement. I'm saying column 1, column 2 from name of the table. This is the name of the table, and we'll mention the where class and we'll specify the condition. This is the condition. Let us understand this with an example. We do have a table called employee here with few records and around 5 columns. We'll use this table to understand the where class. As I said, we can use the where class with the select, delete and update as well. Let us try to understand how to use it with the select. This is the employee table which we have seen earlier. What if we want to know who are the employees who belong to location Bangalore? In that case, we can say select employee ID and employee name. Then from where we are selecting? From a table named employee, and we are specifying a where class and we are specifying a condition or criteria. By executing this SQL statement, will get only those employees who belong to Bangalore, right? Here, if you see, we are selecting only a couple of columns. What if I want to select all the columns? It is very easy, right? All we have to say is select star from employee. Star means give me all the columns where the location is Bangalore. Wonderful. We understood how we can use the where class with the select. How about with the delete? That is also not very difficult. Let us say if I want to delete the employee with the name Alicia, because she would have left the organization. In any case, what we want to do is we want to delete a particular record based on a condition. How are we doing it? We'll say delete. Instead of select, we'll say delete from employee, that is the table name, and we'll say where class, and again specify employee name should be Alicia. After executing this, this will delete a record with the employee name Alicia. The result should include only 4 records. So how do we use the update with the where class? It is very simple. Let us say if we want to update the name of a person with the specific employee ID, the way we can do it is say update, then provide the name of the table and say set employee underscore name, that is the name of the column, to Sannidhi, where we are using a where class and we are specifying a condition. Condition should be employee ID should be 2. This will go ahead and update the second record from Sunidhi to Sannidhi. Awesome. We understood all the important aspects of the where class. I have already logged into MySQL and I am using a database called University. Okay. And here I want to create a table. The table I want to create is employee table. You would have created the table multiple times. I'm just copying and pasting the code. It already exists. So let me drop this table. Okay, we created a table. And let me go ahead and insert a couple of records into this. I'm inserting the records. You would have done this multiple times. Please type in all these things and insert the records. So now that we have a table, let me check what are the records in a table. There you go. So we have some 6 records with the 5 attributes: employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary. Let us understand the where class. Where class can be used with the select, where class can be used with the delete, where class can be used with the update. Let us go ahead and use the where class with the select. How am I doing? If I want to know all the employees who are having a location as Bangalore, the way I do that is I'll say select EMPAD, EMP name, only 2 columns I'm selecting from employee, and I'm saying where class. When you provide a where class, you have to specify the condition here. So I'm specifying a condition as location is equal to Bangalore. Location is the name of the column. So I'm giving this with the single quote. See, please remember, depending upon which RDBM is using, you have to provide either a single quote or a double quote to specify a condition. Wonderful. We understood how to select couple of columns. Next, what I will do is instead of selecting couple of columns, I want to select all the columns from a employee table where the location is equal to Bangalore. So we got all the columns here. Let us see how we can use the where class along with the delete. Before we go ahead and see how the delete can be combined with the where class, let us see what are the records here. Select star from employee. You can see there are 6 records. So these are the 6 records. Now what I will do is I will go ahead and delete an employee with the name Alicia. If you see Alicia is there, she is having a employee ID as a 1. If I execute this statement, it is done. If I go ahead and check, Alicia is gone now. Okay. So the way I am doing is instead of saying select, I am saying delete. All other things are same from employee where providing the condition. So it is deleting. The next thing is how do I update? Very simple. So if you look at this particular table, after you have deleted a row with the employee name Alicia, we have 5 records now. This Sunidhi is there, right? It's from Mysore. Let us try to update her name. Okay. How do I do that? Very simple. So I'll say update employee, set employee name as a Sannidhi where employee ID is equal to 02. That is, we are providing a condition where only update the name of an employee with the employee ID to Sannidhi, right? That's where it will go and search for the employee ID 02, and then within that record, it will go and search for an employee name column and it updates the value. Let us go ahead and check how it is appearing. You can see it, right? Sunidhi has been updated to Sannidhi. Awesome. We understood how we select the where class with select, delete, and update. If I ask you a question, when you are analyzing the data, often you will end up in a situation you want to see the highest salary in a particular company or lowest salary in a particular company, or which region has made the highest sales. How do we accomplish that? We can accomplish that in SQL by using a order by class. So order by class will help us to sort the records based on the specific column of a table. If you have multiple columns, let us say employee ID, employee name, employee salary, we can go ahead and sort the records on a salary column. So order by class will help us to sort the records based on the specific column of a table. How can we sort? We can sort in ascending order or a descending order, depending upon your requirement. Let us look at a syntax. Syntax is very, very simple. What you are trying to do is you are trying to say select and star all the records from a table. You have to provide the table name and you are specifying order by class here. Okay. Say order by and you are specifying the name of the column. For example, earlier we have to provide salary, and also you want to specify whether you want to sort this column in a ascending order or a descending order. Do I have a choice not to provide this? Yes. If you don't provide ascending or descending, by default it will sort the values by ascending order. Let us look at a couple of other variations of the syntax. So here what we can do is we can also select only couple of columns from a table, and also you can order by more than one column. Here we are trying to order by more than one column. That also can be done. And also you can specify the order by post the where condition. If you see here, we are saying select column list, whatever the column you want to select from a table, and you're specifying the condition. Post that I'm using a order by with the column list. There are different ways of using the order by class. One of the ways we can use it only for sorting the values based on ascending order. Within that, we can also see how we can use the ascending order with the null values. And also how we can use the order by class for a descending order. Then within that, the same thing, how we can use the order by class descending order with the null values. How if you want to use both ascending order and descending order together. Awesome. We understood order by class at a high level. Let us look at the table which we are going to use. This is the table which we are going to use to understand how to use the order by to sort the data in an ascending order. The table is having 6 columns, 1 up to 6, and it has certain number of records. We're going to use this particular table. As we already discussed, if you want to sort a column by ascending order, all you have to do is say select star from employee. Employee is a table name, and use order by and specify the column on which you want to order by. Here in this case, we are ordering by age. If you look at this, is what is the column on which we are trying to sort. After executing this statement, this is what is the result set is going to be. If you see, all the values in the age column are sorted in an ascending order. So 22, 23, 25, 29, 32. The other values belonging to this age will also be placed in the first row. Let us look at other variations. If you want to use a column number to sort the values, you can also do that. All you can do is say select star, because I'm selecting all the values, and say employee, say order by 2. That means say that we are sorting the column second. That happens to be employee name. You can see it has been sorted according to the alphabetical order, like Aparna, Ashwini, Prakash, Saina, and Sindhu. In the previous scenario, we selected all the columns and it say order by 2. But what if we want to select only few columns and give the column number to sort. In that case, what we have to be doing is we have to provide the column names, employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary, and provide the column number on which we have to sort. You have to be careful here. If you are providing order by 5, that means to say that you have to give all the names of the columns until the column number 5. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So after executing this statement, this particular column is sorted: 2,800, 30,000, 39,000, 75,000, 85,000. We can also use order by class with the condition. Here in this case, we are trying to say, I want to order by salary. Salary is the name of the column. But before that, we are providing a condition where salary is greater than 30,000. Now what happens is, first this will be executed. Results of that will be funneled to order by. Now what happens is, you can see here the salaries which are above 30,000 are 39,000, 75,000, 85,000. So those salaries will be sorted. Let us see all of them as a part of our hands-on. I have logged into MySQL, and within MySQL, I want to get into a database named University database chain. Let me go ahead and create a employee table with few attributes which I want to use to demonstrate the order by. So here we created a table called employee3 with these 6 attributes. Let me insert some data into this. So I'm inserting the data into employee3. Okay, awesome. We inserted the data. Let us see how the data looks like, so that we'll understand how the order by works. This is how our data looks like. 6 columns: employee ID, name, age, location, salary, and department ID. If I want to order by age, how do I do it? Very simple. Say select star from employee 3, say order by, say age. Awesome. You can see all the values in a age column are sorted in an ascending order: 22, 23, 25, 29, 32. What if I want to use the column number? What we'll do is, instead of saying age, this age column is the 3rd column, right? I'll go ahead and say 3. You can see the same results. I can use a column name or a column number to sort the values of a particular column. Let's use some other variations. Like, what if I want to order by a column number, but I want only few columns to be selected? In this case, I'm trying to select emp_name. So it doesn't work. That is what I specified as a part of the concept. Now, how do I fix this? Very simple. What you have to do is, if you have to fix this, I'll say select employee name, then you have to specify employee ID also and say age as well. Let us see if it works. Yes, it does work. Okay. Let us take a one more variation of this. So let us say I want to order by column number 5. How does it work? It doesn't work. Again, to fix this, you have to provide all the columns, because 5th is a column. It's almost the last column. You have to specify all the columns. Only in that case it works. How do we use the order by class with the condition? Very, very simple. Let us say select star from employees 3. I'm specifying a condition where salary is greater than 30,000. If you see, only 3 records are having a salary greater than 30,000. So after that, I am saying order by salary. It will take only those records which are having a salary greater than 30,000. What if I want to order by 2 columns? Yeah, you can also do that. See here, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to order by employee name and department ID. Let us execute and see how it works. So first, employee name is considered for sorting. Here you can see employee name is sorted by in alphabetical order. After that, second column department ID comes into picture, where within this, if there are any Aparnas, then within that this will be sorted. Since there are no multiple Aparnas, we have Aparna 1, Ashwini 1, Prakash 3, Saina 2, and Sindhu. We can also order by 2 columns, but first column takes the precedence. That will be sorted first, and within that, if there are any multiple values, those values will be sorted for the second column. Awesome. We understood how to use the order by to sort the values in an ascending order. We'll be using this particular table called employee with around 6 attributes and some 5 records. So let's get started. If you want to sort a particular column in a descending order, then you can use a keyword called DAC. In the previous video, you have observed we didn't specify anything called ascending order. What it means is, whenever you don't specify whether it is a descending or ascending, by default it will sort the values in ascending order. But if you want to sort values in a descending order, you have to specify this keyword. In this case, we are trying to say select all the columns from a table called employee and order that by age. And whenever you are sorting, ensure that it should be sorted in a descending order. With that, if you see, this particular column is sorted in a descending order, like 32, 29, 25, 23, 22. What if you want to sort in a descending order with the column number? Very simple. All you have to do is specify the column name and specify the keyword called descending. If you see, the second column has been sorted in a descending order of a alphabet, like S, Sindhu, and then up to Aparna. If you want to sort based on a column number, but if you want to choose specific columns, then how do we do it? So let us say I am saying here select EMP EMP name, age from employee, order by 4th. I am saying order by the 4th column. Will it work? No, it will give an error. Next example, select EMP EMP name, age from employee, order by 6th column. Will it work? Again, it will give an error, because whenever we provide a column number on which we have to sort, then you have to specify the columns up to that particular column. Otherwise, it will give an error. So how do we fix that? Please provide all the columns up to that column, like employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary, because they are saying order by 5. So that will sort the salary, right? See, it is in a descending order. Then we can also sort by descending order using the order by class and combine that with the condition. In this case, we are saying order by salary in a descending order, and we are combining that with a condition where salary should be greater than 30,000. So first this will be executed. These results will be funneled into order by. So we'll get a result like this, where out of 5 records, all the records which are having more than 30,000 will be selected. Within that, the records are arranged in a descending order based on the salary. We can also use the order by class on 2 columns. Both the columns can be in a descending order. In this case, if you see, we are saying descending order employee name, descending order employee ID. Whichever the first column, that will take a precedence, and it will provide the names in a descending order, and within this, whatever the names, what are the departments are there, those will be arranged in a descending order. So if the more records are there with the name Sindhu, it will arrange this in a descending order, and within this, if there are any variations like 1, 2, like that, it will order that in a descending order. Let us see this as a part of the hands-on. So I have logged into MySQL, and I'll be using a database called University. So within that, I will create a table called employee 3. I create a table called employee 3, and then I will insert some records here. Okay, so if I want to order by select star from employee 3 order by age, and you have to provide DSE, right? It will sort the age column in the descending order. You can see 32, 29, 25, 23, 22. What if you want to order by in a descending order by using a column name? You can do that with the column name as well. So same result, because the age is the third column. Okay, let us look at other variations. Like, let us say in this particular condition, I'm saying select employee name from employees 3 order by 2. Will it work? Just remember, no, it will not work. It will throw a error. So how do I fix this? Very, very simple. The way you can fix this is by providing all the columns till that. If you provide all the columns up to that point, it will work. This is how you can fix this. You can go ahead and sort a particular column in a descending order, combining that with a condition. What I am doing here is I am combining a condition called where salary should be greater than 30,000 and order by salary in a descending order. Remember, we are providing a keyword called DAC to sort the records in a descending order. For example, here salary is sorted in a descending order. You can see here we are sorting two columns in a descending order. One is employee name, department ID. This column is sorted in a descending order. This column takes the priority first. After this column takes the priority because we have mentioned the employee name column as the first column while writing a query. So this column will be given preference first. After that, within this, let us say two Sindhus are there, and within that there are 1 and 2 departments. Then Sindhu will be written and 2 1 will be written. Then we'll get a result as Sindhu and 2 and 1. Awesome. We understood how to sort in a descending order by using a order by class. First question arises to our mind is, can we use a combination of ascending and descending? Yes, we can. But one important thing is we can have a ascending order on one column and we can have a descending order on another column. We cannot have ascending and descending order on the same column. That may not be possible. That doesn't make sense. Okay, we'll take an example here. We have a table called employee with these records like employee ID, name, age, location, salary, and department ID, and we have some 6 records here. If you want to sort columns both on ascending and descending order, what you have to do is select star from employee. This is the table name, order by, and specify the columns. For example, employee name, by default, it will take the ascending order, and I'm specifying one more column. This is another column, and I'm specifying keyword as a DAC, that is a descending order. That means sort this particular column on ascending order, sort this particular column on a descending order. But as we always indicated, the first column takes the priority. Means this will be sorted first, and within those values sorted next in the second column. Let us look at the results. For example, here employee name, you can see Aparna, Ashwini, Prakash, Sayana, and Sindhu. So within Ashwini, if you see, the department ID sorted in a descending order. This is how ascending and descending can be combined in the same statement for different columns. We can also do other way around. For example, here I am trying to say sort the employee name in a descending order and department ID in a ascending order. If it is confusing for you, you can mention department ID ASCs. That way you will always know this is in a descending order, this is in a ascending order. If you look at the results here, you can see employee name is sorted in a descending order, that is in a alphabetical descending order. Sindhu comes first, Aparna comes last, and within this the department is sorted in a ascending order because we are trying to sort that in ascending order. Let us look at this by a hands-on example. I am going to use a database called university. Within that, I have already created a table called employee 3. I'm going to use the same table, but what I will do is I'll add few more records into this. I added few more records. Let me go ahead and see these records are there. So now if I want to use both ascending and descending, all I have to do is you choose the column on which you want to do ascending. For example, here I am saying employee 3 order by employee name in a ascending order. Because I am not specifying anything, it will take a default ascending order and department ID in a descending order. Here if you see Aparna, 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 all three different Aparnas, because employee ID is different. But we are trying to say sort the employee name in a ascending order. So it has started Aparna, 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 Ashwini, Prakash, Prakash, Saina and Sindhu. Now if you see here, it sorted the first column in a ascending order. Now within whatever the values in this department is sorted in a descending order. See, within Aparna it is 3 to 1 and within Prakash it is 4 3. So whenever you are trying to order by on two columns, the first column is given preference. The values of a first column are sorted, and then if the same values are there in a first column, within that second column values are sorted. I hope it is clear. Let us do this in a different manner. Okay, I'll say ESC and I will go ahead and say ESC. You can see employee name is sorted in a descending order. Sindhu comes first, Apana comes last. And within this, Prakash is there. Within this, I want department ID to be ascending order. So 3, 4 is there. Within Aparna, I can see 1, 2, 3 because I want this to be in a ascending order. Also, I can say instead of saying this, I will say DAC. So if you see within employee name, it is sorted in a descending order. Then within department ID also it is sorted in a descending order. For example, here Prakash, it is 4 3. Aparna 3 2 1. Wonderful. We understood how to order by in a ascending order and also descending order on two different columns. Please do practice. We are using this particular table called employee table. So we have been using the same table for our previous videos on order by class, but we have added one more column called commission as a part of this particular table. So this is how the data looks like. We have some few records with the values and we have few records with null values. If you want to sort the commission column in an ascending order, how do you do it? So you'll say select star from employee order by commission. So commission, if you're not specifying anything, by default, we are saying please sort it in an ascending order. So what will happen now as a part of the result? There you go. Null values will be listed first, then followed by the values in an ascending order. What it means is as compared to the 0, null values are listed before the 0 and followed by sorting the numbers in an ascending order. What if I don't want to see the null values in the beginning? I want to see the null values in the end. Then you have an option. What you can say is select star from employee order by commission is null. Means you are trying to indicate that I want to send these null values to the end of the table. That way I am not seeing these null values. So by having this option, all the null values are pushed to end. You have one more option to accomplish this, that being coalesce. Say coalesce commission and say 1, all the null values are pushed to the end. Let us see this as a part of the hands-on. Okay, I have logged into MySQL and within that I'm going to use a database called university, and we have already been using a table called employee 3 for our order by hands-on. Let me bring up that. If you have not created this table, kindly go ahead and create this table and insert these data. You would have done it multiple times. What we'll do is we'll add couple of more things to experience the ascending order with nulls. So what I will do is I will go ahead and add one more column by using alter statement, alter table employee 3, add column named commission, and that happens to be decimal data type. So I added it. Okay. If you see how is our table look, all the null values are introduced. When you add a new column to existing table, by default nulls are introduced in MySQL RDBMS. Let us add couple of values into this. I will run some of the things here. You can also update these. I'm saying update employee 3 set commission to 0.25, 0.55 for employee ID with 2, and 0 for the employee ID 3. Okay, you can just update the values for few records in this table. Now we are all set to experience how order by class in an ascending order works with null values. We'll go ahead and check how the table looks like now. This is our table. You can see we have some 5 null values in the commission and some 3 records with values. Let us go ahead and order by on a commission now. So I'm just saying select start from employee 3, order by commission. As we discussed in a conceptual class, you can see null values are listed first. Okay, then followed by 0, then rest of the values are sorted in a ascending order. What if I want to change this order? As we already discussed, we have a couple of options for that. One of the option is order by, we have to say commission is null, then bring up the commission. So that way all the null values are pushed to the end of the table, and only the records with values are sorted in the initial records. You can also achieve this by using a coalesce function. We did the same thing by the function. What we use is a coalesce and commission comma 1 that push the null values to the end of the table, to the end of the results. Awesome. We understood how sorting by order by behaves with the null values. Order by class with null values will use employee table with one more column called commission. So if you go ahead and say select star from employee order by commission descending, okay, that means we are trying to say sort all the values in a commission column in a descending order. How does it work? It will look at all the values in a commission and go choose the highest value first, and from there it will go on sorting in a descending order, and null values are pushed to the end of the results. What if you want to get the null values in the beginning of the results? You may not do it, but there is an option. So you can do it by saying commission is not null and commission descending. So that way it will bring back the null values in the beginning of the result. You can do that also with one more option called coalesce. You say coalesce commission 1 descending order. In that case, it will bring back the null values in the beginning of the results, and rest of the values are sorted in a descending order. Let us experience this in a hands-on. I'm using a table which I have already created while demonstrating the order by class ascending order with null values. Let me show that table to you. This is the table which I am going to use. If you have not created this table, please go ahead and create and insert these values. Let us see how the sorting behaves when we go with the descending. So here, if you see select star from employee 3, I'm saying order by, and commission, I'm specifying it as a descending. So the values which are in null are sorted in a descending order, and all the null values are pushed to the end of the results. What if I want to change the order, want to bring back, then you can go ahead and use a couple of ways. First way being, say commission is not null, then say commission descending. It will list all the null values in the beginning of the result, and the same thing can be achieved with the coalesce. function. Okay, let me show that to you. The same thing is achieved by coalesce, except we are saying descending here. Okay, awesome. We understood how sorting behaves when null values are present as a part of the column. What is this group by? What is this grouping all about? Grouping is nothing but arranging identical data into groups. We do grouping in multiple places. For example, we want to group the people with the same color. We want to group based on the height. We want to group based on the age. We want to group based on multiple factors. We want to group based on multiple parameters. So when we are playing with the data, we also need to group based on particular parameter. If you look at the transactions in Amazon or Flipkart, if a CAO of India wants to get the data on a region wise, on a state wise, on a district wise, that is when you have to go for a grouping of the data based on either a state or a region. So usually grouping is used with the aggregate functions like sum, maximum, average, those aggregate functions. Whenever we are doing an analysis, we usually perform the calculations based on the groups of the data. As I indicated, calculations can be sum of region wise sales. Calculations can be average of marks obtained by students in a class. So usually we perform calculations based on the groups for various purposes. In that case, what we do is when you look at the table, in the table, group the data based on one column and do the aggregations on other column. For example, first thing is whenever you want to group, you will specify the column on which you like to group. As I said, if you are looking at a Amazon or Flipkart, in that case, if you want to get the region wise sales, you will group based on the region. If you want to get the state wise sales, you will group based on the state. And within that, you specify the aggregation. Within region, do you want a sum or an average or what is that you want? When we look at the example, it will be bit more clearer. Usually, whenever you are using a group by class, first we provide a condition with the where class, then followed by group by, then followed by order by. This is the sequence what we follow while using the group by in SQL. How do we really use the group by? The syntax goes like this. We can select the columns and we can specify the function. This is the aggregation function. As I said, it can be sum, it can be average, it can be min, it can be any aggregation functions. And specify the table name. Where is a condition? If you want to specify, you can specify. Otherwise, you can directly go ahead and specify the group by. A column on which you are trying to group by, followed by order by. It is not necessary that you need to use where and order by whenever you use the group by, but we are indicating how usually we use the group by as a part of any common SQL queries. Let's take an example and understand group by in detail. So this is the employee table where we have around 6 columns, employee ID to department ID, and we have around 8 records. Let us understand the group by with this data. Let us say you want to know the sum of a salary in each of the departments. Then you can say select the department ID. It is just a selection. You have to say sum of the salary. This is a aggregation function and this is the name of the column. Then specify the table name and specify the column on which you want to group by. I want to group by here on the department ID. So how does this work? Pay attention here. When you say group by department ID, in this particular column, it will look for the same values. In this case, one, another one. This is formed as a group one. Okay. In this group, it will go and find the sum of the salaries. a column on which you are trying to group by, and within each of the group, this aggregation function will be applied. So now we are saying sum of the salary. Group 1 is department ID 1. In this group, it will take 30,000. Then we have 75,000. Then we have 60,000. So it will add up to 0, 5. Then we have 13 plus 13. So it will be 1,65,000. Sum of all the employees in department ID 1. The same iteration will be continued for all the group. The second group would be department ID 2. What are the salaries there? 28,000 and null and 90,000. So 90 plus 28 is going to be 1,18,000. This is how group by works. So you can group by based on one column, and you have to specify aggregation on another column. This aggregation can be any function. For example, here we are trying to sum. It can be average, it can be max, it can be min. Depending upon what you are trying to do, you can group by on a particular column and perform an aggregation on another column. Awesome, isn't it? So the result of this is department 1, 1,65,000. The second group is 1,18,000. The third group is 80,000. This is how group by works. We can also use the group by with the condition, and also you can use a order by. As I indicated earlier, in terms of sequence, where class comes first, then group by comes next, then order by comes. How does it work now? In this table where 8 records are there, first this particular condition is applied where age is greater than 25. Whichever the records qualify this, only those records will be considered for group by. In this case, age should be greater than 25. This record, this record, this record, this record, this record, and this record. So this record will not be considered. This record will not be considered. So now this record is not there. Department ID is not considered. So next in the 1, you can see only these 2 records. In 2, we have these 2 records. In 3, we have these 2 records. So sum will be calculated for only these values, where those values which have passed this particular condition. After that is done, if there are multiple values in the same group, order by will be applied in that particular group. So the result here is department ID is 1,35,000, department ID 2 is 90,000, 3 is 80,000. Wonderful. We understood how the group by works. This is one of the very, very important class. You'll be using this left and right as a part of your SQL statements. Please do practice. Let us experience the group by class as a part of the hands-on. I have logged into Ubuntu. Within Ubuntu, I have launched MySQL. I'm going to use a database named University. In that, I'm going to create a table named employee 5. So in this table, I have 6 columns: employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary, department ID. Let us insert some data into this. So I'm going to insert around 8 records into this table. So please create a table named employee 5 and insert all this data into the table employee 5. Let us see how the data looks like. So here we have select star from employee 5. Awesome. This is our data. Can closely observe the data. We have employee ID with the numbers 1 to 8, names Maria, Yuvarani, Parimala, and we have age with different ages from 22 up to 32. And location, we have Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, Chennai, and salary ranging from 28,000 up to 90,000. And we have department 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2. So this is our data. Let us experience the group by. First and foremost thing is we have to decide on which column I want to group by. And why do I need to group by? That is something which you have to determine before you go ahead and use the group by. So I want to use the group by on a column department ID because I want to know how much of salary is given to each of the department. Means how much of salary is given to all the employees in a department 1, how much in department 2, how much in department 3. That is the reason I want to group based on the department ID. Since I want to know the total salary, I want to do the aggregation on salary column. Let us go ahead and do that. So here I'm saying select department ID and sum of the salary. This is the salary column because within each department I want to sum the salary from employee, right? That is the name of the table, and I'm using a group by department ID. Now, what exactly happens here is first it will go ahead and check what are the same values in the department ID column. The same values is 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3 and 3. Whichever has the same value, they will be grouped into one group. In this case, we'll get three groups. Group 1, department ID 1, group 2, department ID 2, group 3, department ID 3. So within the each group, aggregation will be done. What is our aggregation here? We have a sum. So within this, like 1, 1, 1 will have 30,000, 75,000 and 60,000. So it will be 30,000 plus 75,000 plus 60,000. Whatever the output we get, that will be the sum of the salary of department 1. Let's go ahead and execute this. From the department ID 1, which is a group 1, the sum of the salary is 1,65,000. So all the employees in department 1 are drawing the salary in total 1,65,000. Department 2 is spending 1,18,000 on the salary. Department 3 is spending 80,000 on the salary. It is not necessary that we should be doing only with the sum. We can also do the group by with any of the aggregation function. We can also say average. It will calculate the average salary within each group. This is how group by works. Please pay attention and please practice this because we'll be using it multiple times as a part of our SQL queries. We can also use the group by with the condition. So let us say I want to look at the total salary of all the people in each group where age of the person is greater than 25. That condition need to be specified by a where class. So let us go ahead and execute that. If you see here, I'm saying select department ID. Aggregation function is sum, and I'm saying from employee 5 where age is greater than 25 and group by department ID. We can also order by. In this case, it may not make much sense, but you can use order by. If there are multiple values in each of the group, then they will be ordered in a ascending or descending order depending upon what you are giving. So let us go ahead and execute this. In this case, if you see, there is a difference between this result and this result. Both of them are sum only, but we have provided the condition here where age is greater than 25. What happens is first this particular statement is computed. Whichever the records which are qualifying this, those will be pushed to the group by class and further order by. The condition is acted upon first. The rows which are qualified are pushed to the group by. That is how you can use the group by along with the condition. We'll deepen our understanding with few more hands-on examples in group by. If you remember correctly, we understood the group by on one column. How about trying the group by on two columns? Let us go ahead and do that. So I remember using a table called employee 5. I need to add few more records for that. So what I will do is I will truncate that employee 5 table and insert few more records. I mean, I would have updated this one, but I reworked on my records. That is the reason I truncated and inserting all the 12 records again. I did this. So let me go ahead and look at the records in a table. There you go. We have employee ID, employee name, age, location, salary, and department ID. We got to decide on which column we are doing the group by. So what we want to do is we want to do a group by on a department ID and location. That way, we'll get to know with the combination of department and location how much of salary is given to the employees. Let us get started. What I want to do now is I want to group by on the 2 columns. Before that, let me demonstrate how the group by works on the 1 column. So which we already seen, just a revision. If you see here, I am saying group by on department ID, and aggregation what I'm doing is sum of the salary. So here in this case, what exactly is happening is all the salaries of department ID 1 are added as a part of the aggregation. So it is grouping by the department ID. So we have department 1, whatever the salaries which are there in the department 1, like 60,000, 75,000, 60,000, 60,000, 60,000 and 90,000 are added. That makes up to 4,05,000. The same thing holds good for the department 2 and department 3. What if I want to know how much of salary is being dispersed to those employees who are in Bangalore and who are in department ID 1? In that case, we have to go ahead and group by 2 columns. They are, we want to group by department ID and location. Let us go ahead and do that. So I'm going to group by on 2 columns. Please look at this as a reference. We'll come back to this. So I'm saying select department ID, location, sum of the salary from employee FI, group by department ID and location, and order by department ID. So in this case, I am grouping by on 2 columns, that is department ID and location. What essentially will happen now is first department ID, we have 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. We have 6 records in department ID 1. So if you would have done the group by on only 1 column, these 6 records will be grouped together in 1 group. But now we are grouping together on 2 columns, that is department ID and location. In this case, only these 3 records will be part of the group 1. That is, it's a combination of department ID 1 and Bangalore. Only salaries of these 3 records will be added together and put into 1 group. The same thing happens for Chennai and department ID 1. So in the next group, the combination of department ID 1 and Chennai, that will be grouped into 1 more. The same thing will be continued for next set of records. Let us see the results now. Here in Bangalore, we have the salary of 2,10,000. How did this come from? So in Bangalore, we have Maria, Arun and Madhu. In this case, what are the salaries of Maria, Arun, Madhu? We'll go ahead and add that now. 60,000, then 60,000, 1,20,000, then 90,000. It comes to 2,10,000, right? So this is how the grouping will be done when you group by 2 columns. How would the priority? For example, here first department ID is grouped, then the location is grouped. So this depends on the way you are sequencing your columns in group by. Since you have mentioned department ID first department ID will be considered. Within that, location will be considered. That is how the grouping will be done. If you just reverse this, like location first and department ID next, let us see how it works. So I am reversing this. See here in Bangalore, how many department IDs we have? 1. So the addition will be done. In Bangalore, department ID 2, null value. There is no value for the salary there. So here in this case, since we are mentioning the location as a first column in group by, this will be given priority. Grouping will be done according to the location. Within that, if there are any duplicate values, those things will be considered. I hope it is clear now. Let us understand few more important points in group by. You have seen so far, whenever you group by, we tend to select only those columns on which we are grouping by and the aggregation. What if we mention another column? It gives an error. You cannot select any other column apart from the column which you mentioned as a part of the group by and aggregation. If you mention anything else, it gives an error. Let us execute this. As I said, it is giving an error. How do we fix this? There are two options for this. First option is, in this case, we are mentioning the location which is not there as a part of the group by or aggregation. So what you got to do is you can remove this column name from the select statement or add this column name as a part of the group by. So these are the two ways of fixing this. Okay. Now let us go ahead and take out this location. It should fix. It fixed because we are selecting only those columns which are there as a part of the group by and an aggregation. What is the other way of fixing it? All you have to do is go ahead and mention the location as a part of the group by. That also fixes the problem. Please keep this in mind. One more important thing before we wrap up the group by hands-on, that is, what if I am lazy and I want to mention the column number as a part of the group by? Yes, you can do that. Let us see how that works. So here, if you see, what I'm doing is I am trying to group by column number 1. When I say group by 1, am I mentioning the column number in a table? No, not really. This group by column number 1 refers to the first column department ID here. This number is not the column number in table. This is nothing but the column number what we have mentioned as a part of the select statement. So let us do this. Now, if I want to bring in few more columns like department ID and location, I am saying group by 1 and 2. 1 is department ID, 2 is location. This is how you can use the column number whenever you want to group by using the column number. I'm just reversing this here. If you see the group by 1, group done a department ID, then followed by location. So group number 1 refers to department ID. Group number 2 refers to the location. What if I reverse this? When I reverse this, now location is the first column, department ID is the second column. You can see that. While using the column number as a part of the select statements, please keep that in mind. These numbers are the sequence in which you have mentioned the columns as a part of the select statement. Awesome. We understood many aspects in group by. Group by has many uses. It is exhaustive. We would like you guys to explore more and more in group by. What is this having clause doing in SQL? Whenever you are doing the analysis, you may have to do analysis on various dimensions. Values will be filtered based on the rows in that column. Or sometimes you may have to filter the groups itself. When I say group, groups formed after group by. If you remember, we have already dealt with where class. Where class will help us to provide the condition based on a column, but where class cannot be used with the aggregate functions. If we want to sort the group itself, where class will not help us. So having class will come to our rescue there. Having class enables us to specify the conditions that filter which group the results. Having class help us to filter the groups itself, which are formed after group by and aggregations. So as we already started indicating, where class places the condition based on the selected columns. On the other hand, having class places the condition on the groups. We would need both of them. In some of the analysis, we can do only with the where class, but some of the analysis we need to filter based on the group. That is when having class will come to our help. It is always followed after the group by class. So without group by class, having class may not have a much meaning in a SQL query. This is the syntax to use the having class. If you see here, we are saying select name of the column and from table, and we are saying where condition, okay, will group by the column name and will provide the having condition. So this having condition will be applied based on the aggregation. And in the end, we can also use the order by. We'll see this as a part of the practical example. We are saying where class is different from having class. We are trying to explain the having class by using a where class. So we'll try to understand how having class is different from the where class. In the having class, we use the having class to fetch the data or value from the groups. On the other hand, we use the where class to fetch the data or values from the tables. This is groups. When I say tables, we are referring to the columns there. Okay, it is groups here. Having class is always executed with the group by class. On the other hand, it is not necessary for where class to always to be executed with group by class. Couple of more differences. Whenever we want to use the having class, we can only use the select statement with having class. On the other hand, we can use the where class with the update, delete, and select statements. As we already indicated, it is used to filter the groups, but where class is used to filter the records of the table based on a column. Let's take an example and try to understand the having class. This is an employee table with some 6 columns and 8 records. If I want to apply the having class on this, how do I do it? So I will say select department ID and sum of the salary from employee. I'm saying group by department ID and having salary greater than 80,000. So what happens is first group by happens. Within the group by, you will have 3 groups like department ID 1, 2, and 3. Within that, we may have some of the salaries. So let us say some X value and there is a Y value, then there is a Z value. Now, if I want to filter based on this, I want to know the group which is having a sum of the salary greater than 80,000. That is where we will use the having class. After executing this, we'll get these 2 records. See here, the third group is not visible because third group has 30,000 plus 50,000, that becomes 80,000. And our condition says salary, sum of the salary is greater than 80,000. You cannot achieve this by using a where class. We can also use the having class with condition. How do you mention the condition? We mention the condition with the where class. So now what happens here is first where class will be executed. Those results will be funneled to group by, and within that we have a condition by having class. Now the result should be different because before the group by happens, we have only funneled the records which are having a department ID greater than 1. That means this record, this record, this record are not even considered to be part of the group by. So after the group by, we have one group, that is 28,000 plus null plus 90,000. That will be 1,18,000. The next group is 3. These 2 records, department ID 2, now department ID 3 would be 30,000 plus 50,000, that is 80,000. So out of these 2 groups, only this satisfy this having class condition. Awesome, isn't it? So we can also use the having class with the order by. Here if you see, everything remains same. I'm saying group by department ID having some salary greater than 80,000. I'm saying order by department ID. When we execute this, it will order by the department ID because we are saying order by. Since we are not mentioning ascending or descending, it is sorting by ascending order. Just to take one more example, what we can do is instead of ordering by department ID, we can order by some salary. If you see, the order will change now. Okay. So since we are saying order by sum of the salary, 1,18,000 will be listed first, followed by 1,65,000 because we are ordering by this particular column. We can also use a different aggregation functions with the having class. Earlier we were using a sum. Now we can use a count. In this case, we want to count the number of records in each of the group, and I want to get only those groups which are having more than 2 records. Then we'll get department 1 and department 2, because in group 3 we have only 2 records. We can also use having class to select other columns. In this case, if you see, I'm saying select employee name location from employee. We are specifying this having class as a part of the subquery. So here I'm saying select department ID from employee group by department ID having count star. So based on this, we'll select these 2 columns. So the answer would be Srinivas, Pune, Radhakrishnan, Chennai. Excellent. We understood how having class works. If I ask you a question, where do we store the data? We store the data in database. So database can be from either Oracle, MySQL, PostgreSQL, any of the RDBMSs. Within database, where will be the data? Data will be there in the table. So if I ask you a question, how many records will be in a table? Potentially millions or billions of records in a table, right? If I ask you one more question, out of those millions of records, cells in all those millions of records, do they have values? Mostly not. There is every possibility some of the cells in the millions of records may not have a values. What do we call them? Is it a null or is it an empty space and all those things? If I bring up this table, we have a null value as a part of this particular table. What is null? How null is different from empty space? We'll understand that as a part of this series. What is null? Null is a value that doesn't exist. A value in a column which is unknown or missing is called as a null value. We can also say absence of a value is also called as a null. Simply, it is a field doesn't contain a value of any kind is called as a null value. So we looked at the various ways of defining a null. Then the question arises, if the absence of a value means, is it a 0 or a space? No, neither of them. So null is absence of a value, but it is not equivalent to a 0 which is there as a part of the numerical data types, and also it is not equivalent to the spaces which is there as a part of the character data types. Awesome. We understood what is null and how is it different from 0 or a space. We'll understand how to handle the nulls in subsequent videos. First and foremost question is, can you insert a null value? Yes, we can definitely insert a null value. But what is the use of inserting a null value? Whenever you are sure that a particular cell do not have a value, it is always better to insert a null value into that cell. So what happens with that? You'll be able to save a space. Most of your computation will be faster. So whenever you are sure a particular cell do not have a value, please insert a null value into that. So then how can you insert a null value in a SQL table? Can insert a null value in a SQL table in couple of ways. One is by inserting the null values directly into the table, or you can also update a particular cell with a null value. Within insert, you have a couple of ways. One is insert the null values by explicitly stating null, or whenever you are inserting, if you leave a column out of an insert, that will insert a null value. In case of update, we can use a update command to insert the null values. How do we insert the null value? By explicitly stating it. Very, very simple. In this case, we have a table called employee 6 where we have employee ID, employee name, age and salary. 4 columns are there. So within that, if you see all the values here, 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them have a value for each of the column, right? But in this case, the last record, you see, for the salary, we are explicitly mentioning it as a null. So you can explicitly state null while inserting a data into the table. With that, we'll get a table with the null value inserted into that. One more way, as I said, while inserting the value, you will leave a column blank. In this case, what we are doing is, if you remember, this particular table has 4 columns. So we are leaving one column without any value. This is one more way of inserting the null values into a table. So what will happen is it will insert the null value into that particular column. So we understood how do you insert the null values explicitly or by leaving a column blank while inserting the data. How do you update and insert the null values? Very, very simple. Here, let us say we have a record with the employee number 3 and the name is Sean and we have a salary of 30,000. I can go ahead and update that with a null by using this update statement. After running this statement, it will insert the null value into this particular record because we are saying update employee 6 set salary null where employee ID is equal to 3. So this is the employee ID is 3 and this became null. In this case, there was already a value and we updated the value with the null value. How about other way around? Can we update a cell with the null value with a actual value? Yes, we can do that. The way we can do it is, for example, here we have a null here. Okay, we can say update employee 6, set the name as Asha where employee ID is 8. That is going to be this. And after running this statement, we'll get this cell updated. Awesome. We understood how to insert the null values and update the null values. I have logged in to MySQL. In that, I'm using a database named University. Within that, I'm going to create a table named employee 6. In most of our example, we have seen employee because it is intuitive. Most of us are employees of some organization, right? So we created a table called employee 6. Within that, we have 4 columns: employee ID, employee name, age, and salary. We'll go ahead and insert some data into this. If you remember, we said one of the way of inserting the null values into the table is while inserting itself explicitly mention null. In the 5th record, we are mentioning 5 Shreya 24 null. Salary is going to be null. Let us go ahead and insert the data with null values. This is one way of inserting the null values. Okay, if you go and check, there you go. All these first 4 records do not have any null. Remember, 0 is not null. Since we inserted the null explicitly, it is there as a part of the 5th record where employee name is Shreya. Then we have another way. While inserting the data, you leave the column in which you want to insert a null value. In this case, we have 4 columns, and while inserting, if you leave the column in which you want to insert the null value and don't mention the value for that, then you can insert the null value into that particular record. Let us go ahead and see how the data looks like. There you go. We left this column intentionally. We didn't provide the value for that. When I inserted, automatically MySQL has inserted the null value into this particular cell. This is the second way of inserting the data. The third thing is we can go ahead and update a particular value as a null value. We can do that as well. Here we are updating one of the cell of a salary column with the null value. The way we are doing it is update employee 6, that is the name of the table, set salary is equal to null where employee ID is 3. In this case, instead of 30,000, Sean will have 0 salary, null salary. Let us go ahead and so query is executed successfully. Let us go ahead and check the data here. If you see, this has been updated with the null value. We updated a field with the value to a null value. How about can we update a cell with null value with the value? Yes, we can do that. How do I do that? In the similar way, let us go ahead and repurpose our query. I will say salary. So let us update the salary of Shreya Ghoshal. She doesn't need a salary. So salary, let us say some 1 lakh. Okay. Employee ID of Shreya is 5. Let us go ahead and update the null value with the value. Go and run this query. It ran successfully. We go and check. Yes. If you see here, earlier Shreya's salary was null. We updated that with 1 lakh. Awesome. We understood how we can insert the null values into a table, how we can update a value with the null value with the value. So what we understood when we looked at null is nothing but a absence of a value, or it is a value that doesn't exist. That is a null. What is an empty space? Empty space, on the other hand, is a real value. You may not be able to believe this, but it is a real value. Why do you say it is a real value? It happens to be a string value containing 0 characters. That is an empty space. So when we are dealing with the data, we need to be aware how null is different from empty space. Then only we'll be able to approach any calculations or analysis properly. So let us understand this with examples. Before we do that, what we'll do is we'll insert a space, that is an empty space, into a table. How do I do that? This is my employee table. In this employee table, I would like to insert a record which contains a empty space. So after executing this statement, I will get a table where one of the record with the employee 7 has an empty space. Remember, empty space is not equal to null. Null is different from empty space. We are reiterating this multiple times. So now we inserted the empty space. We need to see how it behaves. How do we really differentiate between the empty space and null, right? Let us look into that now. When you say count star on any table, it doesn't worry about whether we have an empty space or a null value. Anyway, empty space is always having a value. Even though it looks empty, it has a value. But null is the absence of a value. When you say count star, that means you're trying to count all the records in a table. You have a null here, you have a null here, you have a null here, null here. Okay. So count star considers the null values also while counting. So our result would be 8 because it is considering the null values also. Now, in the previous slide, when we counted, we understood it counts everything. Now we got to differentiate between how empty space is different from null values. Let us understand that. If you count on an employee name here, employee name column happens to have an empty space, right? We inserted that. So what should be the count here? Is it 6 or 7? Can you think of? It is 7. That is because it is considering this space as well, because it is a real value. Even though it looks empty, but it is a real value. What happens if you do the same thing on a column with a null value? What would be the result here? We do have an empty space. We understood in the previous slide, the SQL will consider the empty space also while counting a particular column. But now we have a column with the null value. What would be the result now? While counting a column, null is not considered. So again, we'll get a count as a 7 because it is not considering this particular value. That is how empty space is different from null. Wonderful. Let us look at this as a part of our hands-on example. I have already created a table named employee 6. Let us look at the data. Okay, these are our records. Let us go ahead and insert couple of records into this. So first I will insert a employee ID with 7. See here in this particular insert, I'm not inserting a null value. I'm inserting a empty space. How am I doing it? I'm saying insert into employee 6. That is the name of the table. I'm saying values. 7 is employee ID. Employee name, I'm giving a space in a double quotes. It is an empty space. Then age is 45. I don't know who is going to be that person. Then salary is 50,000. Let's go ahead and insert it now. Okay, we executed it successfully. Let us see how the data looks like now. Look at that. Here, this is not a null value. This is an empty space. If I go ahead and count on this particular column, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to count on employee name. Ideally, what should happen? Should we get the count as 6 or 7? We'll be getting the count as 7 because empty space is not equivalent to null. Okay, let me execute. If you see, the count is 7. So empty space is also counted. On the other hand, if you insert the null value and look at the count, let us see how it behaves. I'm going to insert one more record with the null value. This time, I'm not inserting the record with the empty space. I'm inserting the record with the null value. Let us go ahead and execute this. Done. If I go ahead and check, this is how our table looks like. So we have 8 records. Within that, we just inserted the 8th record. 8 null 45 40,000. 7th record has an empty space in a EMP name column. 8th record has a null value as a part of the EMP name column. Now, if I go ahead and count the values in a employee name, what should be our count? Is it going to be 7 or 8 or 6? So it is not going to be 6 for sure because we just understood that even this value is also be counted. Then the question would be, is it going to be 7 or 8? It is going to be 7 only because whenever we are counting on a column, null values will be ignored. Let us go ahead and do that. It is 7. If you want to check on a different column, we can do that. In this case, we have 20,000, 28,000, null, 0, null. What should be the count of a salary column? It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Null value should be ignored. Let us do that. Instead of employee name, we'll give a salary. There you go. But if you count on the whole table, null values are considered. They are not bothered about the null values in a single table. So we will go ahead and count. It is 8. Let us insert a record where all the values are null values and see how it behaves. So let me do that now. Insert. I'll say null, null, and null. Okay. I'm inserting all the values null here. Employee ID cannot be null. Why is that? Because employee ID is a primary key. So apart from that, if I go ahead and insert employee ID, I'll get as a 10. Each cannot be null because while creating the table, we have made that as a not null. What we'll do is we will create one more table called employee 7 and take out these constraints. Ideally, we should make one of the column as a primary key, but that is not mandatory. I'm just removing that primary key because the moment you say primary key, we need to have a value in that. I'm creating a table called employee 7. Let me go ahead and create this. We created it. Now let us insert some data into this. So I will go ahead and insert the data, same data. I'll do some modifications here. The saying, say employee 7. Okay. I'm inserting some 5 records. Okay, done. So if I say select count star from employee 7, my count is 5. Now into this table, we'll insert all the null values because it will allow us. There are no constraints imposed on this. It is only to check whether all the null values are considered while counting the whole table or not. Only to check that we are inserting all. Yes, it got inserted. Now I'll go ahead and select star from employee 7. There you go. We have all the records in the 6th record are having null value. If I go ahead and say count star on this table, is it going to be 6 or 5? Ideally, it should be 6. Let us go ahead and do that. Select count by 7. This 6. So while counting the table, even null values are considered. But while counting the column, null values are ignored. For example, if I go ahead and count on the salary, we should get only 4 as the count. Let us go ahead and do that. Instead of star, I'll say salary. There you go, 4. Awesome. We understood how empty space is different from null value as a part of this video. But when you say null value is a absence of value. How do we find a null value? Doesn't that thought come in your mind? Or rather, do we need to really find a null value? Yes, we need to. Because if you have a table with multiple records, if you want to check in a column where there are no null values, then you need to find a null value. So how to find a null value? We can find a null value with two wonderful operators like is null and is not null. How do we use them? Very, very simple. Let us say we have a table, employee table. It is very explicit. If I want to know all the values in a salary column which are not null, how do I do that? I'll say select star from employee where salary is not null. Then we'll get a result where the salary column will not have any null values. See, there is a null value here, which is okay, but our condition says where salary is not null. So out of this, this is not considered, this is not considered, this is filtered out. These three values are filtered out. Only the values which are not null will be included as a part of the result. So remember, 0 is also included as a part of the result. How does the is null operator work? The same thing. Not null will filter the values which are having a null values. Now is null will filter all the records where they are having a null values. Look at this example. This is an employee table. Now I want to know which are the records which are having a salary as a null value. I'll go ahead and say select star from employee where salary is null. I'll get only those records where salary is null. But is it making sense to find only the null values? There may be various uses for that. Okay, so you want to see where the person would have left. That is the reason maybe the salary is null there. There may be various use cases where we want to find where the null values are there. So better be equipped with that to find null values as a part of your table. So a couple of more examples. We are saying select star from employee 6 where employee name is not null. There is a reason why we choose this example. Now employee name, if you see, there are 8 values in this. Do you have 8 values? No, not really. We have 7 values because this is an empty value which is also considered as a real value. But null is a absence of a value. When you say select star from employee 6 where employee name is not null, what would be there in the result? So even empty space will be included in the result because empty space doesn't mean it is a null. So only this particular record with null value will be filtered out. Let's take an example. Here what we want to do is we want to select all the employees where employee name is null. Again, only this particular record will be displayed. In the end, there may be a instance where you want to count the total number of null values in a particular column. How do you do it? There may be various ways to do that, but one of the way is this. Okay. So what we will do is this is our table. We'll count all the rows with this count star and we'll count the salary where it will give all the values in a salary. And what we'll do is we'll say count star minus count salary, because if you remember, when you go and count based on a particular column, it will ignore the null values. Null values are not considered. Then in the end, we'll get a result. All the rows come as a part of this particular statement. Only the rows which are not null will come as a part of this one. And null count is 3 because the 8 minus 5 is 3. I'm going to use the same table which we have been using as a part of our previous hands-on videos in null. That table is employee 6 table. Do I really need to find the null values? Yes. Depending upon our analysis, we need to find the null values. We can find the null values with a couple of very, very easy operators. Let us see how to use them. Now let me go ahead and check. This is our table. So if I want to check whether the null values are there or not and how many of them are there, we can find that with some of the operators or combination of some conditions. First thing is, if I want to list all the values which are not null, how do I do that? I can say select star from employee 6 where salary is not null. I want only those records where salary is not null. I'm using not null operator here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. It will list only those records where the salary is not null. So this table is our entire table. Within that we have two records in salary which are having null values. If I go and check here, all the values in salary are not null. So what if I want to know only the records where the salary is null? All I have to do is I have to use a operator called null. I'm saying salary is null here. Okay, it will list only those records where salary is null. Isn't it easy? You can use either not null or is null, one of those operators. Let us run the same thing on the other columns. Here I'm trying to get those records where employee is null. That happens to be only one record. So I can also say is not null. I'll say it will give me all those records. Remember, it is listing where the value is empty as well. Let us understand one more very important query where I will go ahead and demonstrate how to calculate the number of null values. So if you look at this particular query, what I'm trying to do here is I am trying to count how many nulls are there in this particular column called salary. First thing is I'm counting all the values in a table and naming that as a all rows, and I'm counting only the values in a salary column. Remember that ignores the null values and that count happens to be 6, and then I'm getting the null count by using a arithmetic expression. So count star minus count salary. I am naming that as a null count salary. So this is one way of counting the null values. You can also directly count with the where condition. That also can be done. So this is one way of counting the total number of null values in a particular column. We have multiple other ways. One other way is you can use a if else statement. We can use this particular statement where I am saying select. There are many other ways. One of the way we are showing is by using a case statement. So we'll say select some case when salary is null, then 1, else 0, then end. So whenever the salary is null, this will be incremented, and then we are renaming this as a null count of salary from employee. Okay, let me go and execute this. It will also give me the result, the null count of a salary as 2. Okay, so there are multiple ways of doing one thing in MySQL or SQL. You can explore many other ways. When you look at any data in a table, there is a high probability data which runs for a millions of records would have some null values. When you have some null values, how do we handle them? Whenever you are doing some computations by using arithmetic expressions. But the key point is arithmetic expression results in a null value if any operand of that expression itself is a null value. Let us take an example and understand this. This is a employee table and we do have some null values here, 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 and here. Let us say we want to add $300 or rupees to a salary. How does it behave? In this case, some of the salaries are null and we are adding 300 to that. So we are talking about this is an operand. Okay, if any one of the operand is null, the result is in a null. So what would be the values here? If you see here, wherever the null is there, this guy 300 is not added to that. It becomes null here, null here, null here. On the other hand, if you add 300 to 0, it becomes 300 here. So in any arithmetic expressions, as a part of the SQL, if one of the operand is null, the results in null. Please remember that. Let us take few more examples. So here, if you see, we are trying to multiply the salary with 12 and then we are trying to add 100. What will be the result? Result will be wherever proper values are there, the 20,000 is multiplied by 12 and then 100 is added to that. But in case of a null value is there, whether you do multiplication, subtraction, it doesn't matter. It will result in null only. One more example here. What we are doing is we are trying to use a parenthesis. What will happen here? Again, the same case. Subtract null value from all the values. What if we want to subtract the null from the values of a particular column? There also all the values result in a null. What it means is either you subtract a null value from any value or you add a null value from any value, the result will be null again. Okay, here we are just adding the null value. Again, it results in a null. Here also we are multiplying and adding a null, that results in a null. So remember, if one of the operand is null, the result is also null. You can do multiple permutation and combination. If you remember that point, your life is easy. What if we use null values as a part of the comparison operators? Whenever null values come as a part of the comparison operators, they are simply ignored. Okay, so here in this case, if you see, we are trying to compare the value of the salary if it is greater than 30,000. So wherever the null values are there, they are simply ignored and you are getting only two results where salary is more than 30,000. That happens to be 50,000 and 40,000. Let us take one more example. Here, if you see, salary is less than 30,000. Then we get a couple of records here. Wonderful. We understood how null values behave as a part of the arithmetic expressions and how null values are ignored as a part of the comparison operators. I have logged into MySQL. I have already created a table called employee 6. Let me see how the data looks like from employee 6. This is how our data is. You can see couple of null values are there, null values here, okay, null value here. Okay, now let's try to do something with the salary column. Okay, the first thing is what I will do is I will add some 300 rupees or $300 to the salary. If you notice, what is happening here is wherever the null is there, in the result also we have a null. So if any one of the operand is null, the result is also null. See, salary is null, null plus 300 is null. Let us do some other calculations like multiplication and subtraction, parenthesis and all. Okay, in this case, I am trying to multiply the salary with 12, then add 100 to that. So what is happening here? Again, our focus is on null. It doesn't matter what you are doing. Whenever you are dealing with the null, the result is always null in the arithmetic expressions. Let us add some parentheses here. Okay, so what is the result? Result is same. Again, null, wherever the null is there, result is null. Let us try to subtract the null from salary column. What will happen then? Let's say here, I will say null. All the values result in null because when one of the operand is null, all the results are null itself. Then let us try subtraction here. Okay, so again null. We understood how null behaves arithmetic expressions. It is important to know because if you don't know this aspect, whenever results come as a part of the arithmetic calculations, then you don't know why there is a null. Let us see how null behaves in comparison operators. Okay, so as we already discussed, whenever we are doing a comparison, the null values are always ignored. So let us go ahead and check the table first. Select star from employee. Okay, this is our table and the comparison, what I am trying to do is salary should be greater than 39,000. So here again, we have couple of null values. They are ignored because it doesn't make sense. Okay, instead of saying greater than, let us say less than and see how it behaves. Again, same. Null values are ignored. Whenever we have a null values in a table and we use the comparison operators, null values are ignored. Any idea what is the subquery? Subquery is a query within query. We have already seen SQL queries. So if you have a query within a query, then that is called as a subquery. Usually when you are writing a SQL queries, there are some situations where only writing a straightforward query wouldn't help. That is where subqueries will come into picture. In subquery, we have a main query, which is also called as a parent query, and we have a subquery. We also call it as a nested or inner query. Since it is a query within a query, we are calling it as a subquery. Query within another query, that is subquery. We can use the subqueries along with the DML or DQL statements. We can use the subquery with the operators. We can use the subquery with the clauses. In case of DML and DQL statements, we can use the subquery with the select statement. We can use the subquery with the insert, update, and also delete. In case of operators, we can use the subquery with the comparison operator. We can use the subquery with the logical operators. We can also use the subquery with the clauses like where class, from class, and also having class. We can use the subquery with other classes also, but we are restricting ourselves to these three classes in this video. It is time to look at how the subquery looks like. Look at this query. We have a query. This is a main query, and this guy is a subquery. You can see which is an inner query, which is within the main query. So that is how the subquery looks like. Now that we understood how the subquery looks like, let us understand some of the rules before we start taking an example of subquery. Subqueries must be enclosed in parentheses. If you observed in the previous slide, we have enclosed the subqueries in the parentheses. Subqueries are always on the right side of the comparison operators. That also you observed. For example, select was this one, and also we had in, and subquery was on the right side of the comparison operator. Sorry, subquery executes before the main query because the results of the subquery will be funneled into the main query. So outer query's result, that is a main query's result, is dependent on the result set of the subquery. So you run a subquery, and out of the subquery there will be results. Then those results will be funneled to the main query. So obviously output of the main query depends on the results of the subquery. Let us look at some more rules. We can use the group by class in subquery. We already mentioned that. And very important point, we cannot use the order by class in the subquery. Why is that? Can you think logically? What does order by do? Order by do sorting of the values. If we sort the values and funnel that results to the main query, will the sorting remain same of the main query is executed? No, it doesn't. So in that case, why do we need to sort? That is the reason order by class cannot be used in the subquery. But order by class definitely can be used in the main query. Some more important subquery rules. Whenever subqueries return more than one row. See, subqueries may return one row or more than one row, right? In that case, we have to use the multiple value operators like in, any, all. Other operators wouldn't work. You can select only one column as a part of the subquery. You can select more columns in a subquery provided multiple columns are there in the main query. Whenever subquery returns a null, means there are no values, obviously outer query, main query will not return any rows. Awesome. We understood some of the important subquery rules. Let us understand the subqueries along with the DML, DQL, along with the arithmetic operators, along with the clauses. The example, the data what we are going to use to understand the subqueries is EMP table and department table. You can see EMP table has some 4 columns and it is 6 records. In department, we have some 4 records and 3 columns. Let us say, how do we use use the subqueries as a part of the select statement? Very, very simple. Let us say as a part of this particular table, you want to display the employee name with the minimum salary. If you are to display only the minimum salary, there is no requirement of the subquery. But here the requirement is along with the minimum salary of this particular table, you got to display the employee name as well. And that is when we have to use a subquery. And the way we are using the subquery is first we'll select the minimum salary as a part of the subquery and funnel that to the main query. In the main query, I will select the employee name and salary of only those records funneled by a subquery. They are going to be Raju and Pragati. So if you look at the table, 2000 is the minimal salary. How do we use the subqueries in insert statement? Let us say we have two tables, EMP and department. We are creating a one more table for selecting those records from a department where the salary is greater than 5,000. Do you have a salary column in the department? No. So we got to use the employee table where salary column is there. The way we are constructing the main query and subquery is first we'll select the department number from employee table where we are saying salary is greater than 5,000. So it will give the result as 40 and 30. And for these two department numbers, we'll select all the records from the department table. That will give a result of these two records where department number is 30 and 40. So those records are taken from department and they'll be inserted into the new table. See, the way insert works, the way subquery works is same. You have already understood how the insert works. Now we are combining the subquery with the insert. So the combination of a subquery and main query will give set of records. Those will be taken and inserted into the new table. How does the update statement work? Similar to insert statement. Instead of inserting, we are updating here. Let us say the requirement here is I want to update name of an employee who hails from Bangalore. Do we have a location in the EMP table? We don't. So that is why we have to take a help of department table. So first select the department number where the location is Bangalore. That department happens to be 40. Then take that, in that update the employee name as a king. So after running the query, we'll get this result. So how does the delete statement work? We have department and EMP table. You want to delete the record in a EMP table where department name is null. But do you have a department name as a part of the EMP table? No. Again, we have to take a help of department table here. First, we'll select the department number where department name is null. That will be funneled to the main query. With that, we'll delete the record in the main table, that is EMP, which is having a null value in the department name. How does the subquery work in the group by? Very simple. We have already understood how the group by works. So what we want to do is in the EMP table, we want to select the maximum salary from each department. So what we will do is we'll select the maximum salary by grouping on a department number in a subquery, and then we'll choose the employee name and salary in the main query. So that will give a result of Raju 2000, Harry 5000, Jones 12,000, Pragati 2000. Why do we have two records here? Because in the department number 10, we have only 2000 and 2000. They are same records, right? That is the reason we are having these two values, because the names are different. If you would have not chosen the name, then only 3 records should be there. The way group by works here is it will take the inputs on department number. Let us say 1010. That will be put into group 1. 2020 that will be put into second group. 30 will be put into third group. And within this, we are trying to get a maximum salary. So since it is 2000, it will choose both the values. And within 20, the 5000 is more. That will be chosen. And 30, we have only one record where the salary is 12,000. So those records are chosen with group by. And for those records, we'll get an employee name and salary from the main query. So how does the having clause work? We understood having clause class can be used wherever we want to filter the groups itself. In this case, what we want to do is we want to select those departments having a count equal to 2. So having is a condition within the group by. The way it works is first the group by will happen, the department number, and the department number, if you say 1010, the count is 2, 2020, the count is 2, the count is 1. But what we want the groups which are having a count equal to 2, and those records will be funneled to the main query and we'll get these results. So after the group by, department number 2 has count equal to 2. 20 also has count equal to 2. That is the reason only the records with the department number 10 and 20 are there as a part of the result. Since we are choosing the employee name, that is also there as a part of this particular result. The last thing is what happens if subquery results in a null. Very, very simple. In this case, if you see what we are trying to do here is we are extending the previous example and we are trying to get where the count is equal to 3. Means the group should be having a count. The group is we are grouping by a department number. So here we have 10, 10. It is there are 2. If you go with the aggregation, the count is 2 here, and 20, 20, the count is 2, 30, count is 1. None of them are equal to 3. When subquery results in a null, even the main query results in a null in this case. Awesome. We understood how the subquery works by taking various examples. Let us understand this more with hands-on examples. I have logged into MySQL. Let me use a database named university. Within this, I'll go ahead and create a table called EMP. So here the table has some 4 columns: EMP ID, EMP name, salary, and department number. I will go ahead and insert some records into this table. Let me go ahead and see how the data looks like. So this is our data. We have employee ID, employee name, salary, department number, and in department number we have 10, 20, 30, and also 40. So let us say you want to find the maximum salary in this salary column. How do you go about it? Very, very simple, right? All you will do is select max salary from EMP. That will give me the maximum salary of the salary column. What if you want to know who is the person who is getting the maximum salary? Naturally, what you will do is you'll go ahead and say, while selecting the maximum salary, I'll say EMP underscore. This is the natural thought which is coming in our mind. Let's go ahead and execute this. What is happening here? It says in aggregated query without group by, expression number 1 select, it is giving error. So whenever you are aggregating, if you want to select one more column along with that, may not happen. That is where subquery will come into picture. So the same thing, we can use the subquery and get the maximum salary and also the name of the person who is getting the maximum salary. Let's go ahead and do that. And this is the first time we are executing the subquery. Let me explain this in detail. Select EMP name from EMP where salary. Okay. So salary, we are comparing that with the results of the subquery. So this is the subquery. As we already understood, subquery will be always in a parenthesis. And it will be on the right side of the comparison operator. This is the equals. It is on the right side of the comparison operators. So what is happening here? We already executed select maximum salary. That will give me the result of 12,000. So the result of this subquery is 12,000. That will be provided as an input to the main query. This is the main query which has a select statement and the where class. So what will happen now is 12,000 is given as a input to the main query, that is salary. Wherever the salary is 12,000, that employee name will be chosen. I hope it is clear now. So we'll get a employee name where the salary is 12,000. So what is happening here? I am getting only the employee name because you chose only employee name. We can also go ahead and say, give me the employee name and also the salary. That will give us the name of the employee who is getting a maximum salary. So this is how we can write the subquery and utilize that as a part of the some of the SQL statements. Let us understand few more things. Okay. So to understand few more things, let us go ahead and create one more table called department. So let me go ahead and check what is there in department. Nothing is there because I didn't insert anything into that. Let me insert few records. So I'll just check how the data looks like. So this is how our data looks like. So where we have 3 columns: department number, department name, and LOC means here location. So we understood in our conceptual class, we can use the subquery as a part of the DML and DQL statements with some of the operators and classes. So let us go ahead and explore them one by one. We already discussed and I showed you how the subquery can be used as a part of the select statement. So this subquery is used as a part of the select statement. So instead of saying max, I am saying min here. Select minimum salary from employee. That will be passed on to the main query. Wherever the minimum salary is there, that employee name and salary will be given as a result. So in this case, if you look at the data, there are two minimal salaries. So it means there are two same salaries which happen to be minimal. So that is the reason, since we are selecting a employee name, it is giving us two employees where the salary is minimal in the salary column. Okay. So let us see how we can use the subquery as a part of the insert statement. Before that, what I will do is I will go ahead and create one more table called new department. Now we will use the subquery to insert the data into this new table. How will I do that? So what I will do is I want to insert only those records which are having a salary of greater than 5,000. If you see here, I am doing select department number EMP where salary is greater than 5,000. So wherever the salary is greater than 5,000, those department numbers will be listed as a part of this subquery and they will be passed on to the main query. So for those departments, all the records from the department table are selected and inserted into the new department table. Let us go ahead and check the records in new department. Okay, just to summarize again, we have written a subquery to have a condition. This one will choose all the departments where the salary is greater than 5,000 from the EMP table. That will be passed on to the main query. The two departments which are having a salary more than 5,000 are 30 and 40. Let us look at the data here. If you see 30 and 40, only these two departments have the salary greater than 5,000. So these two departments are passed on to the main query. Main query is selecting all the columns and records with the department number passed over by a subquery. The results are department number 30 and 40 with the department name and locations. Now let us understand how do we use the subquery as a part of the update statement. Let me show you the EMP table. This is our EMP table. Now what we want to do is we want to update a particular value in this EMP table. What I will do is I am going to select a department number from department where location is Bangalore, because the location is not there in EMP table. Location is there only in department table. Let us bring up that department table. So I will say select department number where the location is Bangalore. So that happens to be department number 40. That will be passed on. Update employee name to King in the department number passed by a subquery. If you go and check the employee name in the department number 40, you will get the name updated to King. So what is the name here? Vikas. It should have been updated to King now. Let us go ahead and check that. Can see Vikas has been updated to King. Excellent. We understood the subquery as a part of the insert and update. Let us understand how can we use the subquery as a part of the delete state. If you see here, I am selecting a department number from the department table where department name is null. Wherever the department name is null, pass on that particular department number to the main query and delete that particular record. So again, if I show you the data, here we have EMP table, we have some department numbers. Here we have a department table where the department name is null, that department number is 40. That will be passed on to the main query, and whichever the record which is having a department number as a 40, that will be deleted from the EMP table. Let's go ahead and check that now. You can see here King with the department number 40 is still there, but after executing the delete statement, which has a subquery, that record with the department number 40 would be deleted, and the results are here without that record. How can we use the subquery as a part of the group by? Let us go ahead and check that now. If you see here, I am grouping by department number, and whenever you do a group by, obviously you have to do some aggregation. So I am grouping by department number and doing a aggregation on salary. This will be passed on to the main query. So in the main query, it will only select those records which are funneled from subquery. So how does the having class work? It is pretty simple. If you see, what I am doing here is, as a part of the subquery, I'm grouping by, and in that group, we need to have the aggregation count equal to 2. Aggregation, what we are doing is count here. Only those records should be funneled to the main query, and from there, select the EMP name and department number. So what is happening here is, having is a condition on the output of the group by itself. So if you just do group by, if you look at the EMP table, we have these records. Wherever we are grouping by department number here, and what is the aggregation? Count is the aggregation. So whenever we do a group by on a department number, we need to check how many number of same values are there in a department number. In this case, we have 10 and 10, that is equal to 2. We have 20, 20, that is equal to 2. So what is our condition saying? Give me only those records where the count is equal to 2. So that is satisfied by 10 and also 20. Why are we getting this 10 and 20 two times? Because we are choosing a EMP name also as a part of our select statement. Okay, last thing we will see before we wrap up this video is, what if the subquery returns null? What would be the result? If subquery returns null, obviously the main query also will return the null. So here if you see, extension of the earlier scenario where we are trying to select the employee names and department number where the count on the group by is equal to 3. Earlier what we did is, we tried to select the EMP name and department number where count was equal to the 2. Now what we are saying is, we are saying count should be equal to 3. Only pass on those records. But if you see here, the count is not equal to 3. Only at the most we have count is 2, because you can see 10, 10 and 20, 20. So since there is no count which is equal to 3, the subquery will return the null value. When subquery returns the null value, obviously main query also would return the null value in most of the cases. Let's go ahead and do that. It's just empty set. Excellent. We understood how the subquery work in MySQL. Please explore this, as it is important to write the complex query. We do have different types of the subqueries, and they are, first and foremost thing is, we have row level subquery. Within row level, we have single row subquery, multi-row subquery. Then we have multiple column subquery. Then we have correlated subquery. Let us understand them one by one. What is row level subquery? If we use subquery in where class, that is when we call it as a row level subquery. And within row level subquery, we have two types, as we already discussed. One is the single row subquery. The second thing is multi-row subquery. So when I say single row subquery, multi-row subquery, what exactly they are? Let us understand them with an example. We'll have a EMP table, 6 records, having 4 columns, and we have department table with 3 columns and 4 records. So what is single row subquery? Single row subquery returns a single row output. It will take multiple rows as input, but only gives single row as a output. Whenever single row subquery comes into picture, we usually use a comparison operators equal to. In this case, what we are trying to do is we are trying to get a maximum salary from a EMP, that is employee table. So I am trying to get the maximum salary from a subquery, and as a part of the where condition, I'm equating that to the salary from a EMP table. So after executing this, we'll get the person who has the maximum salary in this table. What if I want to get the maximum salary also along with the employee name? Don't worry, we have a solution for that. That is, all you have to do is select the salary also along with the name. That gives you the name of the person who has a maximum salary and also the maximum salary. We understood single row subquery. What is multi-row subquery? Multi-row subquery takes the multiple rows as input and returns the multiple rows as output. Whenever we get multiple rows as output, we use either in, any, all operators in the outer query. Otherwise, there is no possibility of getting the multiple rows as output. Let us understand that with the example. In this case, if I want to know all the employees who are there in a HR department, then as a part of the subquery, you say select department from department where department name is HR, because department name is not there as a part of the employee table. So first select the department number where department name is HR, that happens to be department number 10, and use that to get the employee name from the EMP table. How many employees are there with the department number 10? This guy and this guy. So they belong to HR department. It will return 2 rows because both Raju and Pragati belong to HR department. What exactly is the multiple column subquery? As the name suggests, in the results, we would have multiple columns. But how does that happen? It happens whenever subquery is there as a part of the select class. Taking an example here, if you have seen earlier, we have used the subquery after the where class. But here we are using the subquery within the select itself. So we have EMP name, salary, and select maximum salary and alias that as a highest salary in the company. See, this is the subquery. Subquery is there as a part of the select itself rather than being a part of the where class. So here what we want to do is we want to get the highest salary in the company like this table and compare that with the salary of each of the employees. The result would be we'll get a highest salary in the company that happens to be 12,000, then salary of each of the employees, so that we can compare that. So one more example for the multiple column subquery. We are trying to select department number, department name, and location from the department table. The condition is salary should be between 1000 and 3000, and also department should be between 10 and 20. Whichever the records satisfy these two conditions, I want the department number, department name, location of those records. After executing this, we'll get department number 10 with the HR, location Delhi, 20 sales and Chennai. Correlated subquery. What is correlation from statistics doing here? You're wondering, right? Let us clarify that now. As we know from the statistics, correlation means one column is correlated to another column, or one variable is correlated to another variable, right? So variable X and variable Y. It's like you have a correlation between the price of a product and the quantities bought. More the price, less quantities will be bought. Less the price, more quantities will be bought. In the same way, we are talking about a correlation between the subqueries here. When we say correlated subquery, inner query has a correlation with the outer query. In what way? Inner query depends on the values provided by the outer query. What happens here is correlated subqueries are used for row by row comparison, where each row from a inner query would be compared with the each row in a outer query. Let us understand this with an example. Let us say in this EMP table, you would like to know in each department which person has a salary more than the average salary of a department. In that case, we can go ahead and write this query. If you see, what exactly is happening in this query is, in the subquery, we are selecting a average salary. When does the average gets calculated? Whenever the department number from the EMP table is equal to the department of the EMP table itself. It's in a way self-join. Wherever the departments are same, then only averages are calculated for that particular department. That will be funneled to the main query or outer query. It doesn't happen in a way all of them are computed first, then the results are funneled to the outer query. It goes iteratively and gives the result as Pragati 4000, Harry 5000. But how are we getting this result? Let us take one example and understand this. So here 10, we have two records with the department number 10. That means to say that when this condition will be met, so the salary of one person is 2000, salary of another person is 4000. So then average will be calculated. What is the average between 2000 and 4000? It is 3000. Now this average will be compared with the person in the same department. Who are those? Raju and Pragati. And wherever the salary of the person is greater than the average salary of that department, that will be included as a part of the result. Awesome, isn't it? So this is how the correlated subquery work. So we understood all the important types of the subqueries. Let us understand a bit about what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages. What are the advantages? When we are writing a subqueries, we feel like there is some structure to that because we are isolating a part of the problem into subquery, and the results of that will be funneled to the main query. That is one of the important advantages. Subqueries do provide the alternative ways to query the data from the table. Obviously, by looking at the subqueries, you would have realized subqueries are more readable than the complex joins or union statements. Everything would have a disadvantages. So subqueries also have some disadvantages. What are they? While subqueries are easy to write, easy to understand, they do have a performance issues. I mean, you can accomplish the things, but the performance of subqueries are definitely not as good as joins. In some of the cases, using joins should be better than using the subqueries because there may be potentially 500 times better performance is given by the joins. So that implies please go ahead and use the subqueries whenever you cannot really use the join operations. I have logged into MySQL and I'm going to use a database, a university. Yes, I did use a. Let me go ahead and create a table within the university database. The table I'm creating is EMP1, which has around 4 columns. So let us insert some data into this. You would have done this multiple times. In case if you're not well versed with this, please do watch our videos on creating the table, inserting the data. Wonderful. We created a table called EMP1 and we inserted the data. Let us look at the data. This is our data. First thing is single row subquery. How does it work? If you see here, I have created a query where I'm trying to choose the maximum salary as a part of the subquery. This is the subquery. Based on this, I'm trying to get the employee name from the table. So the result would be Jones. This is a single row subquery. The output would have single row. Whenever we have a single row query, the comparison operator will be equals. This query has single row, single column. What if you want more columns? Can also do that. As a part of your select statement, you do mention the columns you want to retrieve. I am mentioning here EMP name salary from EMP1 and the subquery remains same. So it gives me two columns of the same record. But at the end of the day, this is a single row subquery. How about the multiple row subquery? We can also do that. When I say multiple row subquery, we are talking about the output what we receive would be multiple rows. Here if you see, we are trying to retrieve the employee names from the EMP1 table where the department name is equal to HR. Okay, let us execute this. If you see here, we got the multiple rows as output. Now, the way query is working is first, as a part of the subquery, it will go and choose all the department numbers where department name is HR. Let me bring up the department table here. Select star from DPT department. Okay, this is our department. The requirement here is, if you see, I want to know the name of the employees where department name is HR. So we have two tables here. One is department, another one is EMP. In EMP1, there is no department name. Let me bring up that table as well. There is no department name in the EMP table, but there is a department name in department table. So we have to use both of them to get the required result. For that, I am making a subquery as give me the department number, because that is the connection between the department table and EMP table where department name is HR. So this will give all the department numbers where department name is HR, and that will be passed on to this main query. From the main query, whatever the department numbers passed on by a subquery, EMP, that will be compared to the records in a EMP1 table, and only those names which are matching these department numbers are included as a part of the result. Let me run that again. If you see the results, Raju and Pragati are from HR department. So this is a multi-row subquery. What if I want multi-row, multi-column? You can do that. You can modify the same query and select the two columns. So this gives a result where you have a more than one column and more than one row. So it's a multi-row and multi-column. The next thing is, how does the multiple column subqueries work? Very simple. What I'm doing here is, I am trying to include subquery directly as a part of the select statement. In all the previous queries, if you see, subqueries are there in a where class. And obviously that is there as a part of the select query. Here we are directly including the subquery as a part of the select statement. This will result in multiple columns. So we want to know which is the highest salary in the company and compare that with the each individual's salary. So that is a requirement that can be achieved by including the subquery as a part of the select statement itself. We'll take one more example. Here the subquery, we are choosing a department where salary should be between 1000 and 3000 and the department number should be between 10 and 20. This gives a multi-column and multi-row results. Let me go ahead and create a table within the university database. The table I'm creating is EMP1, which has around 4 columns. So let us insert some data into this. You would have done this multiple times. In case if you're not well versed with this, please do watch our videos on creating the table, inserting the data. Let us understand the correlated subquery. Correlated subquery is a subquery used for row by row processing. Each subquery is executed once for every row of the outer query. Before we write a correlated subquery, let us understand our data and understand the requirement. What we want to know is, we want to know which person in a company is getting paid more than the average salary of a department within which he is working. In order to do that, we can go ahead and write a correlated subquery. How am I doing it? If you check here in this table, first and foremost thing is we need to find if there are any records where we have more than one same value in the department number. In order to check that, we are saying even department number is equal to E2 department number. So in case the department number is same, then only compute the average salary of those values. In a way, it is a self join. Once the salary is computed for each of the department, that would be compared with the salary of each person. In case the salary of a particular person is greater than the average salary of the department in which he or she is there, that will be included as a part of the result. And this process happens iteratively. First, it will go ahead and find the average of 10. Then it will go and see whether this particular guy who is there in the 10 having a average greater than the department average. In that case, it will be included as a part of the result. Let us go ahead and execute this. We got 2 records. That is 4,000 and 5,000. If you see, 30 and 40 are omitted here. Since they don't have more than one value, obviously whatever the salary individual is getting is the more or less, because there is only one value. But if you have more than one value in each of the department, like 10, the average of department number 10 salary is 2,000 plus 4,000 divided by 2, that happens to be 3,000. Average salary of department number 10 is 3,000. Now after calculating that, that will be compared with the individual salary. Is 2,000 bigger than 3,000? No, it will be discarded. Then in the next 10, is 4,000 bigger than 3,000? Yes, it is. Then it is included as a part of the result. Coming to the department number 20. So the average of department number 20 is 5,000 plus 3,000. That is 8,000. 8,000 by 2 is 4,000. It will be computed. 5,000 is greater than 4,000. Yes, it is. So it will be included as a part of the result. Is 3,000 greater than 4,000? No, that is the reason it is excluded from the results. As I indicated, this process is done iteratively, row by row processing. One more way, what we'll do now is, instead of more than that, we'll go for a less than. The different records which are included as a part of the results will differ. So here 2,000 and 3,000 are there because we want less than, not more than. Okay, so 3,000 is the average of department number 10. 2,000 is definitely less than 3,000. That is the reason it is included as a part of the result. Department number 20 has an average of 4,000. 3,000 is less than the 4,000. That is the reason it is included as a part of the result. Awesome. We understood how the subqueries work as a part of the hands-on. If I ask you a question, in a database, how many tables will be there? Do you have one table or two or more? Certainly, there'll be more than 2 tables in a database. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to create a database. So when you have more than 2 tables in a database, are they connected in some way? Yes, they are. That is the reason we call the database as a relational database, that is RDBMS, relational database management systems. So Table 1 may be connected to the table 2. So when tables are connected, when I say connected, related, table 1 may be related to table 2. When tables are related, will we have a situation where in order to analyze the data, we have to bring together the two tables. Let us take this example now. We have customers, we have orders. Those are the tables. What if I want to get a name of the customer who has highest purchase amount? So do we have the purchase amount as a part of this table? No, it is not. We do have a purchase amount as a part of the orders table. So in order to get the name of a person who has a highest purchase amount, we need to refer to the customers table. We need to join these two tables. So what are joins now? A join bring together two tables, that is left and right. Then they compare the value of one or more keys of the left and right table and evaluate the result of a join expression that determines whether the records from the left table to be brought together with the records from the right table. Just to summarize, join brings together two tables, the left and the right, by comparing the value of one or more keys of the left and right and evaluating the result of a join expression. That determines whether the records from left to be brought together with the records of the right table. That is the join. Let us understand some more important points. As we discussed, it will be used to retrieve the data from multiple table based on the common field between them. See, remember, we are talking about the common field. If there is no common field between the two tables, we will not be able to retrieve the data from multiple tables. Whenever we have a common field between the two tables, that is when we'll be able to join those two tables and retrieve the data. And joins can be used with select, delete, and update statements. It is not necessary joins only work with the select. It will work with select, delete, and update statements. Definitely, joins are faster than the subqueries. We do have different types of the joins, and they are, first and foremost thing is inner join, full join, right join, we have a left join, we have self join, and we do have Cartesian join or cross join. Joins bring together the two tables. So in order to make the joins work, first very important thing is we need to have two tables. Whenever you don't have two tables, it doesn't make sense to join. In this case, we are trying to take customers table and orders table. So what is the next important thing for the joins to work? Next important thing is we need to have a common field between the two tables. Okay, we have two tables. If there is no common field between the tables, then we'll not be able to join them. So if you see, there is a common field of customer ID in both the tables. Customer ID is there in the customers, customer ID is there in the orders. Once we have the common field, we need to go ahead and have a expression, or we need to have a condition based on that particular common field. In this case, we are saying c.customer ID. That means this guy. C means customers, and O dot, that is from orders. They should be equal to bring together to join these two tables. Okay, we are going to join two tables, that is customers and orders. So we have come out with a query where we are saying join, that is inner join customers with the orders. In this case, customers table happens to be left table and orders happens to be the right table. So we are providing a condition, please join these two tables on the condition where the customer ID of customer table should be equal to customer ID of orders table. What exactly is the process here? The process is whenever you join two tables together, what exactly happens is each row of a table on the left would be compared with the each row of the table on the right. In this case, we are saying customer ID is the common key. Customer ID of customers table should be equal to customer's ID of orders table. So what will happen is it will go to the left table, customer ID is 1. It will come to the orders table. Is 1 equal to 1? No. Then 3? No. Then 4? No. Then 5? No. Then 8? No. So these two records are not brought together. Next, what will happen is it will go to the next customer ID in customers, and it will compare with all the customer IDs of the orders table, like 2. Okay, customer ID 2 is equal to the customer ID 2 in orders. Oh, in that case, we have to bring together this record of customers with this record of orders. So if it matches with the one record, will it stop there? No. Again, the 2 will be compared with all the other records of orders table. These, and this. Are there any matching records? No. Like that, iteratively, each record of a one table would be compared with each record of another table based on the common key. The common key here is customer ID. Once all the process is completed, it will give us the results. In this case, in the result, we have 3 records. Just to summarize, whenever we join two tables, each value in a one table would be compared with the values of all the records in the right table. This process continues iteratively until all the values in the left table are compared with all the values in the right table. Wherever the values are matching, those records are brought together as a part of the results. What exactly is an inner join? Whenever we join two tables together, then we specify a condition on which the tables should be joined together. So inner join selects those records which are having a matching values in both the tables. When we bring together the tables T1 and T2, we bring together these tables based on a specific condition. So inner join selects records that have matching values in both the tables with the specified condition. Condition being matching keys. So it brings together only those records which are having a matching values based on the condition. Inner join can be used with the select statement, and we always write the inner join after the from class. Inner join is the default join. While providing the join as a part of the SQL statement, if you don't mention it is an inner join, then it assumes, oh, you are doing an inner join. So it is optional to use the inner join keyword with the query. Look at the syntax of the inner join. We have select, we have column names which you want to select from the table. We are joining this table with the another table, and on this is the condition. Usually as a part of the condition, will be matching the keys from both the tables. Let us understand the inner join with an example here. We are trying to use customers table and orders table. Before we do any join, we got to identify the common key. What is the common key here? Customer ID. So let us go ahead and do the inner join here. If you look at the syntax here, we are saying select c.customer ID. What exactly is C? Remember, when we are using the two tables as a part of the same select statement, then we need to ensure that we are aliasing it. For example, customers is kind of referred as a C, orders is referred as a O. So when I say c.customer ID, this customer ID is coming from a customers table. When I say o.customer ID, this customer ID column is coming from the orders. So this is one of the very important aspect whenever we are bringing together the two tables as a part of the joins. So I am selecting few columns: customer ID, customer name, and customer ID from the orders. Customers is the table, and then we specify the join type. Then we'll say orders. This is one more table. This is one table. This is another table. Then we specify a condition. The condition here is c.customer ID is equal to o.customer ID. C means customer ID is equal to orders customer ID. The table which is mentioned on the left side of the join type is a left table, right? The table which is mentioned on the right side of the join is called is a right table. This sequence is also very, very important. You have to pay attention while constructing the query. So which one you want on the left side, which one on the right side. After going ahead and executing this particular statement, will get the results as 2, 3, 4, Ankita, Sahil and Karthik. How is it happening? As we already understood as a part of our previous video, each value in a customer table, each value is compared with the all the rows in the orders table. So whichever is matching, this is matching with this. So that record is there here. Okay. And 3 will be compared again with this, everything. 3 is matching with 3. So this record is included as a part of the results. And 4 is matching with the 4 again. So again, this will go iteratively and compare all the values in a customer ID column. Wherever it is matching, those things will be included as a part of the results. 4 is also matching. So inner join is bringing together those records which are matching between these two tables. Inner join selects those records which are matching based on the specified condition. We can also do the inner join with the condition. How does it work? Here if you see, I have written a same query except we have added one more condition called age should be greater than 30. Remember, in all our previous videos, we understood that whenever where class comes into picture, the filtering is done first. Those records will be considered for further processing. Since the condition is there, only the records which are having a age greater than 30 are considered for joins. So now with this, what happens is only we get 2 records as a part of the results. Why is that? Because if you see, we want only age greater than 30. Ankita is greater than 30, 35, and Karthik is 32. But why is 45 not included? That is because 6 is not matching with any 6 here in the orders table. First, it will go on filter above 30, which are the records 35, 32, and 45. So within that, only 2 records are matching the values and they are included as a part of the results. Excellent. We understood what is inner join. Let us see how it works as a part of the hands-on. I have installed the MySQL and I am logging it to database called University. So this is the database. So we will go ahead and create a couple of tables to experience the inner join. I'm going to create a table called customers. You would have done it multiple times. If you see, we have customer ID, name, age, and address. These are the 4 columns with the various data types. Let us insert some data into this particular table. I already typed in this for you. So I inserted the data. So you can just take time, type in this in a notepad, copy and paste, and insert the data into this table called customers. Let us see how the data looks like. This is our table called customers with 4 columns. Let us create one more table because we would need 2 tables to experience the joins. So I'm creating one more table called orders. If you look at the number of columns here, we have 3 columns: order ID, customer ID, and purchase amount. I'm inserting few records into orders table. There you go. Now let us see how the data looks like in orders. Okay, this is the data. So if you see, in order to join customers table with the orders, we got to have a common key or common field or a common column. Then only we'll be able to join 2 tables. Which is the common key between orders and customers? Can you just check? Customer ID is the common key or common column between the customers table and orders table, right? Customers ID. So by using this ID, we'll be able to join these 2 tables. Let us see how do we do it. So let us understand this in a bit more detail. We are saying select c.customer ID, c.name, o.customer ID. Where is the C coming from? If we observe carefully, we are aliasing customers as C, orders as O. That is the reason instead of using customers.customer_ID, we are just saying C.customer ID. Isn't it convenient? Yes, it is. That is the one aspect. Second thing is we are saying customers inner join orders on c.customer ID is equal to o.customer ID. That is, here we are mentioning the condition I want to join these two tables on the customer ID. The condition being customer ID should be equal to order customer ID. One more important aspect here is if you look at the inner join, we have customers table on the left of this particular keyword, that is inner join. Orders is on the right side of the inner join. That means say that in terms of this query, customers is the left table, orders is the right table. So when we go ahead and execute this, what exactly happens is customer ID from customers is iteratively compared with the customer ID of orders. Wherever the records are matching, only those records are included as a part of the results. Let's take an example. 1 here is compared with the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 customer IDs in orders table. Same thing happens with the customer ID 2. Same thing with 3, 4, 5, 6. So each value of the customer ID column of customers would be compared with the each value of the customer ID column of orders table. Wherever the customer ID of customer is matching with the customer ID of orders, those records are brought together as a part of the results. Let us go ahead and execute this query. There comes the results. If you see here, only Ankita, Sahil, Karthik with the customer ID 234 are the common records between the customer table and orders table. Ankita has a customer ID as 2. That customer ID is there in the orders table as well. Then we have Sahil, customer ID 3. That customer ID is also there in orders. Same is the case with Karthik. But how about 5 and 6? Do you have a 5 customer ID in orders? No. That is the reason that is filtered out. 6, is it there as a part of this orders table? No. That is the reason it's filtered out. On the other hand, if you look at 7, do we have that in customers table? It is not. It is filtered. 8, no. 9, no. This is how inner join works. As a part of the inner join, only the matching records from the left table and the right table are brought together as a part of the results. Let us understand few more ways of doing the inner join. As a part of the conceptual class, we understood inner join is the default join. Okay. If you don't provide the inner keyword, then also it works. If you just say only join, don't say anything, just say join. Join means it takes as an inner join. If you don't provide any join, inner join or any join, if you just provide join, it considered you are trying to do a inner join. Inner join is the default join. Okay, results are same. One more way of executing this is just say join using customer ID. Instead of saying customer ID is equal to customer ID, because customer ID is anyway common between the two tables in this case. So we are just saying using customer ID. This you can do only the column name is same in both the tables. If the column name is different, you have to go with this particular condition. So this is one more way of using the inner join. We can also use the inner join with the where condition. Why do we need where condition? To filter the data which is getting to the results. So let us experience that also. What we are doing here is do everything the same thing where age should be greater than 30. Only the records which are greater than 30 would be funneled into inner join. With that, what happens is in results we get only 2 records. Why are we getting 2 records? Because if you look at the data, only Ankita and Karthik are having a age greater than 30. On the other hand, Sahil has a age less than 30. That is the reason Sahil is filtered out from the where condition. Excellent. We understood how inner join works. Please do practice. So what are outer joins? What is your thought about outer joins? Outer joins are the type of joins that return matched values and unmatched values from both the tables. We'll understand them in detail by looking at the type of outer joins. We do have 3 types of outer joins. First one being full outer join. The second one is left outer join. The third one is right outer join. Let us look at the left outer join first. So what is left outer join? In the left outer join, we are bringing together the 2 tables, table 1, table 2, based on a common key. So when we are joining 2 tables, it will evaluate the keys in both of the tables. The key which you have decided on which you will be doing a join. So in the left outer join, after evaluating the keys on both the tables. It includes all the rows from the left table, only the matching rows from the right table. Let me summarize. Left outer join will include all the rows or records from the left table, only the matching rows from the right table. Let's take an example here. We have a table called customers and we have a table called orders. When we do a left join on these two tables, we'll be getting all the records from the customers and only the matching records from the orders. What is the syntax for the left join? The syntax for the left join is very simple. It's almost like an inner join, except that you mention the left join here. Left join and left outer join, both of them are same. So I'm saying select what are the columns you need from the table 1 and do the left join and mention the next table, that is table 2, and mention the key on which you are joining. If you have any conditions, please do provide that. The table which is mentioned on the left side of the keyword is left table. The one which is mentioned on the right side is a right table. Let us take an example. Let us look at the data in these two tables. One is customers and orders. As we already indicated, for any kind of joins, you got to decide the common key. Which is the common key here? The common key or a common field is customer ID. Okay, customer ID is there in customers also. Customer ID is there in the orders as well. So when we want to do a left join on these two tables, we can write a query like c.customer ID. We already mentioned customer C and c.name, customer name, o.customer ID, that is from the orders, and say left join, then o.customer ID, then from customers, which is the left table, mention the left join, orders, and mention the key on which you are comparing. C.customer ID, that is this, and o.customer ID is this. Now, as we already indicated, it includes all the records from the customers because customers is the left table and only the matching records from the right table. So let us find out which are the matching records. 1, is it matching? 1, is it matching with 2, 3? No, it is not. Yeah, 2. Yeah, there is a match. Okay, definitely this record from the right would be joined with the left. So do we have a 3? Yes. 3 matching is there. Yes. So this record also will be mentioned as a part of the result set. Do we have 4? Yes, we do have a 4. This also will be mentioned as a part of the result set. Do we have 5? No, we don't have 5 here, but it will be still there as a part of the result because it is a left join. 6, do we have a match? We don't have a match. How about 7, 8, 9? No, we don't have a match. So along with all the records of the left table, only these 3 records are mentioned. Wherever the value is not there, their null values will be introduced. You can see we have all the records from left table of the customers. Only the matching records. These are the matching records from the right table are mentioned as a part of the results. We can also do a left outer join with condition. So here the condition is age should be greater than 30. Age is there in only one column, that is customers. What will happen is first this where condition will be executed and it will filter the records which satisfy this particular condition. The age should be greater than 30, that is 35, 32 and 45. These records are funneled for the join. So after that, these records are compared with the right table, that is orders table, and all these 3 records should be there as a part of the result, but only the matching records would be there from the orders. So now 35 customer ID is 2, it is there. And do we have any other 2s here? No, that is the only 2. Then we have 32. Customer ID 4, it is there in both the cases. Then 6, it is not there in the right table. So the null will be introduced here. This is how left outer join can work with the conditions. We can also write a query in one more way. Everything is same except that say using customer ID. This will also provide the same results. So let us understand how the right join works. Right outer join is just the opposite of left outer join. It will evaluate the keys in both the tables, table 1 and table 2, include all the rows from the right table and only the matching records from the left table. We are going to take a same example, customers and orders. In this case, orders is the right table. So all the records from the orders, only the matching records from the customers are included in the result. What is the syntax? The syntax is same as that of left outer join, except that instead of saying left join, mention the right join here. The right right table is on the table on the right side of this keyword and the table on the left side of this keyword. So here we are using the customers and orders as the top, the left outer join. The syntax is like this: select customer ID, customer name, order customer ID from customers. This is table 1, right join. This is the key and orders is the right here. So all the records from the right would be there, only the matching records from the left. So let us see which are the 2 is matching, it will be there. 3 is matching, it is there. 4 is there, but 7, 8, 9 are not matching. It will be there as a part of the result, but we will introduce the null values in the results. Okay, so the result is like this, where you have all the records from the right table, that is orders, and only the matching records from the left table. Wherever it is not matching, nulls are introduced here. We can do this with a one more way, that is using customer ID. Okay, you can also join 2 tables with a condition. Here we are saying purchase amount is greater than 3000. So only those records which gets filtered would be funneled to the joins, and with that the result is only these 2. For example, the one which is having a purchase amount on the right table are only this record and this record. So both of them are there as a part of the result, and only the matching would be there on the left. So remember, whenever we apply the condition, only those records pass through this condition would be included as a part of the result. Then here for 4000 customer ID is 2. Do we have that here? Yes, we do have. And for the 3500 customer ID is 9. Do we have that here? No, it is not there. So we'll introduce a null here. This is how right outer join works. Let's understand how the full outer join works. So full outer join is a union of both left outer join and right outer join. Here what happens is whether the records are matching or not based on the key we have provided. All the records from the left, all the records from the right are included as a part of the result. Wherever there is no equivalent row in either left or right, nulls will be inserted as a part of the result. So in MySQL, we don't have a outer join. So in order to do that, what we'll do is we'll do a left outer join and union that with the right outer join. That will accomplish the full outer join, and the results would be something like this, where all the records from the left and all the records from the right are included. Wherever there is no matching records, nulls will be introduced. Wonderful. We understood what are joins. We'll see the hands-on examples. I have logged into MySQL and I'm using a database called University. We have already created a couple of tables named customers and orders. If you have not created the customers and orders table, please create these 2 tables and insert values into that. But let us look at these 2 tables before we start the left join. I'll say select star from customers. This is how our data looks like. We have a customer ID, we have name, we have age, we have address. And let us do the same thing with the orders. So this is our orders table. If you remember, we need to have a common key to join 2 tables. In this case, customer ID is the common key. Based on that, we're going to join these 2 tables. And we are going to do a left join now. We understood in a conceptual class, left join is a type of join where it gets all the records from the left table and matching records from the right table. How do we do it? So this is the syntax. I'm saying c.customer ID, c.name, o.customer ID. I'm going to select these 3 columns from customers, and I'm saying left join here, and orders O. So now customers is the left table, orders is the right table, and I'm going to join them on condition where customer ID is equal to orders customer ID, which is the common key. Let us go ahead and execute this. You can see we get all the records from the left table. Left table happens to be customer table, but only the matching records from the right table. Let us examine this. We have 1. Is 1 matching with the any of the customer ID in orders? No. That is the reason we should have a null value there. 2 is matching. Yes. So there'll be record from here also. 3 is matching, so it is also coming from right table. 4 is matching, yes, but 5, there is no match for the 5 in the orders table, so there will be a null value introduced there. 6, there is no value in the customer ID column of orders which is matching 6, so we need to introduce the null value there. Awesome, isn't it? So this is how you do a left outer join. To just iterate, it got all the records from the left table. Here in this case, customers table, only the matching record from the orders table. You can also use the left join with condition. What do we do? In this case, I am going to use a condition. Everything remains same except that I am using a condition age is greater than 30. So in that case, what happens is if I look at the table here, only those records where age is greater than 30 would be funneled to the joins. In this case, 35, 32 and 45. And this 35, what is the customer ID of this 35? 2. This 2 would be compared with the customer ID of orders. Is it matching? It is matching. Then we have 32. 32's customer ID is 4. That would be matched with the customer ID of the orders. Yes, it is matching. Then we have 45. 6 is the customer ID of 45 age. Then is there a 6 here? No, it is not. Then null will be introduced there. Let us go and execute this and see how it looks like. We have only 3 records because when we did a filter, only 3 of the records pass this condition. Those records are considered for a left join. With that, we got 2 of them are matching from the right, 1 of them is not matching. That's the reason there is a null value here. Awesome. We understood the left outer join. How about the right outer join? It is just the opposite of the left outer join. In right outer join, let me bring up the tables again. Select start from customers. This is our table, and we'll also say orders. Okay, I need to make this is the right table. So in the right table, we have 3 columns, and customer ID is one of the common key between the orders and customers. See here, you can see everything remains same as per the syntax what we executed in left join, except that right join, this keyword has been changed. So now the right table happens to be orders, customers happen to be left. We'll get all the records from the orders, only the matching record from the customers. Let's go ahead and execute this. You can see all the records. They are 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. We got all the records and only the matching records from the left. So 2, 3, 4 customer ID are also there in the customer table. They are matching. That is the reason we have a values here. Since 7, 8, 9 customer ID is not there in the customer table, we have null values here. We can also do the right join with a condition. Let us go ahead with the condition. The condition what we are trying to do here is we want the purchase amount to be greater than 3,000. As I already indicated, the way it works is first this will be executed. So purchase amount should be greater than 3,000. We can see from the table purchase amount is greater than 3,000 in only 2 records. One is a customer ID with 2, another one is customer ID with 9. Only these 2 records will be considered for the join. Now 2 will be compared with the customer ID values in customers table, and 9 will be compared with the values in the customer ID column of customers. Whichever is matching will get the records. Wherever it is not matching, will have a null values. Here we have only 2 matching, 9 is not matching. That's the reason null values are introduced here. Awesome. We understood how the left and right outer joins work. How about the full outer join? In MySQL, there is no full outer join, but there is a hack there. What we can do is we can do the left outer join and do a union of that with the right outer join. That becomes a full outer join. In other cases, we may have the full outer join, but in MySQL, we don't have. So full outer join is nothing but where we get all the matching and non-matching records from both the tables. Wherever the values are not there, null will be introduced there. If you see here, all the records from left table, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All the records from the right table 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, both of them are there. Wherever the records are matching, they are brought together. Wherever the records are not matching, nulls are introduced there. Awesome. We understood left outer join, right outer join, and full outer join in MySQL. So what is a self join? Self join is nothing but table joining to itself. So if you see, we have a table and we have a table joining to itself, then it is called as a self join. In our previous videos, we have seen other types of joins like inner joins, outer joins, where we would need two tables to perform joins. In this case, we are talking about the self join. Self join is joining between the two copies of the same table. Now that we understood what is self join, but why do we need self join? Whenever a requirement for a table referencing itself, that is when we go for a self join. Whenever there is a requirement to query order data by comparing the rows in the same table, that is when we do a self join. If there is any relationship that need to be discovered within the table, that is when we would go for a self join. Let us understand this with an example. In this table, if I want to know all the customers who are from the same address, but they have a different customer ID, that is when we wouldn't be able to tackle this by a straightforward select statement. That is when we need a self join. If you see, what we are doing is we are trying to say, I want the condition to be address of the customer 1 should be equal to address of customer 2. Both of them are from the same table. Customer 1 is also customers, customer 2 is also customers. And we are giving where customer ID should not be equal to customer ID. Okay, that is when we get a result where the customers who are having a same address, for example, in this case, Bangalore. So Rohit and Neha. Rohit and Neha are from the Bangalore, but they have a different customer ID. Karthik and Shreya are from the Delhi and they have a different ID. Let us understand the syntax of this. The way we do the self join is we have to provide the condition on which we are performing the join. Here, self join means a table is joining with itself. Then we can also mention inner join. Then there'll be confusion, right? What is inner join when what is self join? There is nothing called a keyword called self join. Either you provide a keyword called inner join or you don't provide anything. That is how the self join works. But how come inner join, self join? There'll be some question like that, right? So if you remember, when we did a inner join, it was between the two tables. Now we are using the same table here. Because we are using the same table, inner join implicitly become self join. After providing the condition, we can also specify the where condition and the columns you want to select and the tables you are using for the joins. We'll understand this bit more with an example. The table we are going to use is customers table with some 4 columns and 6 records. In this table, if I want to know who are the other people who has the same address as that of Neha, let me repeat, who has the same address as that of Neha. That is when we can go with the self join. We are saying customer ID, customer name, customer address. We are selecting from the customers C1, customer C2. Again, the same table is aliased to customer 1 and customer 2. And I'm saying where customer address is equal to customer 2 address and customer 2 name is Neha. So it will give only those addresses which are matching with the Neha's address. That happens to be Bangalore. Okay. As a part of this query, you will get only Rohit and Neha. We can also do the join with the keyword inner join. Everything is same except that we're going to provide the keyword inner join. With that, you get the same answer. Let us say in this example, you want to find all the addresses which are same as that of customer ID 4. In that case, we can go ahead and say select customer ID, customer name, address depends on you which are the columns you are planning to select, and then customers C1, customer C2, we are aliasing it and we are saying C1 dot address is equal to C2 address and customer ID is equal to 4. I want only those addresses as that of the customer ID 4. In that case, the results will be Delhi, 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 right? Because customer ID 4 has the address as Delhi. You can also use the same statement with the inner join keyword. So if you see here, everything remains same except that we are mentioning the keyword as inner join. That will also give the same results. Wonderful. We understood what is self join. We'll understand this in bit more detail as a part of the hands-on. Within that, I'm using a database called University. I have already created a table named customers. Let me bring up the table to you. This is our data. Rohit, Ankita, Sahil, Karthik, Shreya, Anya. So in this table, what if we want to know who are the other customers who has the same address of customer named Neha? Is there any other way of doing it? It is better to go with the self join. The way we can do it is, say, select. We are selecting some columns from customer 1 and the second table also is customer 2. Okay. And then we are providing a condition where address should be equal in both the cases and C2 name should be Neha. Let us go ahead and execute this. There you go. This has found out all the addresses in this table which are same as that of Neha's address. That happens to be Bangalore. You can also use inner join keyword to execute the same statement. If you see, we are using a inner join keyword, but it is working in the same fashion. You have a choice whether to use a inner join keyword or not. Depending upon your requirement, you can specify that. Let us take one more example. So what we want to do now is we want to know addresses of all the people from the table which is having a same address as that of a customer ID 4. It is same as that of the previous query, except that we are saying instead of C2 name is equal to Neha, C2 customer ID is equal to 4. So it will give us all the records which are having the customer ID's address. Customer ID 4's address is Delhi. It will find other addresses which are having the same address as that of customer ID 4. That happens to be Delhi. So we can also use inner join keyword here. All I will do is let me go ahead and modify the same query here. I will say between these, it gives the same result. Wonderful. We understood what is self join. Before we really get into cross join, what is this Cartesian join? Or what is this Cartesian product? Have you heard a terminology called as Cartesian product? Can you pause the video and think about it? Yes, most of the mathematics students would have heard about Cartesian product. What is Cartesian product? When you just multiply 2 by 3 is equal to 6. This is nothing but a Cartesian product, isn't it? Yes, you are able to recollect it, right? So there is a cross join. There is a Cartesian join in SQL as well. What exactly it is? As a part of the Cartesian join, every row of the first table is matched with the each row of another table. That is what is cross join. Assuming that you have 3 records in the table 1, another 3 records in table 2. In that case, in the result, we'll get 9 records because each record is matched with the every record of another table. That is what cross join is. Let us look at some of the aspects of cross join. Since every record is matched with the each record of another table, there is no on clause here. If you really see in all the other joins like inner join, self join, outer joins, we do have a on clause where we are saying please do the matching between these two tables on particular condition where we refer to the key, right? So since every record is matched with the all the records of another table, there is no on clause here. And whenever you are doing the cross join, since it is a Cartesian product, we will get a large data sets. So as a part of the project, never ever attempt the cross join until it is required, confirmed by a senior. Let us look at the syntax. It has a very simple syntax. Like you can all say select star from table 1 and table 2. Implicitly, it means we are trying to cross join these two tables. We can also select few columns as a part of the cross join. I am not comfortable with not mentioning the cross join. Go ahead and mention the cross join. Like you say, select columns from table 1 and mention the cross join and mention the other table. If you want to explicitly mention the cross join, yes, you can do so. Wonderful. We understood the syntax. Let us take two tables. These are nice tables. I know your mouth is watering now. Wonderful roti curry. Aha, fried rice, biryani, topped with the orange juice, tea, drinks. Wow, man. Let us look at these tables now. So we have meals table with some 3 records, drinks table with some 3 records. Let us do cross join on these two tables. First, as we already discussed, very simple syntax. Say select star means all the tables from meals, this is the first table, and drinks, this is the second table. So what happens is each record of meals table would be matched with the every row of another table. Roti curry is mapped with orange juice, tea and drinks. Fried rice is mapped with orange juice, tea and drinks. And biryani. Which biryani? You just think of which biryani. It is also matched with all the records. So we'll end up getting 9 records. When the cross join happens between the meals table and the drinks table, we'll end up getting 9 records. Awesome, right? Let us look at other way. As I said, we can also mention the cross join explicitly as a part of the syntax. Along with that, you can also do a order by. In case if you require order by, you can do that. In this case, again, we are mentioning a keyword called cross join and we are doing a order by. So again, the same funda. Each row is mapped with all the rows of other table. We'll get a 9 records, except that the result would be ordered by a meals. You can see biryani coming first because alphabet B comes first before the F. So this is how it works. As we know, cross join will give a lot of results. Sometimes you want to do a cross join, you want to limit the results, you can do so. So here we are trying to do cross join and we are saying limit 0 to 5. So that way it will only limit to 5 records as a part of the results set. Awesome. Let us see this as a part of the hands-on. I have logged into MySQL, which is installed in Ubuntu. So I am going to use a database named University. Done. I'm going to create a couple of very nice tables. Like first thing is I'm going to create a table called meals. So meals table has 2 columns, meals ID and meals. Let me create this table and then let us insert the data into this. So for some people, your mouth may be watering. Hold on with that. Let us look at the data here. Select star from meals. This is our data in meals. So we have meals ID 1, 2, 3, meals, roti curry, fried rice, and biryani. And then let us create one more table called drinks. So here I'm creating a table called drinks with couple of columns like drinks ID and drinks. Let us insert some data into this. We have orange juice, we have tea, we have coffee, and insert whatever you want. Okay, let us look at the data. Select star from drinks. So let me bring up both the tables here. One is drinks, one is meals, right? These are the 2 tables. What are we trying to do now? We are trying to do cross join. How does the cross join works? It takes a row of one table and matches with all the other rows of another table. Like this, 1 orange juice is matched with 1 roti curry, 2 fried rice, 3 biryani. So with this, we'll get 3 into 3, which is a Cartesian product. We'll get 9 records as a part of the results after performing cross join between these 2 tables. What are we waiting for? Let's go ahead and do the cross join. Cross join can be done in multiple ways. The syntax is if you just say select star from meals and drinks, it is implicit that you are doing a cross join. Let me hit the enter button. There you go. You have 9 records. Each record from a table from meals is joined with the each record from the drinks table. Wonderful. Now, some of you, no. I want to use the cross join so that there is no confusion. You can also do that by just saying select star from meals, cross join drinks. It will also give the same results. Let us look at a couple of other things, like what we can do is we can go ahead and select few columns. I don't want all the columns. I want only few columns. You can also do that. Here, if you can see from this join, I am selecting only meals and drinks. Okay, I want only those two. You'll get only those two columns which you have included as a part of the select statement. You can also do order by. Okay, order by on meals or drinks, whatever you want. So all I will do is I will say order by meals. That will order by meals. Can see all the biryanis are first, then fried rice, then roti curry. So this is how cross join works. But sometimes what happens is whenever you do a cross join, the results are too many, right? So you can limit the results with a limit. Okay, here I'm saying select meals drinks from meals cross join drinks order by meals and limit 0 to 5 means only 5 records will be there as a part of the results. Okay, you can see only 5 records. Wonderful. We understood how the cross joins work as a part of the hands-on example. By the way, what is a set? Have you heard this term somewhere? If you have been a disciplined student of mathematics, or rather anybody who has studied mathematics, definitely you would have heard a term set, right? What is a set then? Set is a mathematical model for collection of different things. When I say different things, what am I saying here? It can be numbers, it can be elements, it can be subject, it can be anything. It's a collection of different things. That is a set. But what is set doing in SQL? Are you wondering? Let me ask you a fundamental question. What do we have in a database? We have a data. Do you have data only one number, two number? No. You have a collection of numbers. When you have a collection of numbers, don't you think that became a set? We can organize those numbers in different fashion by writing the SQL queries. So we do have a set as a part of our database. That is where we need set operators to operate on those sets. So what are set operators? As the name suggests, these are the operators which operate on set. And what do they do? They combine the results obtained from two or more queries. When I say two or more queries, which query I'm talking about? Who is the president of US? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a SQL query. Set operators combine the results obtained from the two or more queries into a single result. And why do we need that? That is needed for various types of analysis. Let us say you have two sets of data and you want to understand what are the different commonalities between those two sets of data. Like that, there may be various requirements to combine the results of two or more queries into a single result. When I say queries, what does it mean? Obviously, it will be mostly a select statements. Let's understand a bit more on set operators. If you have already watched our videos about joins, joins combines the columns from different tables. If you remember, we are having a table 1, table 2, and within table we have a couple of columns. So it combines the columns. When you are combining the column, obviously the record will be there. But the primary way of joining two tables is based on a key. Key is nothing but a column. On the other hand, set operators combine the rows from different queries. What it means is we are usually getting the rows which are horizontal in nature and they'll be combined into new rows. Let's look at the syntax of the set operators. We already understood it will combine the results of the two or more queries. And the query, you would have already written umpteen number of queries now. So you write a query, select column list from particular table and provide the set operator What are the different set operators? We're going to see that. And write one more query. So you have query 1, and we have an operator, and then we have query 2. That is a simple syntax of where we use a set operator. We do have some rules. What are they? First and foremost thing is, when you have two queries, query 1 and query 2, the number of columns, let us say you have 2 columns in the query 1 and there is a set operator here. You should definitely have only 2 columns in the other query as well. You cannot have 3 columns here, 2 columns here. That is not going to fly. So that is the first important thing. The next important thing is you have column A, column B. On the other query also, the column should be mentioned in the same sequence. I cannot jumble up here. You should mention the column names in the same sequence. That is the second important thing. When you are trying to do the union or any set operators, you got to also have the same data types. This data type should match with this. This data type should match with this data type. Okay. Then next important thing is, if you want to sort the results, order by class should be mentioned in the end of the query or last of the query. You cannot mention the order by in between the set operators. It should go towards the end of the query. That is the next important thing. And we cannot order by inside each select query before the set operators. See, whenever you want to order by, it should be end of the query after this set operator query 1, set operator query 2. In the end, we have to mention the order by. That's the important rule. And we do have different types of set operators. What are they? First and foremost thing is we have union. The second one is we have union all. The third one is we have minus. Fourth one is we have intersect. Let us look at them at a very, very high level. Like union would combine the 2 or more sets into single set, excluding the duplicates. This is another important thing. Then we have intersect. It takes the data from 2 sets, set 1 and set 2, and only finds the common data between these 2 sets. And we have union all. Union all combines the data of 2 sets, including the duplicates. Union excludes the duplicates. Union all includes the duplicates. And the last one being the minus. What happens in the minus? You have a set 1, you have a set 2. It takes the data from first set, which are absent in the second set. Wonderful. We understood what are set operators at a high level. We'll see all of them one by one. We already understood there are different set operators which will bring together the results of 2 queries, give one result. Union is one of the set operators. So how does it work? Union combines the result of 2 or more select statements. While combining the results of 2 or more select statements, it will remove the duplicate rows. Assume you have a table 1 and table 2. Let's take, we have a employee ID, employee name. Employee ID is 1, 2, employee name is Deepika Ranveer. Then in table 2, you have same columns, employee ID and employee name. So here we have employee ID as 2 Ranveer and we have 3 Alia. So between table 1 and table 2, what is the common record? Ranveer. So what will happen is, after performing the union, duplicate record Ranveer with employee ID will be removed. Result should have 3 records. Deepika, only 1 Ranveer and Alia. While doing the union, it will not ignore the null values. What is the syntax for this? Pretty simple. We have select, we can give the column list and provide from which table. The same thing for the other query also, except that the table name would change. Then mention the union set operator between those two select queries. That will do the magic. Let us take some 3 tables, student tables from different cities. We have student table 1, 2, and 3, which has Mark, Harry, James, Jessica. You can see some of the records are there in all the 3 tables. It is intentional to show how the union and other set operators work. Let us use the union on these tables. We have table student 1 and student 2. When we want to find out all the records, eliminating the duplicate records, if you see, this is a duplicate record. Harry, this is a duplicate record. If you want to eliminate this duplicate record and find out all the unique records between these 2 tables, then we will go with the union. So I'm saying select star. Star means select all. From student 1, mention the set operator union and then select star from student 2. It will remove one of this, bring in non-duplicate records between table 1 and table 2. So we have Harry mentioned only once and all the other records are brought together in results. It is not necessary that you should select all the columns. You can select only the columns which you want. In this case, I am selecting roll number, name from both the tables and providing the set operator union. Remember, couple of things which we discussed as a part of our set operators rules. Like when you are mentioning the column names, whatever the sequence of the column names you have mentioned in the first table, the same sequence should be there in the second table as well. And the second one is the data type of the column names, what you have mentioned should be same as that of the data types of the column names in the second query. These are the 2 important things which you have to remember. After this, the result would be same as that of earlier slide, except that instead of having 3 columns, we'll have 2 columns as a part of the results. So here Harry would have been mentioned only once. We can also use the order by as a part of union set operator. But remember, we got to use the order by at the end of the statement. If you mention the order by in between the union statements, it wouldn't work. So you have to mention the order by in the end of the statement. Here we are doing the same thing. We are selecting couple of columns from the student 1 and we are using a union set operator and combining that with the another table student 2. So except that we are doing the order by on roll number. So roll number, if you see, it is arranged in a ascending order. We can also use the union with condition. The condition here is, if you see, where city is equal to the Bangalore. As in all the cases of SQL, what happens is the moment you have a condition, that condition will be applied first. Whatever the records which pass this condition would be funneled to the set operator, this part of the query. Like which are the records which has the city as Bangalore? We have only one record here and we have another record here. Okay, so all other records, they are not qualifying this condition. So only these 2 records are brought together after union. Sometimes what happens is, as a part of your tables, there may be possibility of having a different column names. Like in this case, we have a name here in student 1 and also first name in student 3. So what do we do in this case? Even though you have a different column names, it still works, provided you are providing the sequence of the names properly and the column should also have a same data type, then only it will work. In this case, what we are doing is we are saying select star from student 1, select star from student 3, means the moment we say select star, it will go in a sequence in both the queries and it will bring them together and have a union of records of both the tables. Okay, then we'll also mention the column names here. Instead of saying select star, we can say roll number 1, name from student 1 and student ID and first name from the student 3. Both of them values are same, but the name of the columns are different. But remember, data types of both the columns are same as the data types of student 3 as well. That is when it works. Otherwise, it won't work. Then we can get the results where it will combine the records of the student 1 table and student 3 by eliminating the duplicate record. Awesome. We understood how to use the union set operator. Let us see hands-on. I have logged into MySQL. I'm going to use a database named University. Let us create some tables to experience the union. I am creating a table called student1, which has 3 columns: roll number, name, and city, with data types int, varchar, and varchar. Let's go ahead and hit the button. It's created. Let's insert some data into this. I'm going to insert some 4 records into the table student1. Let us create one more table called student2. I created a table. Let's insert some records into the table student2. Let us look at the data in both of these tables. I will say select star from student1. There you go. We have 3 columns, 4 records. And let's go ahead and look at the data from student2. So we have again 3 columns and 4 records. If you observe properly, the name of the columns in both the tables are same, right? Roll number, name, and city. And if you go ahead and check the data types, I'll describe the table student1. Data types are int, varchar, varchar. Let me go ahead and describe in student2. So the data types of the columns in student1 and columns in student2 are same. Roll number here is int, roll number is int. Name and city are varchar here, and name and city are varchar in the student2 also. Now that we understood the data is there in student1 and student2, column names are same and the data types are same. The reason I'm emphasizing on those 2 things is, in order to perform the set operations, you got to have the same data types. Let's go and experience the union. In order to experience the union, all we have to do is say select star from student1, union, select star from student2. So we are trying to combine the records of student1 with the student2, excluding the duplicates. If we go and observe the data here, in student1, we have 4 records: 234 Mark, Bangalore, Steve, Delhi, Harry, Mysore. Null is there. And in the student2, we have Harry, Mysore, James, Bangalore, Jessica, Mysore, Dolly, null. So the common record between these 2 tables is 236 Harry, Mysore. When we perform the union between student1 and student2, this duplicate record need to be mentioned only one. So it is a horizontal combination, means the horizontal records are brought together. After performing the union, excluding one duplicate, we should have 7 records as a part of the result set. Let's go ahead and hit the enter button here. Yes, if you see, we have 7 records and Harry is mentioned only once. By using union set operator, we are combining the record from one table with the another table, excluding the duplicates. Let us move further and understand how do we select the columns. If you see here, we selected all the columns in both the tables. What if I don't want all the columns? I want only few columns. Can do that. How do I do that? Pretty simple. What are the columns you need? Please mention those column names in both the query statements. Remember one thing, sequence of the column name in the first select statement should be same as that of the sequence of the column names in the second select statement. You got to take care of that. Let's go ahead and hit the button. It's the same thing. So it joined the table student 1 and student 2, removing the duplicate Harry, except that here we have selected 2 columns. Let us experiment this. While I emphasized column names should be in the same sequence in both the select statements, let us change the sequence and see what happens. I will say name and look at the result. Is it making sense? No, it doesn't make sense. How can the roll number be Harry? So it will not give you an error, but the results doesn't make sense. That is the reason you should ensure that sequence of the column names in the first select statement is same as that of the sequence of the column names in the second select statement. We can also use the order by as a part of the set operators. Only one important thing is order by need to be mentioned in the end of the query. If you mention the order by earlier, it wouldn't work. So here, if you see the way query is working is, it is bringing together the records of both the tables. Since we are saying order by roll number, all the roll numbers are sorted in an ascending order. This is how we can include the order by as a part of the statements where set operators are there. You can also include the condition along with the set operators in a SQL statement. In this case, what I'm saying is I want to union the records which are satisfying this condition. The condition being city should be Bangalore. Then what happens is only those records where the city is Bangalore, they will be chosen and passed on to this particular query. If you go and check the records in these 2 tables, which are the records which are having a city as Bangalore? In the student 1, we have Bangalore. In the student 2 table, we have James having a Bangalore. That means say that between these 2 tables, we have only 2 records which are having the city as Bangalore. Only those 2 records will be brought together as a part of the set operator. Let us go ahead and execute this. You can see only these 2, but what we will do is we'll just select the city as well as a part of the statement. So I'm adding city here so that it will be bit more explicit. You can see only those records which are having a city as Bangalore are brought together. So always remember, whenever the condition where class is included as a part of the SQL queries, that where class will be executed first, the filtering will happen. Those records will be passed on to the other part of the SQL statement. Here, if you see, we are clearly mentioning select the roll number, name, city from student 1. City is equal to Bangalore. And we're mentioning the same thing as a part of the second select statement as well. And we are pushing the order by to the end of the query. What if you don't mention this part of the select statement? Then what happens? Let us see that. I have not mentioned where city is equal to Bangalore in the first select statement. What happens here? What happens is whatever the results you get will not make sense considering the query you are trying to execute. So what you have to bear in mind is the first select statement. If you are providing any condition, the same condition should be provided in the second select statement as well. In this case, we have to mention where city is equal to Bangalore in the first select statement as well. As we have mentioned as a part of the conceptual class, if you provide the order by in the select statement, what will happen? It will not work. If you see here, we have pushed the order by to earlier select statement. Will it work? No, it will not work. Okay, see, it will give a error. How do we fix it? If you want to fix it, mention the order by only in the end of the query. I'm going to take out that order by in the second row of this query and run this. It works beautifully. So bear in mind, you cannot have the order by within the select statement. It should be in the end of the query. Okay, let us experience couple of more things by adding one more table to our data set. See here, what I'm doing is I'm creating a table named student 3 and I'm going to insert some data into this. Okay, so let us bring up a couple of tables here. Select star from student 1. So this is our first table. Now we created a table called student 3. We'll bring up the data. If you observe clearly, the name of couple of columns are not same in both the tables. So then what happens? Does it work or it doesn't work? The names of the column can be different, but the data types should be same. As long as the data types are same and you are mentioning that in a proper sequence, still set operator union will work. Now let me go ahead. I'm just saying select star from student 1, select star from student 3. If you see in student 1, roll number, name, city is there. In student 3, we have student ID, first name and city. So the names are different, but the sequence is same. When I say select star, it will choose the columns in a proper sequence, 1, 2, 3. Same thing with the second select statement also. Will it work? Yes, it does. So union works here. It has mentioned Harry only once, and it brought together the records from both the table. We chose select star here. How about choosing specific columns? You can do that also. If you see here, we have roll number, which is different from the student ID. We have first name, which is different from the name. Will it work? It does work because the data types are same and also the sequence is also correct. It does work. Awesome. We understood how the set operator union works with wonderful examples. What is this union all? Is it trying to union all the communities together, all the nations together, all the states together? If that happens, that is wonderful, right? What exactly is a union all from the SQL perspective? We already understood union as a part of our previous video. So what exactly is this union all? Pretty simple. In the union all, we are going to bring together two sets of data, table 1, table 2. What happens in the union all is, first of all, it combines all the records from both the queries, a query coming from one table, a query coming from another table. While combining, it will not worry about the duplicate records. When I say it will not worry, duplicate records will not be eliminated. Remember, in case of union, duplicate records were eliminated. In case of union null, no, duplicate records are not eliminated. That is one of the very, very important aspects. What is the syntax? Pretty much the same. You have a query 1, another query 2, and bring in this union all operator between these two queries. That is how we can use a union all as a part of SQL. The tables what we are considering are student 1 and student 2 with a few columns, column 1 to column 3 and few records. First thing is, whenever you are trying to union all between the two SQL queries, in this case, queries are coming from table 1, table 2, it is a student 1, student 2. We are trying to have a union all here. How many records are there in the first table? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have another 4 records from the student 2 table. Is there any duplicate record between these two tables? Yes, we have. We have 236 Harry Mysore is the duplicate record between these two tables. As per the union all, it does not remove the duplicate. So if you see Harry Mysore with roll number 236 is mentioned a couple of times. It will bring all the records of table 1 with the all the records of table 2. I hope it is clear now. We can also do union all by selecting a specific columns. Like we are choosing roll number name from student 1, roll number name from student 2. Remember, we have to take care of the sequence of columns. Whatever the sequence you have mentioned in the first query, same sequence need to be mentioned in the second query as well. So it is pretty much same. It will, instead of selecting all the columns, it will select only these two columns and bring together the records from both the table. We can also use union all with the order by. What exactly happens in the order by? Pretty much records from the student 1 are brought together with the records of the student 2. Then values in the roll number are ordered in a ascending order because we are saying order by roll number. You can see pretty much the two columns are included as a part of the result because we are selecting two columns here. and you can see all the values are sorted in an ascending order. We can also use the union null with the condition. So here, what is the condition? The city should be Mysore. Remember, in all our previous videos, we have made it clear whenever the condition comes into picture, that will be executed first. Whatever the records which pass these conditions are funneled to the main query. Here you can see city is Mysore. Mysore, we have Mysore, we have Mysore, we have only 3 records qualify or pass this condition. They will be passed to this particular query and will get 3 records as a part of the results. Okay. What if we have different column names? We can have different column names. For example, here we have name, first name in a student 3, roll number, student ID. We can have a different column names, but remember the data types should be same. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. If you see here, we are writing a query, select star from student 1, select star from student 3. Data types of both the tables are same. So when you say star, it will go in a same sequence and it will bring together these 2 records. You can also use the name of the column, roll number, name, student ID, first name, to bring together the 2 tables with the union. So here you see, though name of the columns are different, the data types are same and the values are also same. That is the reason we'll be able to make sense of this particular result. Now that we understood union and union null, how is union is different from union null? Pretty much you already know, but let us explicitly understand that. The thing is, if you see, union combines the result of multiple tables and returns the distinct records. That means it will eliminate the duplicate. So union null combines the result of multiple tables, returns all the records into a single set, but only distinct records. Okay. And we have eliminate duplicate rows from the output in union. It doesn't eliminate the duplicate rows in case of union null. Performance of union is slow because it has to eliminate the duplicates. On the other hand, performance is fast because it doesn't need to eliminate the distinct records. So we have most users prefer using this operator because union null doesn't make sense to use very oftenly. So mostly people use union operator as compared to the union null operator. Awesome. We understood how union null works and also how union is different from union null. Let us see union null as a part of the hands-on of union all set operator. I have logged into MySQL and I'm going to use a database university. In this database, I have already created the tables student1 and student2. Let me bring up that data view. This is the first table student1 and I do have one more table student2, right? So these are the 2 tables. Now I would like to use these 2 tables to demonstrate the union all operator. If you have not created the table, please create the table and insert this data into these 2 tables. How does the union all work now? Union all is a set operator where it brings together the records of 2 or more select queries. When it is bringing together the data of select queries, it will not eliminate the duplicate records. In this case, we have student1 where 4 records are there and student2 also has 4 records. Do we have any record which is common between these 2 tables? Yes, we do. That is 236 Harry Mysore. So in union all, it will not eliminate this duplicate. Let us go ahead and do the union all. How do we do union all? Pretty simple. So you say select star from student1, that is the name of the table, and mention the set operator, that is union all, and go ahead and give another SQL query, that is select star from student2. There you go. It brought together the records of both the tables. Harry Mysore is mentioned 2 times. It has not removed the duplicates. So how about using the union all with certain columns? We can also do that. Here in this case, if you see, out of 3 columns from each of the tables, I'm picking up only 2 columns, roll number and name. Roll number and name from this particular table as well. But we got to ensure sequence of the column names are same in terms of data types. So it is pretty much same as that of select star union all, except that we have two columns selected here. So Harry is mentioned 2 times. It brought together all the records of student 1 with the student 2 without removing the duplicates. Can we use the order by with union all? Yes, we can use the order by with union all. So here, if you see, we are using a order by with the roll number. What is happening here is the roll number column is sorted in a ascending order. Awesome. We can also have a union all with the condition. If you see, the condition here is where city is equal to Mysore. So remember, the condition need to be mentioned in both the select statements. Here where city is equal to Mysore is mentioned in this statement, also in this statement as well. And now whenever we mention the condition, that will be executed first. Whatever the records which are passing this condition would be used for further processing. In this case, if you see, these are the two tables. We have a condition as city is equal to Mysore. So only one record qualifies from student 1 table. We have 2 records qualifying from student 2 table. That is the reason the result has 3 records. Okay, 1 record from student 1, 2 records from student 2. We can also use the union all with different column names. Let us bring in one more table named student 3. So this is one table, and we're going to use one more table called student 1. If you see here, both the tables have the different column names: student ID, roll number, first name, name. The column names are different, but the data types and values of these columns are same. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to union both of them. So now what I will do is I'll just go ahead and union all between these two. It works beautifully because the data types of these 3 columns are same as that of the student 3 table. You can also select a couple of columns instead of selecting all the columns wherever the column names are different. But remember, the sequence of the column name should be mentioned properly. Roll number, student ID, name, first name. So roll number has a same data type as that of a student ID, and also values are also same. Name also has the same data type as that of a first name, and also values are same. So let us go ahead and execute this. This is going to bring together the data from student 1 and student 3, even though the column names are different. Awesome. We understood how the union all works with few hands-on examples. I know for sure, as a part of the mathematics, you'd have heard what exactly intersection does. Whenever we say intersect, this symbol comes to our mind. A intersection B. It will find the common elements between the two sets. And what are the sets here? The sets are tables. So intersect operator combines the two select statements and returns only those records which are common between these two select statements. Let us say you have table 1, table 2. You have a select statement here, another select statement here. Whatever the common elements between these two are included as a part of the results. But this doesn't work as a part of the MySQL databases. These two work in Oracle. Let us understand this with a couple of tables. We have student 4 and student 5. You can see column 1, column 2, column 3. We have 3 columns here. Few records are there. If you observe, there are some common records between these two tables. Can we identify them? We have Harry, Mysore. That is one common record between these two. Then we have Jessica, Mysore. This is the second common record between these two tables. And the next one is null. This is also another common record between these two tables. Whenever we want the common records between the two select statements, that is when we can use the intersect. In MySQL, it doesn't work. Then how do we tackle this? If I want to get the common records between the two tables, we can go ahead and use the inner join. You can see the way we are using it here is we are saying get the relevant columns and provide the condition where we'll say S4 dot roll number is equal to S5 dot roll number. S4 is student 4, S5 is student 5. So this will bring in the common records between these two tables. What we did here is we selected only few columns. You can also select all the columns. The way we do it is say S4 dot star. This should be able to select all the columns between the two tables. Again, we are using an inner join to get the common records between these two tables. And the common records are Harry, Jessica, and Null. We can also do this with the condition like we are saying where city is null. So where city is null and all rest of the things would remain same. Where the city is null, we have city is null here in this table and in this table. Okay, so that way only one record would be given as a output where the roll number is 240. Awesome, we understood how the intersect works. Let us see this as a part of the hands-on example. I have logged into MySQL and I'm using a database called University. As we already indicated, there is no intersect set operator in MySQL. So we are trying to see how can we have a workaround. First, I will go ahead and create a couple of tables. One is I'll create a table called student4. Done. I will go ahead and insert some records into this. Done. Then let me create one more table called student5. So I'm just going fast because you would have created the tables multiple times so far. Done. So let us see how the data looks like. Select star from student4. This is the data. Now we'll say student5. So this is the data. If you look at these two tables, you can see Harry is common between these two tables and Jessica is also common between these two tables and 240 null is common between the two tables. So when we bring together these two tables with the intersect operation, we should get only those three common records. As we don't have the direct intersect operator, we can use the inner join here. How are we doing it? Very simple. You would have already seen how inner join works as a part of our previous lectures. Here, if you see, what I'm doing is I'm saying S4 dot roll number, S4 dot name, S5 dot roll number from student S4 and also inner join student 5 S5. So we are doing an inner join between student 4 and student 5. The condition being roll number should be equal in both of these two tables. So if I hit enter, it will give only those records which are common between these two tables. That happens to be Harry, Jessica, and also null. So this is how we can find the common records between the two select statements. Let us see the variations. You can also run the same query as you already indicated by one variation instead of giving a condition, say using roll number. That also does the trick. So it will give the same result. Earlier, if you see, we have selected only few columns. If I want all the columns, then I can go ahead and say S4 dot star from student S4, S4 and student S5, S5. So using a roll number. This will give all the columns without mentioning the name of the columns. How to say S4 dot star means the table alias dot star. That means star means all the columns. Then we can also do this with the condition. The way it works is first the condition we are saying S4 city is null. All right. So when we say city is null, whichever the records which pass this condition, they will be funneled to this join and it will give only those results which are having a city as null. Okay, in this case, a roll number with 240 has a city as null. You can also do this by using one more way, that is by using okay, roll number, and that also gives the same results. Wonderful. We understood how can we get the common records between the two select statements in MySQL. What is minus set operator? Minus set operator is a typical operator which can be used to display the rows which are present in the first query but absent in the second query with no duplicates. If we have two tables, T1 and T2, and if you want to find all the records in table 1 which are not present in table 2, then you can use a minus set operator. So it displays rows which are present in the first query but absent in the second query with no duplicates. There should not be any duplicates. Minus operator is supported in Oracle but not in MySQL. How do we do it? We'll just check that. Let us use couple of tables, student 1 and student 2. You can see some few records are there here and some 4 records are there in student 2. And then if I want to use the minus set operator in Oracle, it is pretty easy. What is my requirement now? This is a table called student 1 and this is a student 2. I want to see all the records which are present in student 1 but they should not be there in student 2. How do we do it? So in this case, we say 234 Mark Bangalore. Is it there in here? It is not there. 235 Steve Delhi. It is not there here. 236 Harry Mysore. Yes, it is there in this one. This also should be eliminated from the result. So it is pretty simple in Oracle. All you got to do is select star from student 1 minus select star from student 2. You'll get a result where you can get only those records which are specific to the student 1, even taking out the common records as well. And what if you want to do B minus A? That means student 2 minus student 1. All you have to do is mention the table first. This is student 2 and this is student 1. So mention that first, then mention the student 1. We'll get all those records which are there in student 2 but not present in student 1. What if you want to do this in MySQL? In MySQL, minus operator and except operator are not supported. How do we do it? There is a hack. We can definitely do this in MySQL by using a left join and also provide a condition on right table. When we see the example, it will be a bit more easier to understand. What if you want to do B minus A? That means right table minus left table. In that case, you can go for a right join and condition on the left table. So here, if you take the example, what is happening as a part of the left join? In left join, we'll get all the records from the left table, that is student 1, and only the matching records from the right table. So our result would be these 4 records. Wherever the records are not matching in the right table, nulls will be introduced there. But what is that we want as a part of the minus operator? We want only those records which are present only in student 1. In that case, we can go ahead and construct a query in such a way that do a left join between student 1 and student 2. The condition being roll number on both the tables, but select only those records student 2 roll number is null. So what will happen here is only these records will be chosen. Then isn't it a minus? Yes, it is a student 1 minus student 2. Right? This is how we can do a minus operation using a left join. What if you want to select all the columns? Pretty simple. All you have to do is student 1 dot star from student 1 left join student 2 using roll number and present the same condition whatever we discussed earlier. So it will give all the columns. What if you want to do B minus A? That means you want to find only those records which are there in the right table and not present in the left table. Then in that case, you say student 1 right join student 2 because right table is student 2. Okay. Then we'll get a right join. With that, we'll get all the records which are present in the right matching records from the left table. If you want to convert this into a B minus A like this, what you have to do is pretty simple. Write join on the student 2 and say student 1 dot roll number is null. In that case, it will give only those records which are present in the right table. That happens to be student 2. Wonderful. Let us see this as a part of the hands-on. As a part of the video, we will see what are the workaround to perform the minus operation in MySQL. I am using a database called University. I have already created couple of tables like students 1. Let me select that table, select star from student 1. This is my table. And I do have one more table called student 2. If I were to do a minus operation between the student 1 and student 2, as we understood in the conceptual class, I want to know all the records which are there in the student 1 minus the common records and the records from the student 2. Essentially, I want only those records in student 1 which are not there in student 2. That is what we will try to achieve through minus operators. Unfortunately, minus operator doesn't work in MySQL. Is there any workaround? Yes, there is. How do we do it? As we discussed, we can use the left join plus the condition on the right table for A minus B, means student 1 minus student 2. We can use a left join and condition on the right table. For the B minus A, that is student 2 minus student 1, we can use a right join, use a condition on the left table. This is the workaround to do minus operation in MySQL. Let us get started. So the requirement is I want to do student 1 minus student 2, means all the specific records which are present in student 1. First thing is we will go ahead and perform the left join. Okay, you would have already performed the left join as a part of your join videos, but if you are not, please refer our join videos. In this case, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do left join student 2 with the student 1. So once we execute, and obviously the column number on which we are trying to left join is roll number, means roll number is the common key between the student 1 table and the student 2 table. Let's go ahead and execute this. This is the output of left join. But what do we want as a part of student 1 minus student 2? We just want the records which are very much specific to the student 1, which are not there in student 2. If we look at record by record, 2, 3, 4 mark null. Null means this record is not there in the student 2 table. So 235 Steve, null. Oh, this record is also not there in student 2. 236 Harry, 236. This record is there because you can see there is a value in a roll number from a student 2 table. That means this is a common record, but we don't want this. Whenever we want to do student 1 minus student 2, we don't want this. This is also there in student 2 table. What is the solution now? The solution is do a left join and provide a condition in such a way we'll only choose these records where the roll number of the student 2 is null, isn't it? There lies the answer, right? So let me go ahead and do that now. You can see the way I am doing it is the same left join. I'm saying select student roll number from student 1, left join student 2, right? And the student roll number of first table is equal to roll number of the second table, where I'm providing student 2, that is the right table roll number is null. I want only those records where the roll number of the right table is null. Whenever we say roll number of a right table is null, that means to say that we are selecting only those records which are very much unique to the table student 1. Let's go ahead and execute this. There you go. You got only those records which are very much specific to the student 1, which are not there in student 2. Wonderful, isn't it? We just implemented the minus operator here. If you want to select all the columns, you can pretty much provide the same query, and instead of selecting particular column, you go ahead and say student1 dot star. It will select all the columns. The rest of the things remain same. This is one more method of doing the left join. Earlier we used a condition student1 roll number is equal to student2 roll number, but in this case we are saying using roll number. Okay, so we got these records which are specific to the student1, which are not present in student2. Awesome. What if I want to do other way around? When I say other way around, I want to do b minus a. When I say b minus a, I want to do student2 minus student1. As we discussed, we can do a right join with the condition on the left table. Let's go ahead and do that now. First, let us understand the right join. Let me bring up the tables first. Select star from student1 and student2. These are our, okay. When I want to say student2 minus student1, I want only the records which are unique to the student2, which are not present in student1. Here, before we have a workaround to perform the minus operation, let us do a right join. This is a right join. We have already explained this in our previous video. Please look at that. So you can see as a part of the right join, we're getting all the records from the right table and only the matching records from the left table. So what is the solution here? To do a student2 minus student1, perform the same right join and provide the condition on the left table that happens to be student1. What is the condition? We want to choose only those records which are having a student1 roll number null. Let's go ahead and execute that now. Here you can see pretty much the same right join syntax. I'm just selecting a couple of columns, and then student2 is joined with student1, and the condition is roll number is equal to roll number, and where student1 dot roll number is null. See, because we want to choose only these records which are unique to right table. If I go and execute this, it will select only those records which are unique to the student2 table. Excellent, isn't it? So let us go ahead and choose all the records. How do you choose all the records? You choose all the records by just mentioning student2 dot star. So if I execute, it will provide me all the columns, and the query works as a student2 minus student1. Awesome. We understood what is the workaround to perform the minus operation in MySQL. Please do practice it. Let us say we have an RDBMS. Which are the RDBMS you have already seen? We have seen Oracle, MySQL, so on and so forth. In each of the RDBMS, we would have a database, right? What is there in the database? We'll say in database, tables are there. What is there in the tables? We'll say data is there in the table. What kind of a data is there in tables? We have numbers. Do you think only numbers will be there? No, we'll have some strings as well. As a part of the data, we'll have numbers and we'll have strings. Don't you think it is important to understand how do we work with the strings? It is important. Let us understand that as a part of this video. By the way, what are strings? Strings is a collection of characters used to store multiple characters. See, it's a collection of characters. The string itself is a string, right? You can store name of the city or name of the product like clothes. So you can store multiple things. It's a string is a collection of characters. That is what string is. We do have a string as a part of the data in a table. But what are the different things you can do with the strings? There are many things which you can do with the strings, but we'll list some of them at a high level. Like we can go ahead and do the case manipulation of the strings. You can also go ahead, add or remove the spaces in a string. And also we can work with the strings by manipulating the characters, like replacing and all those things. These are the different things which we can do with the strings at a very high level. We do have different functions to do a case manipulation. Like We have L case, we have U case, we have init cap. We do have different functions like space, trim, L trim, R trim, length, R pad, and L pad to add or remove the spaces. We can also do the character manipulation by set of functions like substring, left, string, substring index, mid, locate, and field. Some of the other character manipulation functions are find in set, replace, reverse, concat. We have ELT, we have repeat, string comparison, concat underscore WC. These are the different functions which we can use to work with the strings. It is very, very important in the current context to work with the strings. Let us look at all these functions one by one. Let us take an example. The table what we are using here is employee table with EMP-ID, first name, last name, and city. We do have different cases here, and we'll be using this table to learn about different functions to manipulate the cases. First and foremost thing is lower function. Lower case or lower function will help us to convert all the characters in a specified string to lower case. Either you can use a L case or you can use a lower function. When I say specified string, either you can provide the string on a terminal and use this function, or you can convert the strings which are there as a part of the columns in a table. That also can be done. What is the syntax for this? Pretty simple. All we have to do is say L case and string, or if you're using this function on a column name, specify the column name on which you want to lower the case and specify the table name. In this example, what we are trying to do is we are trying to lower the case of string Blismos. After executing this, we'll get the result as Blismos. Either use a L case or lower. If you want to do that in a table, you can do it in this way. For example, this is the first name. This is the name of the column. So I am selecting a first name. Second thing is I am saying L case first name. I am saying convert all the values of this first name column into the lower case. After executing this column has been converted into this column where all the first names in uppercase are converted into lowercase names. We can use either L case or lower function to accomplish the same thing. How about the uppercase? It is just opposite of the lowercase. As a part of this, if you want to convert your string into uppercase, you use a U case function. It converts all the characters in a specified string to a uppercase. Either you can use a U case function or upper function to accomplish the same thing. What is the syntax for this? U case and string, U case and column name. So by taking an example here, if you want to say select U case Blismos as uppercase, we are trying to convert the Blismos, which is in a lower case, into a uppercase. So if you want to do this on a column in a table, all you got to do is say last name U case. This is the name of the column on which we are trying to apply this function U case. And after that, we'll get a result where the last name, which is in a lower case, is converted into uppercase. You can say Chan, which is in a lower case, converted into uppercase here. We do have a function called init cap. What does it do? It's very simple. It converts only the first letter of each word into capital letter. It capitalizes the first letter of each word. So whenever you have a requirement where you have to capitalize the first letter of each word, you can use this function. So syntax for this, say init cap and string, it will convert the first letter into capital letter, or you can specify the init cap and column name. So you can say init cap Blismos, it will convert the first letter into the capital letter. So here you can see init cap Blismos, Blismos, and Blismos Academy. So you can see this is also converted. If you want to use it on any particular column, all you have to do is specify that column as an argument to a function. It will capitalize first letter of all the strings in that particular column. Wonderful. We'll see all of these things as a part of the hands-on. I have logged into MySQL. let me get into a database named University. We got into this. Okay, I'll create a table called student in this particular database. So do we have any data in this? No, we need to insert some data. I'm going to insert some 6 records into this table. There you go. Let's see how the data looks like. Select star from student. Okay, you have some 4 columns and some 6 records. We do have a combination. Some of the values are in a capital letter, some of the values are in small letters. So let us understand case manipulation functions. So as I already indicated in the conceptual class, we have 2 functions. One is lcase or lower to perform the same thing, that is converting the uppercase strings into lowercase. If I execute this where I'm saying select lcase, I'm providing a string here called Blismos, which is in a capital letter. And since I'm using a function called lcase, this string gets converted into a string with a lowercase. And you can also try same synonymous function lower. It also does the same job. I am using these functions on a string which is provided in the terminal. Can't I use these functions on a table? Yes, we can. Let us go ahead and use it. Now, if I show you the table select star from student, you can see the values for the first name are in capital letter. What if I want to convert all of them into lowercase? Pretty simple. Go ahead and use the lcase function. The way I'm doing it is I'm providing the column name as an argument to this function called lcase. I'm saying lcase first name and also selecting the first name column so that you'll find a difference between the converted column and the original column. There you go. So all the values of the first name column, which is a original column, are converted into lowercase letters. You can also use lower here. That will also do the same job. There you go. Then how about uppercase? If you want to convert the lowercase strings into uppercase, you can do that with a function called ucase. I am providing the argument as a part of the terminal itself where I'm saying Blismos. This Blismos in lowercase is converted into all the letters uppercase. So you can also use upper instead of ucase. Okay, you can also do that. Then if you want to use this as a part of the column, you can do that. We are doing this on a column called last name. Let me show that to you. This is my table last name. All the last name values are in lowercase. If you want to convert them into uppercase, I can go ahead and use the ucase column that will convert the lowercase letters into uppercase letters. So if you want, you can also use upper here. Awesome. We understood lower and upper. Init cap is not supported in MySQL, but it works beautifully in Oracle. Wonderful then. You understood different case manipulation functions. Please do practice. How to add and remove spaces in strings. But if I ask you a question, before we move forward, why do I need to remove and add spaces? When you are looking at the data which is there as a part of any table, right? We do have a string data. Don't you think that your data may have spaces? Sometimes you may need spaces, sometimes you don't need spaces. Depending upon the requirement, there is a need to either add space or remove space in the data which is captured or there as a part of the table in a database. So that is where we need functions to tackle that. We do have different functions like space, ltrim, trim, length, rtrim, we have rpad, lpad. We will look at all of them one by one in the subsequent slides. Let us use this particular table. This table happens to be a student table and we have column 1, column 2, column 3 and we have some 4 records. If you observe clearly, we have added some spaces after the string, before the string and all those things so that we can understand what kind of functions can be used to add or remove spaces. First function which we need to know is a length function. What exactly length function does? It returns the length of a string. What is the length of a string? How many characters are there? For example, Blismos 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 characters are there. It returns the length of a string. Why do I need a length of the string? There may be various use cases for that. What is the syntax? Very simple. Use a length function and provide the string of which you want to find a length. For example, we have select length SQL as a length. So this will calculate the length of a string and it will be assigned to one particular column. So we'll get 3 as a length because we have SQL, that is 3 letters. And if you want to get a length of a column in a table, all you got to do is use the length function and provide the column name as an argument to this function. It will calculate length of all the values in that particular column. So in this case, it will calculate the length of mark. One thing you need to observe here is it will calculate the spaces as well, right? If I go ahead and execute this, we'll get 6. Why is that 6? Because we do have 2 spaces here. And why is it 8 here? Because 3 spaces are there and 5 letters are there. So whenever you are using a length function, it will consider characters and also the spaces. You should be aware of this. Then we have a function called trim. Trim is a simple yet powerful function. It will remove the spaces on either side of the string. Let us say you have mark and we have a space here. So if you say trim of this, it will only give me mark. So it will remove the spaces on left side also, on right side also. That is what trim does. What is the syntax for the trim? Simple. You provide trim and provide a string you want to trim. So remember, trim is trimming the spaces on either side of a string. For example, here, if you say trim SQL workbench, you can see spaces here and here. So it will give SQL workbench after executing this particular statement. If you want to use a trim on a column in a table, all you have to do is specify the name of the column on which you want to perform the trim. So it will trim the values which are there in a column. In this case, mark will be mark because mark has only spaces on the right side, right? So trims on either side. If the spaces are only one side, it will trim that side. So after executing this, we'll get this particular result where there are no spaces for all the values of a name column. If you want to know whether your trim is working fine or not, or if you want to know the difference before the trim and after the trim, you can combine length and trim functions together. In this case, if I say length of SQL workbench, it will include the spaces also, and it will give me a result as 17. On the other hand, if you say length and trim this, it will give me the length of a string which is trimmed. Trimmed means it would have removed the spaces, right? It will give me 13 because it would have taken these 4 spaces. You can also use the length and trim functions together in a table as well. For example, here I am saying select name, length name from student. So it will give me this. Mark is 6, Steve is 8, Harry is 10, Amit is 5. That is including the spaces. But if you do it after the trim, if you take a length of this column after the trim, it will give me the length of the characters without space. It will give me 4, 5, 5, 4. Because in mark you have 2 spaces. That is the reason 6 has become 4. In case of Steve, we have 3 spaces. So 8 has become 5. In case of Harry, it has 5 spaces. That is the reason 10 has become 5. And in the case of Amit, there is only 1 space. 5 has become 4. Wonderful. We'll see all of them as a part of our hands-on. As a part of this video, we'll understand LTrim and RTrim function. What if you don't want to trim on either side? We do have a function for that. That is LTrim. So you want to remove the space on the left side of the string. That is when you can go for the LTrim. LTrim function removes the leading spaces from a string. So leading spaces means which are there on the left side of the string. How to use it? Say LTrim and string it will trim the spaces on the left. For example, here Maruti is Swift. We have spaces on the left. If you say L trim, only the spaces on the left will be trimmed and we'll get a result as Maruti Swift. Remember, L trim trims only the leading spaces. Spaces on the left. Right side remains same. You can also use ltrim function with the length function so that you know what is the length of a string before the ltrim and after the ltrim. Here in this case, before the ltrim, the value is 17, right? Okay, we will give a 17 as a characters. Now, if you ltrim this, these left side spaces will be removed. It will become 13. You can use this function on a column in a table also. If you say ltrim on a name, what will happen is wherever the spaces are there on the left side of any of the values in this column, they will be removed and we'll get the strings without spaces on the left. On the right, it will be still there because we are doing a ltrim here. We can use the ltrim with length function on the column of a name. If I say length of a name from student before the ltrim, it is 6, 8, 10, and 5. After ltrim, and then if you take a length, we'll get the results as 6, 5, 5, 4. Why is that 6 remains 6? Because it is only trimming on the left side. In this case, there are no spaces on the left side. There are no leading spaces. So the length would remain same. But on the other hand, in the case of Steve, we have 3 leading spaces. That way, that will become 5. And in case of Harry, 5 leading spaces, that becomes 5. And we have Amit, that becomes 4. While we did the trimming on the left side, we can also use a function called rtrim to trim the spaces on the right side, which is also called as trailing spaces. In this case, if you see, these trailing spaces will be removed after running a rtrim function on the string. So what is the syntax for this? Just say rtrim and provide a string. For example, here, when I say Maruti, there are spaces here, 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 and here. It will remove this space and give me a value as dash, 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 and Maruti because it will trim only the spaces on the right side. So we can also combine this with the length function as we did in the other functions like ltrim and trim. So before rtrim, the length of this is 16 here, and after the rtrim will have a value of 15 because we should have taken off only this one. You'll have 15. Okay, then we can also use the rtrim on a column name of a table. So in this case, I'm saying rtrim name wherever the spaces are on the right side, that will be removed, but on the left side they are intact because we are doing a rtrim. It will be removing only the spaces on the right side, that is trailing spaces. And we can use the rtrim with the length function, so it will calculate the length of the string before the rtrim, and after the rtrim 6 will become 4 because these two are gone, and all other things remain same because these do not have a spaces on the right. We understood removing the spaces. Wonderful. We'll see all of them as a part of our hands-on. Understood how to trim the spaces. But what if you want to pad something? You want to add something to your string? Are we talking about a pad used by a children's here? No, we are not talking about that. We are talking about a padding. Padding means adding some characters into your string. Okay. So for example, here, if I say Blismos, you want to pad that. You want to add stars in front of the Blismos, we can use a pad function. lpad function pads the characters on the left side of a string, and also you have to specify a length of the resultant string including the characters. So lpad will help us to pad the characters on the left side of a string. So in this case, you have a syntax. You have to provide a string or a column name. To provide the length. Length is total length of a string after padding. Okay, you can give this way. So for example, here select lpad new. This is a string and 6 total characters after the lpad should be 6, and you can pad a hash here. After executing this, the values will be padded on the left. The total length of the string would be 6 characters. You can use it on a column name. For example, here I am saying lpad the values in a column name and the total length after lpad should be 15. So now we have 6 here, right? So we should have 9 pads on the left side. So total length should be 15. In this case, we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, should have 1, 14 and 15. So the same thing is applied to the other values here as well. You have padded on the left side. What if you want to pad on the right side? There is a function for that. That is rpad. We can pad on the right side of a string. That is the reason it is called as a rpad. So this function returns the string padded to the right. For example, here the syntax for this is string length and padding expression. It is the same thing as that of the lpad. Instead of padding on the left side, it will pad on the right side. So here, if I say rpad and you need to provide the 3 arguments, string or a column name, the total number of characters after the padding and the character you want to pad. So after this, we'll get this particular thing where we have 6 characters. Okay, so we can also use the rpad on the column name. In this case, if we say name is the name of the column. We'll say 15 means total number of characters after padding would become 15 and you have to pad the star here. So after padding, we'll get this result where the total should be 15. Okay, so that should be the thing. For example, here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. That is how the rpad works. We'll understand the last function as a part of this video. We have a space. If you want to provide a space, you can use a space function. It will help us to add the given number of spaces. For example, if you say space and specify a number, those many spaces are added. So you can use this function as and when it is required. Wonderful. We'll see all of them as a part of our hands-on. We understood what are the different functions which are used for adding, removing spaces, and also padding characters. We look at all those functions as a part of the hands-on. I have logged into MySQL. I am going to use a database called University. Within that, I'm going to create a table called student. The student table has 3 columns like roll number, name, city. I'm going to insert some data into that. Obviously, the data would have some spaces so that we can show you the variations. While inserting the data into this table, please pay attention. Please insert in the same way the way I am doing so that you can experience the different functions related to adding, removing spaces. So here you can see 234 Mark, there is a space here, couple of spaces, and then Bangalore, there is a space. Before the Steve, there is a space. Before Harry, there is a space. Before Amit, there is a space, right? So let me go ahead and insert the data. Now let us see how the data looks like. Select star from student. Okay, this is how the data looks like. Because of the spaces, the values are looking this way. So now first and foremost function is length function. You can always use all these functions outside the table as well. So what I am doing here is I am trying to find the length of this particular string, which is an argument for length function, and assign that to a column called length. So the length of this particular string is 15. How is it 15? Let us count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So remember, this space is also counted as a length. That is the reason length of this particular string is 15. You can also use this function as a part of a table. If you see, the name column has different values. If I want to find the length of these values, we can go ahead and use length and provide the column name as an argument to length function. After executing this, we'll get two columns because we are selecting a name and then the length of the name. The length of the mark is 6. Even though you feel, oh, there are only 4 characters because there are 2 spaces, that is the reason the length has become 6 characters here. On the other hand, if you see strip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, array, how can it be of 8? Because there are 3 empty spaces before strip. So length considers the spaces as well while counting the characters. Please bear that in mind. Now let us understand the trim. As I said, all the functions what I am executing here can be executed outside the table and we can execute with the table as well. So here I am saying select trim and I am providing a string between the spaces. There is a space here, there is a space here. What does trim do? It deletes the spaces on either side of the string. So you can see the space on the left side, space on the right side has been removed and there are no spaces in the result. Just to get a hang of how trim is working, first what we'll do is we'll try to find the length of a string before the trim and then find the length of a string after trimming. So before the trim, the length of the string is 19. Let us see what will be the length of this particular string after the trim. We can always combine the functions like this. For example, here I'm trimming. The trim will be executed first, then the result of that will be passed on to the length function. So after trim, the length of this particular string is going to be 15. Right? You can mix and match the functions in the way I am doing it so that you can get a clarity and you'll be able to relate it well. You can also use the trim function on the columns in a student table. You can also use the trim function on the column names. So here, first I will try to get the length of the values in the name column and then trim it and try to find what is the length. As I already indicated, first I am trimming here and passing on that result to the length function. So here with this, what I am doing is 4554. That way, the before the trim, the length of the mark was 6. Now it is 4 because it removed the spaces. This is how you can use the trim. Trim removes the spaces on either side of the string. How about left trim? Very simple. What left trim does is removes the spaces on the left side of the string. So in this case, if you see, we have a space on the left side. So if you say left, this one, there'll be the space on the left side is gone. Okay. So you can also do this on the column name. In this case, if you see, I am trying to do ltrim on the name. If you look at the data here, ltrim works fine. As we know, ltrim deletes the space on the left side. Do we have a space on the left side of mark? No. So it will be intact. How about Steve? Yes, there is a space. How about Harry? Yes, there is a space. How about Amit? Yes, there is a space. So when we do ltrim, all these strings where all the spaces on the left side of the strings would be trimmed and we'll get a result like this, right? This is how we'll get it. If you want to check the difference, you can always select both the columns. So this is the original column. This is the trimmed column, L trimmed column. That is left trimmed column. Okay. Then we have the R trim. What does R trim do? R trim would delete the trailing spaces. Trailing spaces means the spaces on the right side. We can go ahead and execute this. If you see here, there is a space on either side of the string. If you say rtrim, then it will delete only the space on the right side. Let us do this on a name column. You can see only this is removed. I am just saying here rtrim. Okay. You see there is a space because this Steve, Harry and Amit, there are no spaces. But we can determine this whether the space is removed or not by getting a length before and after the trim. Okay. If I say length, this is the 6, 8, 10 and 15. Now after the R trim, The mark has become 4 because we have trimmed the space on the right side. But Steve, Harry, Amit remain same because they don't have a space on the right side. They have a space on the left side, that is on the leading space. But right trim deletes the trailing spaces, that is the spaces on the right side. Awesome. We understood the L trim or trim. Sometimes there is a requirement to pad. Pad means to pad a specific character. Let us understand that. Okay. Let us say I want to add some of the characters. In this case, I want to add a hash on the left side of this particular string to make the overall length of the string as 12. So let us understand this again. LPAD is a function. This is a string. This is the number of character, the length of the character after padding, not before the padding. So once I execute this, if you see, the total length of this string would be 12. To make this particular string 12, we are padding hash. Let us count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So we can also use the LPAD on the column in a table. For example, here, if I select a data from, we have a name, right? If I want to pad something, for example, I want to pad LPAD. On the left side, I want to pad with the stars until the whole value becomes the 15 character string. So once I do that, you can see there is a left pad. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. These two are also considered here. Okay. Total, because we have mentioned 15. 15 should be the count of this particular string. That includes the spaces as well. Even though you look like there is nothing here, there is a space which is also counted as a one character. So we are able to pad on the left side. How would padding on the right side? We can do that as well. Very simple. Instead of using LPAD, I can go ahead and use RPAD. So RPAD name 15 star. We are padding the stars on the right side of each string. So there are 2 spaces here. That is the reason those number of spaces are left. So this whole string is of a length of 15. Awesome. Then we understood how to add spaces, how to remove spaces, and how to pad the values. Awesome. You please practice all these things. By the way, what exactly is a substring? Look at this wonderful Blismos Academy, right? This whole thing is a string. Now, if I want only the academy out of this guy becomes a substring. So you may be wondering, why do I need to do that? Certainly, there'll be situations where you need to extract the substring out of a string. So that is where we have wonderful function substring to extract the part of the string from a string. So there is a string, we have a part of the string is a substring. Substring function returns the substring or portion of the given string. Out of Blismos Academy, academy is a substring. And while extracting, it extracts the string with the specified length and starting with a given location. What it means is, while using this function, you got to specify the length of the string you want to extract and also from which location you want to extract. While extracting the substring, spaces are also considered. Please bear that in mind. We have 3 functions: substring, substr, and mid. All of them are same. All of them do the same job. So whenever you are seeing these functions, don't get confused. Mid, substring, substr does the same job. What is the syntax for this? Syntax is very simple. You use a function and provide the string. It can be a string or it can be a column name as well, and specify the start of the position. Start of the position means from which position you want to extract the string, and also how many characters you want to extract. So in the similar way, we can also have substring mid with the same syntax. Let us take an example here. Now, if you see, I'm saying select substring. We have two arguments here. Array, I mentioned three arguments, right? Yes. You can also mention two arguments. When you mention two arguments, it will take this three as a starting of the string. So what I want to do here is I want to extract a substring out of this string starting from a third letter. That means say that only this much I want to extract. So it will give me Cas Bellari, right? This is the third letter, right? I'm mentioning that here. So it extracts the substring from the third letter. You can use the other functions like substring, mid, all three of them are same. What if you want to extract only specific characters? That is when you have to provide the third argument as well. So this is a string. This is the starting position from which you want to extract, and this is the length you want to extract. So with this, we'll get Cas B because we are saying I want to extract 5 characters starting from third letter 1, 2, 3, this is 4 and 5th. That is the reason you get Cas B. Do the same thing with substring and mid. We understood what is substring at a high level. Let us understand some of the important aspects of the substring so that you need to be aware of these rules while using the substring function. First thing is, we already showed you this is the position. If the position is positive, substring function extracts the substring from the start of the string. Means I say 3, I am saying because, so it extracts from the starting. This is the starting of the string. You can also do other way around, like you can mention the position as negative. Instead of saying +3, you can mention -3. In that case, it will extract the substring from the end of the string from here. In this case, k happens to be the third on both the sides. Let us say in this function +3, it will start extracting from n. If I say -3, it will start extracting from I. I hope it is clear. Anyway, we'll see the example. If the position is 0, substring function returns an empty string. Please bear that in mind. Take an example where we are providing the length as a negative. As we already indicated, it will start from the end of the string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it will not extract backwards. It will extract from left to right only. So we'll get a result as Bellari. The minus R plus only indicates the position. Plus means it will start counting from the left side, start of the string. Negative means it will start counting from the right side. So extraction will always happen between left to right. Let us take one more example. If you see here, I am saying -7 and 2. That means say that extract from the 7th character from right to left. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. But I need only 2 characters. So it will extract BA. Awesome. We understood important aspects of the substring. Let us see all these things as a part of the hands-on. Welcome back. I hope you're doing great. As a part of this video, we'll understand the substring function in string functions. We have seen the examples as a part of the strings which can be given on a terminal or a free flow strings. But will we be using these strings on the terminal? Not really. We need to use these functions as a part of the strings in a table. Let's take an example here. I am taking an example of customers to table where I have 3 columns, column 1, column 2, column 3. We have 3 columns and 4 records. All the rules apply pretty much the same, except providing a string. All you have to do is provide the name of the column. In this case, this is my table, customers to table, and I have ID name and city as the column names. Instead of providing a string, provide the name of the column. So in this case, I want to extract from the second character. After executing this, we'll get a result. The second character here is A. So from here it will extract, it will become Aju. And here Ilium, it is Ahil and Inai, right? So it will start extracting from the second character. This is the second character. We can extract with the position and length. Earlier we did only the position, but we can also extract with the position and also length. Everything remains the same as we discussed earlier, except that we are providing a column name here. So if I say 2, I am starting from here and I want 3. So that means Aju will be given first. Here in this case, only yield will be given. Like that, it will extract the substring from the second position and the length would be only 3. In all the cases, you can see only 3 characters. We can also use the negative position within the tables as well. So here what we want to do is, please give me the substring which is starting from the third character from the last of the string. Here third character, because it's I'm saying -3, I'll start counting from here. 1, 2, 3. So again it will give me a Jew, right? Here it will give me am, it will give me hill, it will give me nay, right? This is how it works. We can also have a substring with a negative position and length. How do we do it? If you see here, we have mentioned a name, that is the name of the column, the negative position. That means to say that it is starting to count from end of the string towards the start of the string. Like here, 1, 2, and 3. And also length. When I say 2, I want only 2 characters. So from Raju, it will pick up AJ. The same thing will happen with William, Sahil, and Vinay. The results would have AJ, IA, Hi, and NA. So in all the cases, this is in the third position from the end of the string, and we have 2 letters from there. One of the important aspect is we can use the substring to remove some characters by combining the substring with the length function. How do we do it? In this case, what I want to do is I want to remove the last 3 characters from all the cities. I don't want to have them. We are looking for an abbreviation or some requirement. For that, I want to remove last 3 characters from all the city names. So how do I do it now? Now I'm combining the substring and length. So substring takes 3 arguments. City is a name of the column, and 1 means from the beginning. I want to start counting from the beginning. And how much length I want? I want a length where I want to discard the last 3 characters. How do I do it? First, I'll get the length of the city. That means length of each of the values in the city column and deduct 3 from there. So it will give me the results as Bengal, DE, Chen, and D, because it will remove the last 3 characters from each of the values in that column. We can also use the substring to update. How do we do it? In this case, I want to update the name of the column with only first 2 characters of a name. Like I don't want Raju, I want RA, I want VI, I want SA. In that case, what I can do is I'll say update customers. This is the name of the table, and I'll say set name, and I'll say substring name. This is the argument. Read from the first letter, and I want only 2 characters. The result after updating, if you query the table, will look something like this. Because since we are saying update, it is updating the table. Awesome. We understood all the important aspects of the substring. Let us see all these things as a part of the hands-on. In MySQL, I will go ahead and use a database named university. In order to experience the substring functions, I will go ahead and create one table. The name of the table is customers 2. In this table, you can see I have ID, name, and city. These are the three things. Let me insert some data into this table. So I'm inserting some 4 records into the customers 2 table. The way I'm doing it is insert into customers. I'm providing the name of the columns and say values and providing the values for each of the record. Let me go ahead and insert this. The data looks like this. Then what does the substring do? We already understood that. Substring is a part of a string, right? Let us look at some of the examples which can be taken on the terminal itself. In this case, what I want to do is I want to get a part of the string of Vikas Ballari. The substring should start from third letter. In this case, first, second, and third. K is the third letter. So our substring will include Kas Ballari. If I go and execute this, I will get this. Then we can also provide other arguments to this particular string function. What are the arguments? We can provide 3 arguments to substring function. What are they? First thing is you can provide the string itself, that can be column name as well. This argument is a position from which you want to extract the substring. Third one tells us what should be the length of the substring. In this case, we are saying Vikas Ballari is the string and we want to extract the substring from the third place and we want the substring length to be 5 letters. That means KAS, then space. Remember, space is also considered. So KS space B will get KSB as the substring. So ideally, whenever you are using a substring, you are required to provide 3 arguments. The string or the name of the column, starting position of the substring, and length of the substring. Okay, I hope you guys got it. As I indicated as a part of the conceptual class, substring, substr, made, all of them are functions which does the same job. Let us experience that. What I will do here is I will execute all of them together so that you will get a hang of all of them. Substring, substr, and made does the same job. Can see I have executed all of them together. They have given a same result provided the inputs are same. So whenever you are trying to work with the strings, remember substring, substr, and mid does the same job. One of the very important aspect what we have to learn is whenever we are passing on the arguments to the substring function, I said the second number is nothing but the position from which you want to extract the string. So in all our previous examples, we ended up giving the positive numbers. But can we give the negative numbers? Yes, we can. But what does the positive number indicate? What does the negative number indicate? Let us discuss that now. In this example, you see, I am saying Vikas Ballari 3, 5. Whenever you are giving a positive number for a position of the string, the number will be calculated from left to right, from the starting of the string towards the end of the string. But see, in this case, VIK, K is the third position of a string. But whenever you provide a negative number to indicate the position, then the counting will happen from right to left, from end of the string towards the start of the string. In this case, I am saying -7. So -7 means it will start counting from Y first, R second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. So I want to extract from this particular position. And how many characters I want? I want 2. So we'll get a result as BA. I hope it is clear now. A positive number in a position will start counting the position from left to right from starting of the string. The negative number will start counting the position from right to left from end of the string towards the start of the string. I hope it is clear. We used the substring functions by providing the strings as a part of the terminal itself. Can we use the substring functions in a columns of a table? Yes, we can. Let's go ahead and use that now. We have a table called customers. So let me bring up that table. So this is our table. If I want to extract the substring from the name column, I can do that. How do I do that? So you can pass on the column of the name as one of the argument to the substring function. Here you can see name is name of the column. I'm passing on that as an argument to the function. So what it means is I want to extract all the values in the name column which are starting from the second position. It will give me Aju, Iliam, Ahil, Inai. Okay, let us go and execute that. So this is my original column. This is my substring where I'm extracting from the values of a original column. That's from the second position. We can also do that with the position and length. So what I did now is with only the position. Can I do it with the length? Yes, I can do that. Here, if you see, I am saying I want to extract the substring from the name column. The position it start from is the second position, and I want the length to be 3 characters. If you see, this is the original column. This is the substring we extracted from a original column. Since we are saying second is this, and I want 3 characters only. So it is saying Aju, and I'll say Il. This is the second character, and since I'm saying 3 characters, it has extracted Il from William. So same thing has happened with Sahil and Vinay. We can also use the negative number at the place of position argument. So here I am saying -3. What it means, I want the counting to happen from right to left. So I am saying -3 means this is the first, J is the second, A is the third. So it should start from here. And I want only 2 characters. That means only AJ will be extracted from this particular string. So when I execute this, this is how it works. This is the original column. This is a substring column. So what is happening here is -3 is 1, 2, 3. This is the -3. And I want 2 characters. It is extracting AJ, Ya, Hi, NA. We can also do some extracting and deleting by using a combination of substring and length function. Here, what I want to do is I want to remove the first 3 letters of a name of the city. So before I execute this, if I say select star from this is my city. What I want to remove the first 3 letters of the city. I can do that. This is how I'm trying to accomplish that. So if you see, the way I have constructed is I want a substring. What is the name of the column? In the city, and I want to start it from the 4th letter of each of them. And what should be the length? It should be the length of the city. So here, obviously length of the city, it will calculate the length of this particular string, and that will be the number of characters you want that as a part of the result. After executing this, you'll see it has extracted galore, high, ni, high, like that. If I want to remove the last 3 letters of a city, you can approach it in different way. One of the approach is this, where I am saying city and the starting of the substring is first letter itself. So B is chosen here. Length should be length -3. It will calculate the length of this. In this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and -3. So because I don't want the last 3 letters of this particular string. So it will give me a value by removing the last 3 letters of a city. This is how we can accomplish. We can use this in a multiple ways. We can also use the substring to update. So let us look at the data before I update. Select star from customers. So in this case, I want to update the name column of this table with the only 2 letters of this name. For example, I want Raju Ra, William Y, Sahil SA. If I want to do that, I will say update customers. This is the name of the table, and I'm saying set name of the column is equal to substring. Again, I'm passing an argument as a name because this is the column I'm working on. I want that substring to be starting from first letter R, W, S, V, and I want only 2 letters from this string. So it will extract only RA and update this table. It is updated. If you go and check the table now, all these names would have been updated with only 2 letters as per this substring. Awesome. We understood few aspects of the substring. Please do practice. When you are working with the strings, you do get multiple varieties of strings. Like one of them is URLs, or another is you have the IP address. So when you have URLs or you have IP addresses, you do have delimiters to separate the some of the parts of the strings. There are situations where you have to extract a part of a string based on a specific index or based on specific position of a delimiter. That can be done by substring index function. Let us say this is a string. This whole thing is a string consisting of some part of the string. This is a part with a delimiter dot here. This is one more part with another delimiter. What if I want to extract only this part or only this part for some purposes? So substring index will help us to do that. Substring index returns a substring of a string before a specified number of delimiter occurs. We'll see that with the syntax. What is the syntax for this? Substring index function takes 3 arguments, 1, 2, 3. First one is the string itself. The second one is a delimiter. The third one is the number of times to search for the delimiter. How many times this delimiter need to occur in the string what we are trying to extract is mentioned as a part of the third argument. Some of the important aspects before we take an example. This function returns a substring from the left of the final delimiter when a positive number is specified as a part of the argument. If you specify the negative number, it returns a substring from the right of the final delimiter. It will be explicit with an example. In case if you specify the greater than the number of occurrence of a delimiter, it returns the whole string. If you specify 0, then nothing will be fetched from the string. Let's take an example here. If you look at the way we are using the substring index, this is a function, this is a string with delimiters, and we have to specify the delimiter also. This may vary. Here it is a dot, somewhere it may be a star, it may be dollar. It depends on the string which you are working on. Then you have to specify the delimiter, and also you have to specify the number of times the delimiter has to occur to extract a string. So with this, it is saying give me the string where delimiter has occurred twice. That will give us www.gmail. If you specify a negative number as a part of the argument, instead of getting the string from the left to right, it will get the string from the right to left, right? That is how it behaves if you specify the negative number. If you want a string to be extracted from right to left, provide the negative number. If you want string to be extracted from left to right, provide the positive number. We can also use substring index to extract the substrings from the values in a different columns in a table. So here we have 3 columns, and third column happens to be a website URL. Now the way we can apply here is website is the column name. Here this is the website. I am passing that as an argument to a function. Then delimiter is dot, and I want 2 times the delimiter need to be repeated. Then we'll get this particular result. So since it is a positive number, it extracts this part, this part, this part, right? So that is how it behaves. If you provide the negative number, what will happen is it will give from the right to left. So instead of giving this part of the string, it will give this part of the string. Wonderful. We'll see all these things as a part of the hands-on. Let's get started. I have logged into MySQL. Within that, I am going to use a database named University. There you go. And I'm going to create a table named employees1 as a part of this database. In the database University, I created a table named employees1, which has 3 columns: ID, name, website. Now, let me insert some data into the table. I'm inserting data, right? Let us look at the data inside this particular table. Select star from employees. There you go. We have 3 columns, and within that, ID is one of the column, name and website. This is one of the important columns. So what exactly the substring index? Substring index comes into picture whenever you want to extract a part of this URL by specifying a delimiter and how much of string you need considering the delimiter. Let us see how it works. Now, what am I trying to do here? I am trying to extract the string from this string. So that can be done by substring index function. Substring index function takes 3 arguments. One is the string or the column name. The second one is the delimiter. And the third one is how many times you want this delimiter to be repeated. That is the third argument. Once we provide these 3 things, what will be the answer? Since we are mentioning delimiter as a dot, it consider the dot in this string, and we are mentioning 2, so 2 is up to here, right? So it will extract this part and gives it back to us. When you mention the positive number as a part of your argument, it counts the delimiters from left to right, starting to the end of the string. But if you have a requirement where you want to count the delimiter from right to left, from ending of the string to the starting of the string, in that case, you can specify the negative number. This will count from here to here, and it will extract only gmail.com. Right? This is how it works. What if I want to use this as a part of our table? What is the table? We have a table as the employees one. We have already seen this, right? Employees one. So if I want to extract a only part of this string based on my requirement where I'll specify the delimiter and the number of delimiters, then instead of passing on the string, you pass on the name of the column. Here, if you see, I'm saying select website, substring index, and this is the name of the column. This is the delimiter. I want up to 2 delimiters wherever it happens to be, extract the string up to that point. So substring index from employee 1, it will give me the result like this. This is the original column. This is the extracted substring extracted column where we are seeing from this string it has extracted this because we are mentioning a dot and 2. Up to 2 delimiters extract the string. It has extracted the string for all the values in that column. Now we can also do this with the negative number. Okay, whenever we do this with the negative number, you know what happens. Instead of counting from left to right, it will count from right to left. So from right to left, it happens to be here. It will extract only google.com, flipkart.com, amazon.com, agio.com. So that is how it works. Sometimes you may end up giving a value here like 5, which is more than the number of delimiters. In that case, what happens is it will give the whole string, because if you look at this here, we have two delimiters, but you are specifying as a 5. So then what it thinks, oh, okay, this guy wants the whole string. If you execute this, please, there is no difference from the original column and the extracted column, because you have specified the number of delimiters as 5. So please keep that in mind. If you specify the number of delimiters more than available in the original string, then it will extract the whole string for you. There may be a chance that you end up giving a 0 number of delimiters. Then what happens? It will not fetch anything. Right? So if you see here, this is the original column. You are saying 0. 0 means it reads, oh, I don't want anything. In that case, it will not fetch anything for you. Awesome, isn't it? This is one of the important function whenever you have to deal with the URLs, IPs, and multiple strings where delimiters are there. This particular function comes very handy. Please remember and practice. What exactly is a string? Let us take an example. Here we have a string called Blismos Academy. Now, if I want to know a position of a particular substring in this, how do I know? That is where string function comes to our help. So string function will return the numeric position of the first occurrence of a substring. If I want to know position of s in this string, I will use a string function and it will give me this s is in a 4th position. Then important aspect to be remembered is it performs a case insensitive search, means whether this s can be in small letter or it can be in uppercase. In either case, it will return you the position of that substring in a whole string. So what is the syntax for this? Pretty simple. So it takes two arguments. One is string, the second one is a substring. String in which you are trying to find a position of this substring. In case if the substring is not found in the string, it will return the 0. Example, if you see, I'm saying select in string. This is my string and this is the substring or a character's position I'm trying to find in the string. So it will give me result as a 4, because if you see, A is in the 4th position in this string, and it can be case insensitive. Whether you are trying to find a small a or big A, still it will give you the result as 4. As I indicated, it is case insensitive. It is not necessary that you can find the position of one character. You can also find the position of multi-character. Look at the example here. I am trying to find a position of as. So it will give me again 4, because as substring in this string. Again, we can also find the position of a substring in a string. For example, here I am saying hi, how are you is my main string, in which I am trying to find what is the position of R. It will give me the result as 8, because if you calculate, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. This is the 8th position, right? We can use the string functions with the numbers as well. Like say select INSTR, this is a number. Again, numbers can be treated as a string, right? We have already understood that aspect. We are trying to find the position of 4 here. What is the position? 3. It will give me the position as 3. It is not that when we can only find the position of strings or numbers, we can also find the position of the characters as well. In this case, dot. So we'll get the position as 4, because if you see, the dot is in the 4th position. Is it that we can use these functions only as a part of the terminal? No, we can also use this as a part of the tables. We have a table named student marks, where we have 3 columns and 4 records. We can use the string function on a particular column in a table. In this case, I am trying to find the position of A in all the values of a name column. So it will go take the first value, it will give me the first, then third, then third, then first itself. Okay, let us go and check this. Okay, you can see it will give me the position of A in the values of this particular column. You can also find the position of multi-characters or a string. Here I am trying to find a position of an here. You see here there is no an here. That is the reason string is providing the result as 0, 0 here. On the other hand, we have an. You have an here, you have an here. That is in the third position. So it is giving me the third position. Whenever you have two ands, please remember that it gives me the position of the first occurrence of that string. We can also use the instring function with the where condition. First, the records are filtered with the where condition. That would be funneled to the instring function. In this case, we are trying to look at the records where marks is greater than 90. Which record qualifies that? Only this record. So within this, we'll see n. N is in which position? It is in the fourth position. That is what we'll get as a part of the result. We have one more function called locate. What does it do? It locates the position of the first occurrence of a substring in a given string. How is it different from the string? We'll understand that in a couple of slides. So in locate, it takes 3 arguments. We'll see that as a part of the syntax. One of the argument is position. If the position is not mentioned, searching starts from the beginning. Let us look at the syntax here. In the syntax, we have to provide 3 arguments: substring, string, and position. As compared to the string, these are swapped. In case of string, you have to provide the string first. And in case of locate, you have to provide the substring first. Then one more argument is position. The position argument specifies that you have to look at the substring in the string after the position, whatever we mention as a part of this argument. It will be clearer with an example. So if you go ahead and use a locate, and I'm providing a substring first, and then our string is Blismos solutions as locate. Now L is in the second position. That is the reason it will give the result as 2. And again, it is case insensitive. That you are mentioning a capital L or a small l, it will give me the same result as 2. If you have not mentioned the position as one of the argument, searching will start from left to right. But if you mention the position as a part of the argument, then what it will do is it will leave the first 5 characters and start the string search from 6th position onwards. Because I mentioned the 5 characters here, to leave them from 5th position onwards, it will start the search. In this case, we are trying to search for a yes, so it will not search for this. It will search for a yes here, and that is in a 7th position. One more example here. If you see 1, I am mentioning search 1 only after the 20th position. So if you see 1, 2, 3 like that, it will count up to 20. After 20, it will find the 1, and that 1 is in the 22nd position. You can also use the locate in table. Here in this case, I am trying to locate A as a part of the name column. So it will give me the result. A is in the first position, third position, and first position here. Again, we are not specified the position here. That is the reason it is taking from left to right. Then we can mention the position. Please search after the 4th position. In that case, we don't have any A in the first record. In the second record, we do have a, but that is in the 3rd position. We are trying to say, please search after the 4th position. Then A is in the 5th position. Then the same thing happens here. A is in the 6th position. There are no A's after the 4th position. We can also search for a multi-characters or a string. So here I want an as a part of the name column. So is there any an here? No, but there is an here. I want that an to be after the 4th position. This will not be counted because it is not there after the 4th position. So I'll get a position of an as 6th. And this an is neglected because it is appearing before the 4th position. We can also use the locate with the where condition. Here I want to search for a in the name column after the 4th position where the mark should be greater than 80. What are the records which will qualify for this, and these 3 records will be funneled to locate function. After the execution, it will give me 5th position, 6th position, and after the 4th position here. Awesome. We understood how locate function works. At a high level, let us look at the differences, which you already know. So if you really see, locate function and instring function accepts more or less the same arguments. Here in the case of locate, it accepts the 3 arguments, and instring function accepts the 2 arguments. So here in string function, argument is string, substring, right? The same arguments are there in locate, but in a reverse order. Substring will be there first in locate, and then string will be there. Along with this, it will accept the position as well. So starting position argument is optional, which is only there in a locate function, and in string doesn't have that argument. In a way, locate almost acts as a string with an additional functionality of providing a position. Awesome. We understood how string and locate works. Let us see all this as a part of the hands-on. Have logged into MySQL. Let me get into a database called University. This is my database. Okay, let me go ahead and create a table which I'll be using to demonstrate these functions. The name of the table is student marks, and I have some 3 columns in this. Let me insert some data into that. So let us see how the table looks like. This is how the data looks like. Let us understand the string functions by providing the string on terminal. As we already know, string functions takes 2 arguments. One is the string, and the second one is the position in a string. When I execute this, it will give me the result as 4. What am I trying to do here? My substring A, I want to know the position of that substring in my string. So it will start counting from left first, second, third, and fourth. A is in the 4th position. We already understood string function is case insensitive. Whether you provide a small a, lowercase a, or uppercase a, it will still go ahead and find the alphabet or the string. Here the position again is 4. We can also provide multiple characters as a part of the substring. Here in this case, we are providing as, because it is starting from 4th position. We'll take one more example. Can you just guess R is in which position? Is it in the 6th position? No, because remember, even the spaces will be counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. R is in 8th position. That is what we'll get as a part of the result. We can also find position of a number in a number. So I want to find the position of a 4 in this number. So I'll get the 3 because 4 is in the 3rd position in this whole string. Remember, number also can be considered as a string because we are providing that in a code. This will be considered as a string. In this case, I want to find the position of dot. Dot is in which position? It is in the 4th position. So it will give me the result as 4. As indicated, we can also use string functions as a part of the table. So let us look at the contents of the table first. This is my table. We have 3 columns and some 4 records. In this, if I want to know the position of A in all the records of a name column, I can pass on the name as an argument for a string. Then A is the substring which we are trying to find in this column. The results will contain the position of A in each of the value of the name column. In this case, A is there in the first, A is there as a part of the 3rd position, A the 3rd position, and A is in the 1st position. So it will give the first occurrence of a substring. We can also provide the multi-character. In this case, we are providing an in the column name. So it will give me wherever the an is there. You can see an is there in the third position here. That is the reason it's giving me third, and Anne is in the third position. That is the reason the result is 3. Here in this case, there is no Anne. That is the reason we are getting a result as 0 here. We can also use the instring function along with the where condition. Here, what do I want to do? I want to find a substring n in the name column, but the condition is I want to search only in those records where marks is greater than 90. If you look at the table here, where is the mark greater than 90? Only in this record. So in this record, we'll try to find the n. It is there in the 4th position. Awesome. We understood the instring function. How about the locate function? More or less the same with subtle differences. Let us go ahead and look at the locate function. If you look at, it is taking 2 arguments, and we can provide one more optional argument, the position. In this case, we are providing the 2 arguments, L and the string. If you observe clearly, the way we are giving the arguments is reverse here. In case of instring, we will provide the string first and then the substring. But in case of locate, we'll provide the substring first and the string next. So it will find the location of L. L is there in which location? It is in the 2nd position. So it will get the L. And also it is again case insensitive. You can also provide small L here. It will still provide me the location as 2. What if I want to provide optional argument, that is a position? If you see here, we have 3 arguments: substring, string, and also position. What does the position indicate? Please search for the string S only after the 5th position in a string. In this case, it will search the S after the 5th position. Here, B first, L second, I third, S fourth, and M 5th. Find the S after this 5th position. It will be in the 7th position. So I will get the result as 7. It is not considering S because as a part of the argument we are mentioning, please search only after the 5th position. That is how this position changed the result. One more example with the position. So here I am saying find 1, and after the 20th position, it will calculate the first 20 positions. After that only it will find the 1. So the 1 is there in the 22nd position after the positional argument, that is 20. We can also use the locate on the table. So let us first look at the contents of the table and say select star from student marks. This is my table. Let me go ahead and find the location of A in the column name. It works similar to in string except that arguments are reversed. I'm providing the A first, that is the substring first, and the name of the column next. So here A is in the first, A is in the 3rd position, A is in the 3rd position, A is in the 1st position. Let us provide with the position. Here we are using a locate function with the table. Name is the column in which we are searching the substring A, and only after the 4th position. So it will give us the results. Do we have a after 4th position? No, that is the reason it is giving me 0. Do we have a after 4th position? Yes, that is in the 5th position. Do we have a after 4th position? Yes, it is in the 6th. But there is no A after 4th position. That is the reason the result is shown as 0. We can also provide the multi characters. Here I am trying to search the position of Anne after the 4th position. Do we have Anne here? No, no. Do we have a Anne here? There are 2 Annes here, which is starting from a 3rd position, another is starting from a 6th position. So what will happen is it will neglect this because I am saying give me a Anne after the 4th position. So it will give me Anne only after the 4th position, that happens to be in 6th position. We do have a Anne here, but we are getting a result as 0 because we are mentioning after the 4th position only I want Anne. We can also intersperse the locate with the where condition. Here I want to get the location of A in the column name after the fourth position, but condition is ID should be greater than 103. It will give me only those records where ID is greater than 103. If you look at where ID is more than 103 is only Aman. Do we have the A after the fourth position in Aman? No. That is the reason we're getting the result as 0. Excellent. We understood in string and locate with hands-on examples. Thank you.
That's all for now. Like and subscribe and turn on notifications for future videos. Thank you.